Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Welcome back to Mr. Combs' trial, people. Day 19, and we're gonna see how it go today. Over the weekend there was some exciting stuff that's happening. Give some time for people to come in. But what's up, everybody? The wife will be here shortly, but some interesting stuff went over the weekend. I mean, for everybody who's been rolling with us, checking things out, or just checking out other channels over the weekend, the defense filed a motion for a mistrial. Whether they'll get it or not, it's either here or there, right? I doubt it. Um, that they filed a motion for it, basically talking about the perjury of Jane Doe, Cassie, that whole thing, that miscommunication, as if like they both saying two different stories. So we'll see how that go. The prosecutors has had um, Jane Doe on the stand all by themselves. We still waiting the cross, so we'll see how that goes. So let me try to see if I can pull up an update, make sure I don't miss nothing. But I was gonna tell you guys this. I want to give a shout out to all the people who showed up to the trial, doing a good job. I want to say shout out to Denat. I know people will say, well, hey, he's going off with this content creator. We're friends with people on both sides of it, so we're staying out of the argument. But he's doing his thing. Everybody has their own opinion. And I definitely say Lauren from the Breakfast Club. Shout out to her too. She's there. Lovely T showed up today. And shout out to my boy Dennis. I was watching him this morning. He spoke to Lovely T. She's there on the ground now. So that's cool. Now I'm gonna say about Dennis. Dennis had a real good show on Saturday when they talked about the mistrial. So check out Dennis Byron show where he had attorney Pam on, and I can't remember the law professor's name. I think it's they call her Addie, I think. But really good, a good insight on it, and just somebody with a clear, open mind, no dog on either side. Like I try to do when I come on here. I'm just talking about the court case. I pick out weaknesses, but I just feel like at the end of the day, um, Diddy should pay for the crimes that he has committed. I just feel like he's being charged with the wrong crimes. That's just my opinion. And we'll see how. Okay, somebody says Attorney Shabazz. That's it. Thanks, Trish. I appreciate it. And shout out to her. Real good job she did. She talked about a couple things. She spoke on the racketeering part. People will say, "Oh, that's prostitution. That's this," and she's basically saying, I can't recall everything she said, but she was saying that was it commercial? Like, where did the company profit from it? He didn't bring these people over to pimp them out to make money. So we'll see. What's up, Renee? Yes, 408 in here. Please hit the like button. It really helps us in the algorithm. So that is good. Let me see. Let me check this update. Okay, so basically they're in the courtroom right now, it sounds like. Um, Let me just jump to this one. Before jurors in, judge, I have the I have the defense motion to dismiss, but the government has said they will respond today. I don't have anything from them yet, so we'll address it tomorrow, along whether Dr. Hughes can be recalled. Motion. Hmm. Now, what are you talking about? Then, Judge, with that said, let me lead counsel in the robing room. So, what is being discussed, the issue around the order with Jane Doe counsel, ever submitted to. Okay, so they're basically going back and forth talking about this motion to dismiss. He's saying that he haven't heard a response from the prosecution, and they'll pick it back up tomorrow. I guess he's saying. So let's just see how this thing go. And I hope the prosecution don't have Jane Doe on there all morning. I mean, we've heard enough from them talking to her. Let's get to the cross. Let's get things pushing down the road and see how it go. And people, we all gonna love each other today. And if you do have a disagreement in the chat, please refrain from cursing at each other. You know, we all adults. Say what you have to say, but let's not get too personal or things like that. I mean, because I seen some people going back and forth the other day, and we can agree to disagree, but we can do it in an adult manner. So let me see. Let me hit my refresh. 12 minutes. Well, that's pretty much it. So now let's see how this thing gonna go. I mean, you know, as far as this motion to mistrial for a mistrial, I don't think the judge will honor that because I think the judge is in a spot right now where it's such a big case. Nobody want to have it on their hands that they was paid off. You let him off. Want them to actually, in my opinion, fight it out. Try to keep it balanced. You know, throughout court, from the defense to the prosecution, but let the jurors decide. I don't think the judge want to have any bearings on deciding the case himself with a mistrial or whatnot. So that's
Good
just my
morning.
good morning, honey. You know, that so I was just basically just saying that they in the back room just talking. They was the judge said that he would the,
Today,
that the judge said that he this morning that they basically just talking without the jurors. And he was saying that the defense filed a motion. He still haven't yet to get a response from the prosecution as far as the mistrial. And he said that he'll take that up tomorrow. So, like I said,
oh,
I doubt if
yeah.
he would do it because I feel like he don't want to. And I probably feel the same way. Like it's such a big case. You got people who believe he should spend life in prison forever. Some people who don't. Then you get some people like me feel like he should pay for the crimes that he committed. They just not charging him with the right crimes. They're
Yeah.
overcharging. That's just my opinion. Like I said,
No,
you know, and I don't went through a lot of stuff, and people will break down the rules. This is this, Perry. This is that. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. You wouldn't have to go through all the explaining of what kidnapping is and all this if they would just probably charged them properly, or even came up with better evidence. I mean, because really, at the end of the day, it's testimony, which is evidence. People say, but when your evidence start to counteract with each other, like Cassie's statement, Jane's statement, they saying two different things. So at that point, you can look at it's evidence, but which one do you believe? And if you solely going off evidence and you find out maybe or you feel like somebody could be lying, then what's the outcome? Sometimes straight up evidence, his face on the camera, him walking up to the car, him dropping the explosion in the car, or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Anything like that. But everybody gonna have their opinions. I just feel like we all know Diddy have done a lot of stuff. But and we also know he was never charged with a lot of the things, or if he was, some kind of way he got out of it. I just feel like in this whole case, they're trying to overcharge to pick up from their failures in the past. I feel like some of these witnesses are on there saying a different story now, but I truly think that they was coerced, taught, or made to say certain things, or groomed. Because this the words we get on the other side, groomed to say certain things. I mean, for this witness to meet with them over 27 times, that's a bit excessive. That's a bit like somebody's trying to get you to say what they want you to say. Grooming. So, you know, that's my opinion on that, and we can debate it out all day, but let's get to the cross. Let's see what happened with this motion probably tomorrow, I guess, you know. But I just feel like that's a bad look for the prosecution for me. I just feel like it's a bad look when you got two witnesses saying certain things. He did this to me on this day over the balcony. And then come to find out the person wasn't in town on said incident. Mm, I don't know. And then it's a such thing as reasonable doubt. So when this stuff get passed to the jury, they're gonna have to look at it that way. Well, they ain't got to. They can look at it how they want to. Some people can already have their mind made up on guilty or not guilty. Let's keep it real. And most people, sort of believe what they want to believe, or they hear what they want to hear. So that's a factor too. So anything can happen in a court case, but right now I just feel like he's been overcharged. No, he's guilty. See, that's the part that get the sentiment from everybody. Everybody know he done did some bad things, and some bad things that never got investigated. So I'm with you there. But we talking about this particular case. Racketeering is a heavy charge for the things for his freakness. And half the time he did it with people who was willing to go along. Do I think, he got a temper and be forceful at times? Yes. But I also think people basically volunteer, even they can say they out of fear or whatnot, that they still went along with his program. So, that's how I feel about it. Hold on, Sharrell. Let me I got to set my polling thing back up. But we're gonna see how it go. Day 19. Day 19, and we're gonna see how all this pan out today. Because the cross got to happen. I mean, they can't keep this poor girl up there all
I
day
mean, a
again.
lot of stuff is happening. I feel like since they caught her, there's this discrepancy that's
Mhm.
going on here. They're never going to get a mistrial, like you said,
Right.
because, but I think a lot of people are seeing it a little bit different. Um, but certain people, you have to go. Okay, so certain bloggers are not going to um, interview or talk about this case uh, without bias because Diddy is suing um, TMZ. He's suing TMZ. He's suing people that he feels like lied on him.
Hmm.
So for CNN, I mean for TMZ, they've got to push the narrative. They're in big trouble. He's saying that there is absolutely no evidence, well, to certain things, and so it's just getting really complicated. Really complicated. Damn near, like, I don't know, but I saw this weekend some of your boys changing their story, backing up,
Hmm.
not even changing their story. Well, I saw on his channel he was bringing on other attorneys, and other attorneys said no attorney is going to badmouth another attorney. But the word
Hmm.
is that they don't have enough to press charges on Diddy. We'll see what happened. I know a lot of blogs are saying guilty, 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 but then you have to look at who it's coming from. Uh, some people, if Diddy's found not guilty, they're in a lot of trouble for lying, which is awful because I wanted to reserve my opinion. But now they're coming out saying this one's lying, this one's lying, calling people the new Jaguar, right? And if that person is lying, wouldn't you just be let down?
Yeah. Well, I won't get into that in a minute. But Judge Wood got a good point. He says, the mistrial is also based off Cassie's misinformation, and all their friends got together after she got paid, trying to do the same. See, that's what I'm under the belief on too. I believe that same thing, just from the testimony and things like that. Not saying that Diddy didn't do bad things to these people, act a fool when he was around her, but they didn't say anything or come forward, didn't seek criminal charges on him on all his bad behavior before. But now Cassie get money. Hey, ding dong, I want it too. Well, if you want money and want to take somebody to court, would you just make up a lawsuit, or would you go off, base your story off a winning lawsuit or something that forced somebody to the table? Because I know they settled, so they didn't go to court. It wasn't a win that way. It was a win because they settled. Me personally, I would follow the flow of the one that made him settle. And these stories do sound similar. And people will say, well, because he did the same thing to everybody. Perhaps. And perhaps he didn't, because if you notice, even on the
Yeah,
internet.
let me break this down for you. Let me break this down for you, Perry, because I think you're explaining it wrong. So a lot of
Hmm,
people are upset with Perry saying that you're Team Diddy and stuff like that. He's not. What he's saying is the charges, and he's also saying is yes, the story makes complete sense if you believe the witnesses. So that's what people are mixing up with you, Perry. They're acting like you don't see uh you know extortion or something like that if it went down the way they said that it went down, but they're
right.
saying that they're lying on paper. If I say um I'm I don't know, on paper, if I say uh this man stole my car, and then he comes on the stand and says no I didn't, and because this and everybody believes it, but you have to start with, do you believe he took the car? So what Perry's trying to say, and what is really upsetting a lot of people, is that I don't believe the witnesses, and now that they have evidence that they're lying and meeting up together and stuff like this, it could feel like they got together. Because I was just listening to one of the bodyguards. Now he's saying that Cassie used to hit him, and he might come on the stand. Used to hit Diddy, and it's just it's a long time. I'm still trying to be neutral, figure out what's going on. But that's what Perry's trying to say, and people are mistaking him for saying, they're saying you don't hold anyone accountable. You let men hit women. No, that's not what he's saying. I wouldn't marry anybody who put their hands on me. All he's saying is, if you believe the witnesses, that makes sense. But these people have got together, got the same story, and so that's all he's saying. I hope y'all understand that, because he's really getting it, because he's not just going along with the other blogs saying what you got to say to get an interview and stuff like that. Perry's just speaking his mind and being honest. People don't like that because it seems foreign.
Right.
So what, I hope I explained that right.
No, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm trying to say. Like, people act like I would give a damn if Diddy did time or not. I really wouldn't. I really don't care, right? But the whole thing is, we in court. Say if we changed the name and it wasn't Diddy, it was just another person, John Smith. Then you don't have no personal attachment nowhere. You don't have the hate. You don't have the love for that same person. So you would look at the charges. But I think people know, and this is the hang up. They know Diddy did a lot of bad things. I do too. But I don't feel like these are proper charges for them. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, that's
I wanted to,
how I feel, huh?
I wanted to read this. Legal note. It says Sharrell, the YouTuber bloggers who read the transcript show a vast difference from the ones who don't. Uh, Diddy didn't want America to know about the settlement he offered. McGlowan, let me say this. Media is different now. It's totally different. You don't get your um, news from the TV anymore with the three stations. That's how old I am. It used to be three stations, and then they brought CNN, and then they brought on uh, all these different 24-hour news feeds. So blogging is the new way that a lot of people get their information. And a lot of people so a lot of people blog for the numbers. They want as many numbers as they can get. And they'll lie. They will lie. They will twist. They will spin. I'm hoping you guys are aware of this. Like, I'm not telling you don't like your favorite blogger. I'm saying be very careful what they say. I've seen this happen. And then all of a sudden, with this new trial, we have a wave of people that came in and claiming that they knew Diddy, claiming that they know the story, and they start making hundreds of thousands of dollars from doing interviews. Those people have hooked up with bloggers that just want to get the numbers. I wish I could say names, but I don't want to be disrespectful because I don't give a damn about anybody but my channel. So also too, it crosses color lines. There are a lot of people that have entered the blogging atmosphere that are covering the Diddy case, but they don't understand the Black culture. And I hope that makes sense to you. So they're getting in and they're saying all this stuff and they're twisting things around and they're making good money and people are believing them. But all you can do is go with your gut, who you believe. And if it turns out that those people are lying, I want you guys to hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. Lying is unnecessary. Behind the scenes at the courthouse, the bloggers,
Yeah.
it's a mess.
Crazy.
It's a mess. I'm
Yeah.
trying to stay out of it. I'm trying not to talk about anybody, but all those bloggers are not telling the truth. And it's
All right.
just sad that it's gotten to that because when I came through, this was unheard of. Who would get $10,000 for an interview? That was unheard of. But
Yeah.
when I tell you they are getting paid, they're getting paid. One person, $10,000 per interview. I'm going to say anything for $10,000. I'm going to make it good because I want you to call me back.
Right.
And these people that you see over and over and over again claim they were there, claimed I knew this and that. I'm not listening to anybody that's not testifying. Period. If you knew so much, why didn't you do anything about it earlier? And two, how come you're not on the stand?
Facts. And so that's
So
the
we
whole
got to be
thing.
careful.
I mean, because like,
And I just don't want to get in it because I used to be the kind who would come out and say, oh, so-and-so is lying. The public's going to believe who they want to believe. So why put a spotlight on myself like that? Some people can know you're lying and still don't care. They love the action of it all.
mhm.
So I'm just living my life according to my morals and worried about what's happening over here. But it's so many people you can call out. It's so sad because this is somebody's life and there are victims. Now, the guy this morning, I don't even remember his name, talking about he's seen Cassie put hands on Diddy. I'm not believing any of that until you're on the stand.
Mhm.
So a whole bunch of people claim they were there, and a whole bunch of people, or not a whole bunch, a couple people being banned from the courtroom. Why are you banned? It's just a mess. I was gonna go. I said, ain't no damn way I'm going down there. And all that shit is going down between the bloggers and people that say they knew the story, between the bloggers and the media. The media is trying to get the bloggers kicked out. It's a mess. It
Yeah.
is. I don't need money that bad. And you have to think about the long-term effects on who you are as a person. If you lie, you might get away with it now, but lying always come to light. It always does. I never do it. I take a step back, and I'm not nobody's babysitter. You do what you want to do. And really, I mean, it's just a lot. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
I know a blogger, I was like, let's just stay out of it. And they were like, no, here we go. Okay, 1 minute ago. Here we go. Jury being brought in. Judge, all rise. Jane, you are still under oath. Comey, good morning. Good morning, Jane. Miss Comey said, um, attorney, publish this photo to the jury, but not the screen in the public gallery. Who is this? She says, Sean Security. It's a lot going on, isn't it, Perry?
And
And
I hope
and
they,
and those media treating us like we're like trash. What's
well,
wrong with the media?
well, okay, this is what I think too with what's going on with the mainstream media. Whether they know something or not, they cannot say it like we can on YouTube. They got to use certain terms. Then now you got to remember all these networks they work for at the end of the day work for higher power that don't want to get sued or anything else. So they got tight restrictions. See what happened to MSNBC, where people got laid off because of their views. And I think part
Well,
of them
yeah,
look that this is what I went to school for. This is what I want to do. But how are these people coming to do the same thing we doing with no degree? Because
right.
stuff like that. So I think that battle is going on, and they feel like that the bloggers are messing up their bags. Which,
Oh.
hey, if you come on there and spoke your mind like the bloggers do, then you wouldn't have this problem.
I
But
mean, they tried. Pierce Morgan tried, but they get it's.
yeah, now Pierce Morgan tried, but then now didn't Pierce Morgan get he got dismissed, didn't he? And had to go and start his own thing.
Oh, you mean when he worked for? I mean,
Right.
it's he's still considered mainstream media. I mean, and it's weird too because when I talk about it's a cultural thing that's coming into, like Nancy Grace. I don't think she ever listened to rap music. I think she's trying. I applaud her for what she's trying to do, but it's like me talking about a country western song, a star. I don't know anything about country western.
Right.
So the things that you find degrading, she just doesn't understand it. And you are pissing people off, Nancy. You've got to be careful. It's like, I like her. She's like, there is a screw loose. I cannot deny with Nancy. She's like on the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And when she believes it's true, then that's what it is. And she's not going to listen to a different story,
Right.
period. I like her, but she needs to calm down. And you're in the wrong genre. All that Biggie stuff, that's old to people in the hip hop community. We've been knowing about this for years. That's not new information. And you've got some of it mixed up. Even though I love you, Nancy Grace, that's not new. Everybody been knowing about Diddy and Biggie and Tupac. We already know about it. And you're relaying some of it wrong. You're calling people by the wrong names. I mean, what do you do, Perry, if you're a journalist and you want to cover the story? But this goes way back. The Diddy and Tupac thing, like years, and you are mixing things up. I applaud her. I think she's wonderful and great, and I respect her zest for the victim.
Mm-hmm.
But for this kind of story,
Yeah. No, I just
you're
think if you
getting
want to
people's
cover it,
names mixed up.
either it's a lot of things bloggers don't cover because they don't know all the background. So either you can come in and just take what's on the surface right now, just talk about that. Don't try to act like you know what happened 10 years ago if you truly don't know what happened 10
That
years
was
ago.
30 years ago.
Well, no, I'm just saying just a time
Yeah,
frame.
I get it.
So you sort of do that. But then also we get, Perry, you don't understand that because we basically getting a partial of a transcript. People just, um, tweeting things out that happen. I get it. Like tell me, well, Perry, these people hearing the full thing, that's why their opinion that way. Possibly, right? But it's also another thing. A lot of people might hear it that way, hear the whole testimony, but refuse to change their mind because that's the platform they built for themselves. If most people ain't gonna want to say I was wrong for the last year, right? So they gonna stick to this and act like, because someday they be like, so and so is winning, this is happening. I'm like, did you just hear the transcript? Then people tell me, oh, Perry, you didn't hear it all. Whatever. It's based on opinions, but I think a lot of people who dug deep, who made a lot of money off of it, because you had all these women. Okay.
I got an update. Attorney says, Comey, and this, she says, Sean's deputy butler, attorney, who did you call ATL? She says, the entertainer, Sly, because he lived in Atlanta. Attorney, your message to Sean, was it about question mark? She said, my trip to New York in 2023. He wrote, send me some shit of you being bad. Okay. Also, too, really quickly before Perry keeps talking, um, um, 50 Cent Baby Mama had a horrible weekend. It was insane. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, and I'm just saying. So a lot of people are saying, "Hey, you don't understand." These people are hearing the full transcripts. Yes, that's great. That's the advantage of being actually at the courthouse. But some people still won't change their opinion because it goes against what they've been talking about for the last year. And so, because some people make their mind, and it could be truly their opinion and how they receive things. Because I might hear the same thing and say, well, "No, I don't believe that." Somebody else might believe it. But I'm under the belief a lot of people going to try to stick to their story so it don't discredit anything they said for the last year. Well, people, Perry, all these women coming out and said Diddy did, like Sharrell said, where are they? Are they on the stand? Where are all these people? I was on the dinner table next to the dressing. People came by and ate off my stomach. Where are you? Where are you now? I mean, all these people had a story of something happening to them, and they ain't, well, at least the prosecution don't even feel like they're credible. Because I'm sure they desperate for help, in my opinion. They would have brung these people on, I think. But no signs of them. People made a lot of money off the wildness. Oh, it was a swimming pool full of baby oil. Now we seen baby oil. We ain't seen that damn much. Go ahead.
Okay. I got an update. Jane says, then okay, so attorney says, and this, she says, John Deputy Butler. Jane says, the entertainer, they call him Sly because he lived in Atlanta. Jane says, my trip to New York in 2023, he wrote, send me some shit of you being bad. Jane. Then Sean says, I got the phones, just sent me what I don't have. Just send me what I don't have. Don't say no to me, please. Attorney, what did you write? She said, I wrote, you are traveling with our phone. Attorney, did you mean not Sean's two main phones? She said, yes. His assistant had access to those. There's so much going on.
Yeah.
Listen, I wanted to read this comment, and that's why it's important for more people from our culture now to have access to this arena. Now, don't underestimate the ability of the listeners to be able to wade through the muck for the truth. I mean, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping I'm not offending Nancy Grace by saying you don't understand the culture and you got the stories mixed up and you got the names mixed up. Because some of this stuff, like if you've been a part of the rap culture, and I'm not a part of it like that, but I guess I am. I'm an older version of it. But these people come like when I call somebody a thug, it takes on a different meaning than when someone outside the culture calls them a thug, because some of these people you just shouldn't be listening to. You don't even have their names right. It's just a mess. Okay, here we go. No, that's not it. Here we go. Jane says, I wrote, you're using this to get your D hard for someone else. Attorney says, and he said, what did you say? She says, I wrote, I'm not coming to New York. You just want me there for a hotel binge, attorney. Why did you say that? She said, I saw a podcast. Listen, this girl had the worst weekend ever. She was
Okay.
called every name in the book. It's not a good look that you are with 50 Cent, you're his baby mama, and you are letting Diddy pay your mortgage. It makes no sense. She was belittled, called every name in the book, and pretty much tossed to the side by everybody. I don't think anybody came out in her
The defense.
defense. Nobody. I mean, other Instagram models was calling her a disgrace. Now you got a lot of nerve. And so here we go. Comey says, what about? She says, about Sean bragging about having X for 48 hours straight on a yacht trip to an island near Miami. Attorney, when did the podcast air? She said a month after Sean said he'd take me on that yacht trip. She's really coming across. People are calling her a gold digger, greedy. They were like, 50 Cent pays you handsomely. And I guess at one point, she got into it with 50 Cent about needing more money and stuff like that. But anyway, people are just dragging her for Phil. Perry, how do you feel about that? They are
I mean,
really, it's
seriously, I
bad.
mean, like, it's a lot of sympathizers in the chat. So I'm gonna say this. What else can we say about a person like that? Let's keep it real. If you change the name and the situation, you would say this person's loose, that this person jumped into this arena to make cash. This person jumped or doing these things to be a well-kept woman. You know, to benefit, exchanging her activities for stability. You know, I need, most people say, hey, I got mortgage to pay, I got rent to pay. They typically get a job. Some people take this way because it still works. She's, said she'd be on her in heels for 12 hours for the full shift or whatnot. I'm just saying, what else can we say about this woman? Because a lot of people, oh no, you don't understand. No, she came into the situation ready to get down for the dollar to cover her bills. So let's not act like she was forced to do that. Now, once they was together, she could feel like she was forced, but you notice everything that she says is it's never written that somebody forced her or evidence that somebody held her at GUM point. It's things, well, I just felt like I was forced. It's all in your head. And sometimes when you go to court, a little bit more evidence would be helpful, but then how you felt and what you thought. Because how can somebody else do time for what your bad thinking was, or your paranoia, or whatever you were hallucinating off the pharmaceuticals? I'm just saying.
I got an update. Wow. That's not what I meant, but let's get back to that in a minute. Comey says, what had Sean said he'd do with you on this yacht trip? Objection overruled. Jane, that after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go and do more on the yacht. But he never left, had to recuperate. I saw on social media that he took a girlfriend there. Okay, so this Miami thing, that was a mess this weekend too. Miss Miami is holding on to her to her story. She's saying did he never put hands on her? They were in love. That these women are lying. Um, she's just still saying that, and she called them liars.
Yeah.
What is going on? Do you think he never hit her?
Well, you know what? I mean, I don't think I could say, I mean, haven't
I'm gonna
nobody
pull up.
showed me no picture of it or seen anything like that. I can only take it for her word. But I think either got angry or something like that. I can't say. If she said it didn't happen, I guess I just go with that.
I'm
And
gonna
I
do a
don't think
poll.
all the other ladies are definitely lying about everything. But the biggest thing they lying about is their motives to keep taking it from Diddy. That's the part that nobody want to talk about. And it's not no 19-year-old or young woman in love stuff. In love with money, in love with being around somebody's famous, in love being seen. That's how I look at it.
I mean, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on off off of court. So, we're hearing all this information, but the jury doesn't hear it. They're not going to hear anything about 50 Cent and clowning this weekend and how he's acting. He's threatening to take the baby from her. What is wrong with 50 Cent? He needs to go somewhere
Yeah,
and leave people alone.
they got their own thing going on, but no, the jury might not know that. But then again, the jury still go home every night. I'm sure they still pull up social media and look at it, whether they'll tell you that they did or not. Come on, that's what we normally do. But they did hear, she said how she met him. He was with his girlfriend. Then later on that day or the next day, she was in his pool, then in his theater room, and that she don't care if he have multiple women. They did hear that. Everybody sort of know this type. No offense, it happened way more on the women's side like that, and men get it too. It's just not as many. Because everybody in this chat know what that girl was doing. She was 304.
Stop. Please
No,
stop. Stop.
Yeah.
It's a lot going on. I don't think they're going to get the mistrial that they're looking
I'm
for. No,
refreshing.
just it's not
We got an
happening.
update. She said we got an update, but I'm checking. I haven't got mine yet. Oh,
I haven't
maybe
got an update either
was it 3 minutes ago?
here.
Oh, maybe it could have been the one 3 minutes ago, Sharrell. Or did you
Okay.
read that?
I don't have one for 3 minutes ago. Maybe
Yeah.
4 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah.
What has Sean said he'd do with you on the yacht trip? Objection overruled. Jane, that after a 2-day, I already read this, after a 2-day hotel night, we'd go and do more on the yacht, but he never left. Had to recuperate. I saw on social media he took his girlfriend there. That had to be Carisha. Also, too, oh my God, you guys, I should have wrote it down. I heard about another girlfriend. I should have wrote it down. There's another woman involved. Oh, geez. When you get on the phone, you're talking to people, and it just turns into a long conversation. And now I forgot the girl's damn name. I'm gonna have to call them back. It's a lot going on. We know a lot of people there now, and it's just crazy. That shit. Too bad she is not on trial for 304ing. Diddy knew what he was doing, and he is on trial. I mean,
Well,
to
I
tell
mean,
you
yeah.
the truth, I got an update.
Okay.
Comey says, "What did you write on your notes?" She says, "I wrote, I don't want to come back to New York to be treated like a hoe." Attorney, what did you write this in your notes? I don't know what. She said, "I wasn't sure. I was going to send it." Attorney, but did you send a version of it? She said, "Yes." Now, let me tell you something. There's this girl, I cannot stand her, who is reading the transcripts, leaving shit out. Pure joy. Jane Doe is not a victim. She had a choice to leave, but she compromised her integrity for $10K per month. I can't imagine how she's helping the prosecution.
Right.
Well, it just was so much over the weekend. And the strongest of the strongest Nobody wants to be called a hoe. She had her
Right.
dirty laundry aired, and now she can't take it back. And she's going to be stuck with that for a long time. And I really do think 50 Cent is pissed. And I think he's going to do something about it. I think he's going to try to take that kid because it's
Right.
so public. Even though he don't have damn time to raise a kid. He's coming out with another show too that's even in that power arena. How is
Hmm.
he going to take care of a damn kid?
Well, I mean, the question would be how she taking care of him.
Yeah, people were saying you gave him a babysitter so you can go freaking off. Child, it
Right.
was a mess.
So, but I'll say this though. I want to respond to the one you put a minute ago. Because people say this, and I think they say it because maybe they take what I say the wrong way or how I say it. When they go, oh, but 304 is not on trial, but her testimony is. I know who's on trial. Diddy, I've averse the government. I know who's on trial. And I'm saying this, these people that's testifying is part of the trial. They're there to make you believe or not believe. So they are part of the discussion. So when you telling me get somebody testimony, I'm testifying and want me to look at Diddy a certain way, I got to look at them too. I got to examine what they bringing to the table. That's what
Quick
I
up,
mean. Okay.
quick update. Comey says, what did Sean reply? He said, it was just a podcast talk. I said you took her to the Bahamas on a yacht, not me, like you'd promised after that hotel night, right? Uh, Attorney says, can you read your text? She says, I quoted him on the podcast. You made Papa proud. I can guarantee you that's Carisha. These women are in a battle for a man, even though he's horrible. But money, you can buy a lot of things. I was just talking to my father about that this weekend. If y'all were on Perry's channel, money buys a lot. If this man worked at McDonald's, nobody will be putting up with this mess. But
Not
he's
at
rich, and they are signing up to be his main chick. Almost like Holly Madison with Hugh Hefner. Remember how catty she was behind the girl's back? Because she wanted to be the main chick.
all. Right.
And everybody was shook when Carisha came to town. Oh, I took a poll. I did a poll. Let me see the results. My question is, do you think did he put hands on young Miami? It's split. You guys, 57% said no, 43 said yes.
Mm,
Harry,
yeah.
do you think he put hands on
So,
Carisha?
I'm gonna say this, right? If I was to believe all the other women, I would say yes. But if that person is not willing to claim that, I don't know. It's hard. It's no other proof came out showing evidence that he did. If she says no, we'll just go with that.
It's a mess.
Yep. I mean, we'll just go with that.
So much is happening. So why is it so um divisive? Why is this lawsuit so divisive? You've got bloggers against media, you got bloggers against bloggers, you got con artists after con artists because they're like, no, I didn't lie, you lied, no, I didn't lie, you lied, you lied, you lied. Nobody's supposed to be lying, period. What is wrong with this trial? You've got people willing to pay bloggers $10,000 for one interview. Let me finish. It says, Comey says, you wrote, I don't want to feel obligated that you'll stop paying my rent. But what did you mean? She says, the guilty, trippy things that he would say that I had to perform. Something was in my provision. Attorney, how long had you felt that? She says, since I got the home in April 2023. Why would you even let him pay your rent? It just doesn't make any sense.
Well,
And you know that he is calling you for hotel nights, and now you want to switch up like you for real the main chick? Girl, I don't understand it.
why would he let her? Why would she? Look? A lot of people want somebody to pay their rent, but just like in the real world, typically nobody does it for nothing. Just like a sugar daddy and a sugar mama, whatever it is, sugar baby, whatever she's doing, she know what she's exchanging it for. You know, I'll be your freak, just pay my rent. Diddy didn't say be paranoid. I'm just, being objective here. Diddy, she don't have nowhere in writing. Diddy say, hey, if you stop showing up at these freak offs, I'm gonna cut your rent off. At least she haven't got around to that yet. She's always, I thought. You thought you was doing the right thing by putting your body out there for cash. You thought.
I
You
mean,
thought that your baby daddy would have did certain things. You thought. Your bad thinking is on you, miss. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like she's pretty poised today, but we haven't started the cross. It's really weird because Diddy's paying her rent, right? And that house is absolutely stunning, by the way. I seen a picture of the house. He's paying her rent. So she's gonna come on and give she doesn't want to testify against Diddy. She keeps saying she loves him. She's trying to smooth it over.
Mhm.
But wait until the cross. They're gonna tear her up. And I think Diddy knows it. I think he could have said and add this and that and this. You know what I mean? Because he's
Mhm.
fighting for his life. That's gonna be weird. She gonna move out and sit damn with the 10,000 by the time the I hope when the defense is over, because she's going to be humiliated. And now all of these rappers are like coming together to talk shit about her. It's insane. Really bad. I was really shocked at Mace because I mean, I still like Mace, but damn.
Okay, so Sheila says this. They're not in a battle for the man. They are in the battle for the money. It's just that simple. And that's a fact. Just to be seen. Like it's like a free billboard. They already think they're cute, they think they fine, and now the world will see me not as Jane Doe, but as Diddy's woman. The publicity that they get from it. Because to be honest with you, I wouldn't have known about neither one of these women if they wasn't with Diddy. I'm just gonna keep it real. Having neither one of them,
But
well,
here's
well,
my problem with that, Perry, is men do it all the time, right? You call him a hoe, oh, he out there, that boy a wild, and they okay. They are really trying to damage her career.
well,
I mean, if she had one.
yeah,
You
no,
know what I
I'm with
mean? They're
you.
trying
No,
to
no, yeah, it's always been that double standard. But when you say it about a man, it don't have that same effect when you say it about a woman. I get it. Oh, that man, he can't keep his thing in his pants. He's a deadbeat daddy. He's this. And yeah, it's a difference. Well, people look at it, a guy can do that and it don't really harm his reputation that much. They'd be like, okay, well, he got it that way, whatever. Women shouldn't just get with him. But a female, it's definitely true. When you put yourself out like that, people gonna look at you way worse. You just a dirty thought to a lot of people. I'm just telling you. And I can't change it. Yeah, you're right. It's like the double standard. But I mean, she's sitting on the stand telling you the things she did. It make her seem like a gold digger.
I know, and that's the part, I don't like people really ridiculing her like that, but she did put herself in the situation. I feel bad, but you put yourself in that situation. I don't know what you thought was going to happen, messing with two enemies, taking money from both of them. Girl, you are going to be extinct. Like people are just they're never going to forget it. You're like the Kato Caitlin. No one's ever going to forget it. And they're going to look at you sideways. And if 50 does go through, he might just be talking right now, but
Mhm.
I can never tell what 50 said because sometimes it's a joke, sometimes he's not joking. But he said he was going to go for custody. Is he just talking, Perry?
He could be because he talked about it once before. I mean, only he knows if he got time to do it. if he want to push things to that level,
Mhm.
you know. But yeah, I mean, people are gonna look at her in a certain way, and I don't think it'll leave for a while. And she put herself out there as a product to be brought.
So this weekend, well, let me read this really quick. A hoe by any other name is still a hoe. You must own her. She must own her behavior.
Right. I
But
mean,
not hoe, not hoe.
for real, it's gonna be a lot of people that don't take it that serious, especially after 1, 2, and 3, you know, partying and stuff like that. But people gonna look at her as this. That's the person to call when you get your income tax return. You see what I'm saying?
Listen, anyway, they were saying that Mia, this is just gossip behind the scenes between bloggers. Don't know if
You
it's
get an
true
update,
or
man.
not. How?
You get an update.
Oh, don't let me forget to tell that story. Okay,
All right.
here we go. Attorney says, play this exhibit. It says Combs' voice. This is a true open relationship. Why do you have to make it a problem? Now I'm sick. Attorney, how did you reply to this voice message? She said, I called him back. Then we had a FaceTime. He said all the things to calm me down. Yeah, no one's buying it. You're innocent anymore. I was gonna say something.
Was it Mia? You said? I don't know. You
Oh,
probably
so people are talking behind the scenes. They said that Mia and the hairdresser and Cassie got together and put their story together. They're saying that Mia is lying, saying that she is drug free. They said the girl is a stone cold addict and she was high on the stands. That's harsh. Do you think any of that is true?
well, why not? I mean, addicts relapse. I mean,
No.
oh,
Well, what about getting together with the hairdresser?
oh, well, yeah, no. I mean, I believe they have. And even if you take Jane, she said, yeah, she spoke to Cassie. And then all of them has spoken to the prosecution. Let's keep it real. Because since this trial, I'm learning a new thing called grooming. The prosecution groomed these people to put on the case that they're putting on. They all got the same thing. Oh, well, all of them saying the same thing. Well, no shit. Cassie got 20 million. They followed that blueprint, and then the things they was missing, they got back with Cassie. Okay, well, what else? What else should I put in here?
But you can't deny, Perry, that Cassie really was a victim. I mean, of
Of
course, this
DV.
new guy, who is that new guy this morning talking about he's seen Cassie hitting Diddy? Shut up. If you don't say it on the stand, don't nobody want to hear it.
Well, if Diddy didn't press charges, that was on him. If she did hit him, so. But I would say this now: Cassie is a victim of DV, no question. It's the motive, the other half, that a lot of people don't want to separate. Why she kept going back, and it wasn't because of the love of Diddy. We can argue love or not. It was foolish love. If she kept going back to that, she wanted to be the top chick. That's it.
Sheila says, ho, ho, nothing more, nothing less. Y'all are messy. Judge said, told you so. The whole thing is crazy. Hey, LeVar, how you doing?
What's up, bro? Good morning.
I'm really curious so I heard your friend this weekend when he had some attorneys on there,
Hmm.
and I don't think I heard any other attorney on the internet say the things that they said. You should get Dennis on the show. You should bring Dennis. Ask Dennis if he'll come on and
Yeah,
explain what they
yeah,
were talking about.
yeah. I mean, because that was a good
Because
show. It was a real show. It was like, wasn't nobody doing things for clicks and views. It was just straight opinions, all right, and just based off the case. Because when you got a law professor on there breaking it down, it was good.
how did you know? He said she's Sharrell. The third woman on Diddy's roster is Jade Rami. She's a personal trainer. That's who we were talking about. So this weekend they were saying it's another woman involved, and oh my God, I don't understand Diddy.
You get an
Listen,
update.
that man is 50 something years old, 55. He's 55. Hold on. Attorney, what did you send Sean from the plane to New York? She says, a photo of my outfit. Attorney, why were you planning to wear it? She says, to dinner. Attorney, what did Sean send you? She said, we're going to dinner. Attorney, did you? And she says, a late night lingerie thong. They put thing, they meant thong. So what they're trying to show right here is, I think the prosecution's trying to get ahead of the story. I think what they're trying to say is, you claimed you were a victim. You claimed you didn't want to do all this stuff, but you text him here on this date. You did this anyway, and that's what they're going to say against her. Now, everybody's talking about 50 Cent supposed to come. I don't believe it. Not, I just don't believe it. Do you think 50 Cent is coming?
If he ain't there now, I mean, because she probably off the stand by the end of the day.
Yeah. Why would
So,
50 Cent be
and
there?
I don't think 50 need to come. Well, I mean, he can come if he wants to, but what I'm saying, for his purposes, the transcripts are there. He just get the transcripts and know what went down.
Attorney says, attorney. I'm thinking about Dennis. Elizabeth says, you would think they would drug test them before going on the stand, since they are all have drug issues. That's an understatement. So
And if they did that, they'd have a no-show.
we got an update.
Okay.
Attorney, I'll read this for you. You wrote, I miss hard DICK. Jane. And I wrote, yes, I have my passport with me. Attorney, then what did you write? She says, I wrote, you turned me on, so crazy, can't wait. Oh. Attorney, after the flight took off, she says, I got a message from Sean. See, when you say stuff like that, it's very, I'm ready for her to get off the stand. I don't even want to hear the cross-examination, because I know they're going to tear her up. She seems to be poised right now, but it's only a matter of time before she falls apart again, because she's not that strong.
I need to hear the cross, because it needs to be made plain and clear to a lot of people that's going to want to hold on. See how he treated her? Oh, that's a shame what he did to her. When the cross going to just put it out there that you did all these things for money. So we need to make it perfectly clear for the record. So we need to hear the cross. We need to get them off the prosecution. They stalling for time, trying to find that missing witness, probably.
Oh, Gina. They're saying it's Gina.
It is, yeah, that missing witness done ran away.
Well, I don't know. This is a mess. I don't think that they will give them a mistrial, because too many people are involved. People coming from Scotland and in Australia and everywhere. I think it's such a big case. I think that they might have enough for a mistrial, because it's obvious there are different stories all over the place. But I don't think they're going to give it to him. What do you think?
I don't want them to give him a mistrial. See, I mean, because then we pushing the narrative down the road. See, he paid the judge off. This happened. Let's hear this whole thing out since we're here, and let the juries decide. I don't want no mistrial, because then people are going to keep running the narrative. It'd be another whole year of how he paid off the judge, how he did this. Then these victims, see, I told you. That's why I didn't testify. I ain't got time for that. Let's not have a mistrial. Let's go through and finish this case.
I have an update. Attorney says, what did Sean ask you? She said, where Sly was. Then he asked, entertainment or movie night? Let me know. I'll get a hotel. She said, attorney says, how did you react? She said, I felt upset and a little defeated. Attorney, what did you send next? She said, baby, just got Wi-Fi again. Listen, she keeps contradicting herself. It's time for her to get off the stand. We know we're going to dismiss her testimony. It's too contradictory. Dorothy said, please stop putting words in Perry's mouth. He knows what he's trying to say. I agree with him 100%. What are you trying to say, Perry?
Oh, no, I'm just trying to say that she was on a payroll. I mean, she basically volunteered her body for the cash.
Yeah, and there's no
And
getting
it's,
around that.
it
And she
happens.
keeps
I mean,
contradicting herself right now, huh?
and when you think about it, typically, when a person start a OnlyFans and they start showing themselves nude, that's basically what they're doing, putting themselves out to bring in money. So that's from her own words, not mine. And her actions is like a streetwalker. I don't care if you have multiple women, as long as I'm one of them that's on the payroll. It's like having a part-time job. You know what I'm saying? You don't so much care about the full-time job. But then once they go in part-time, then they start wanting to be the full-time. Go ahead.
Attorney. What did Sean write? He said, check red phone. The other message he'd sent me. He said, I have to surprise you, just one. She said, what did you take it to mean? Jane says, that there would be somebody new. She starts crying. I told you it was only a matter of time before she starts crying. She starts crying. The attorney says, who? She says, an entertainer. I hated it. But you're saying that you hate it on the stand. But they've got text messages to show that you're not hating it. This attorney, this witness is done. I don't want to hear from her anymore. Friday was enough. Friday was grueling. It was horrible. She just needs to get down now. And I don't even think they should cross examine. Well, they're going to, but I don't even know if I can listen to the damn cross examination because they're just going to tear her alive. And I don't know. I wouldn't have came back.
Rondika said, this is pimping. Well, yeah, I guess it is pimping, right? In
Mhm.
order to have pimping, then you got to have some hoeing too. I mean, just because we're going to use those words, just simply put, I don't remember Diddy calling her and have her fill out the application. I seen her take her girlfriend's man. I seen that part, but we'll move on. See, because when we go back to when I said, yeah, Diddy did a lot of things. And is pimping a Rico, by the way? No, I'm just wondering, is that racketeering? Because the last pimp I seen, he tell his women, I about to have my money.
I have
Now,
an update. She says, this is the attorney. What did Sean send you? She said, a picture of the man. I rolled my eyes. I wrote back, it's not loading. We are landing now. Attorney, what did you send Sean? She said, I suggested that we go to Casa Capriani, but I was driven to the 47's hotel. I put my outfit on. See, oh,
I mean, she's doing a
Harry,
lot of
take over
cussing.
because this girl's pissing me off. We've heard enough. I don't really want to hear any more from her. It it is what it is. Your story's contradicting. You're falling apart on the stand. I'm sure the prosecution would have never put you on the stand if one, they knew that you were going to act the way that you acted and say the things that you said. I still love him. I'm so much in love with him. Oh, my partner. He's not your partner. He just said in a text message that you guys have an open relationship. So stop acting surprised. This is too much.
Okay, so Linda Richards says pimping is Rico. Look it up. Well, no, I just asked. I have no time to look it up. I just asked. You gave me a quick response. But is pimping when you receive money, like a commercial deal? Is is that pimping if you got a woman that's willing to get effed and you don't receive money from it? Is that still pimping? I mean, can I get a bill of sale? Just saying.
We still have over a month to go. We're just judging things, people as they take the stand. As
Right.
a whole, I don't know which way it's going to go. It could go both ways. So I'm not going to tie myself into he's guilty or not guilty. I don't know.
So
But
somebody
I
said,
will say this testimony right here, I don't want to hear it no more.
So somebody said she's pimping herself. Then somebody says, this is not pimping, this is tricking. At its finest. Is tricking Rico?
Yeah. No, not well,
Tricking.
pimping. Yeah. All right. Let
Tricking.
me. Mhm.
No, go ahead.
The attorney says, "What happened that night?" She said, "He was late. We went to the lounge. We bickered a bit. He was defensive, but we went to the room and Sly came." Attorney, what did you text Sly? She said, "I asked if he could come to New York. I felt I needed to make it up to Sean."
Now
No.
she inviting people.
So,
Mm-mm-mm.
so, so, somebody in the chat said that some people are reading the whole transcript and it comes off much different. Let me tell you something. That's probably that girl I can't stand, the one that keeps lying all over the place,
Mm-hmm.
inserting herself into African American culture. You don't know what you're talking about. She demonizes. She doesn't know any. It bothers me when you don't know anything about African American culture, but you pretend like you do. Just say, "Well, I'm not familiar with this," or "I don't know how this works. I'm not black." It's probably that girl, and she lies and makes all this shit up, twists things around. That's what I'm saying. These bloggers that are just doing the stuff for the money, shame on you. Then she's gonna be sitting there looking stupid when it comes out, because I believe when you lie, it always comes out. That's what I believe. And also, too, Nancy Grace. What do you think about Nancy Grace? Getting people's names mixed up, talk
You
about the
know,
shit we already talked about.
she trying to reclaim her fame from the 70s.
Perry, I didn't think you would say that. I wanted to know what you felt about the case. She's acting like this is all new news. This is not new,
She's
Nancy.
trying to insert us
And you
something.
got it wrong, huh?
Right. I know she's was, okay back then, went through her thing and always, and don't you know, he had the nerve and he was called, he did. You know how she go off. But wrong subject. Ain't nobody paid you no attention. So now you taking this case, jumping in with this anger. Who can be angered for 20 years? I mean, you might have to take a Xanax or something to even get prepared for your commentary.
No, Perry, stop. I believe Nancy Grace believes in what she's doing. I think that
She's trying to rekindle what she had 20 years ago.
Perry, I think that she hasn't heard the rumors that's been going around for years. You don't know the players. I think you got it mixed up, Nancy. And when you report like that, you got to be more gentle. Don't be so firm in your stance. You're saying people's names wrong. You got the story mixed up. It's not new. It's new to you. You just found it, but this has been going on for a long time. Who didn't know about Keefe D? Don't make me take a poll. Everybody knows about Keefe D. Keefe D is also a gang member.
Sharrell, somebody said Nancy Grace is reaching.
Uh,
Did that help?
I don't want to discourage Nancy because I like Nancy. I do think you have a little tick in your head, some kind of ticky ticky boom,
Mm-hmm.
and that's okay. You stand up for survivors. But for this case right here, you're getting, girl,
Well,
just
Block
back
Rocker,
down.
Block Rocker says Nancy Grace need a freak off to release that stiffness.
I don't know. I don't know. She is seeing 50, Jason Derulo, Future. She's with Future too. And Diddy. All of means and power. She was definitely tricking. Let me go down this list. 50 Cent. I love 50 Cent. Remember, I said I respect him as a businessman. You don't make 50 Cent your baby daddy. He's too irrational, okay? He all over the place. No, I don't know Jason Derulo, but Future, who in their right mind would get in line to have a baby by Future.
A gold digger.
Mm-mm.
A gold digger would.
Perry.
No, I'm just keeping it real. Like, we gonna call Diddy the monster, which I would agree. So, I mean, we can agree at all these parties. It's some dysfunctional people in this group. You got users, then you got abusers, right? So that's how it's sort of working out.
I have a CNN update. It says in another message to Sean Diddy Combs, Jane says she felt disrespected and didn't want him to use her for a hotel binge. I don't want to be used and locked in a room to perform and fulfill your fantasies, Jane text. Coming to the realization of what this really is. Combs responded to Jane, I'm tired of your false accusations. The jury saw another note from Jane's notes she wrote the same day. Here's the thing about this. Come on, girl. You know, every time he called you what he wanted, you knew what was going on. So don't play innocent now. This is why this is never going to work for the prosecution. This witness right here. Too many contradictory statements. And
Mhm.
I think someone's posted earlier that the audience could read through that. When they said that he paid your rent, I could see the jury just blocking you out. Hold on, let me finish. Attorney says, did he come to the 47 hotel? And did you and he have X in front of Sean? She said, yes. Attorney, after the New York trip, where did you next see Sean? When did you next see Sean? She said, Miami at a hotel. Attorney, did you two take these pictures not shown to the public? She says, yes.
Yeah.
Every time he calls her, he wants one thing.
Right.
Do you really think that she thinks that she can be the main when that's all he wants her for? She has to know he wants her for that.
Look, let's not fool ourselves. We know what Diddy's about, but we got to know what she's about too. Anybody that say, I got a babysitter on standby, and any woman or any man at this point, the only time if you meet up with a person is in the back seat or at a hotel, never at his mama's house, never at his house for the most part. You always in the back seat or a hotel. You know what time it is.
Yeah, I hate that people are ridiculing her for that. But as far as her testimony on the stand, you've never said he took you to, I don't know, out to dinner and we went to a movie, or we did this, or we were at the Met Gala. It was such a great night. No, girl, I don't even think he went public with her. Here we go. Jane says, we had Sly in Miami as well. Then I went back to LA. He had an argument. We had an argument. Attorney, tell us why. She said he wanted to set up a party. He wanted me to reach out to the entertainers. I noticed something online that he was with his ex-girlfriend. I was furious. She dated him 21 to 24. Wonder who the ex-girlfriend is.
I hope we can
Cassie.
wrap this up
No.
this morning because now we're going back to this whole thing. This is supposed to be a RICO trial, and it's more or less like a freak night at the Bates Motel. We always come back to the same thing over and over again. Sly came in the building. I got dressed. I grabbed the baby oil. We did this. Where is the RICO? Let's go back to that. Like, you don't win and raided 3 mansions. East Coast, West Coast, New York. And this is what we got to keep talking about from some addicts. Let's keep it real. Like, you got to put on a better case than this. Coming to you live from the crack motel. You know what I'm saying? Let's move on to some evidence, please. Give me a little bit. A little bit. I'm starting to get angry. I'm tired.
Not the crack motel, Perry. We got to update. Comey, did you ever speak with any of the other women? She says, no. I found out on Instagram. Attorney, these text messages, October 15th, 2023. Please read what you wrote. She said, I text, you got that girl next to you. Her, okay, I'm going to read it as it is. Her BS is already starting. Attorney, meaning she says drama. He got to be talking about, she's got to be talking about Carisha. Listen, we see, here's another thing. We seen Diddy all over town with Carisha. I don't think before this trial I even knew that she was with him in that kind of way. Did you?
Who?
You.
Did I know if Young Miami was with Diddy?
No, if when he was with when Diddy was with Carisha, they were all over town. Everybody knew they were a thing.
Yeah.
But I never knew about 50 Baby Mama.
Right, because he only seen her in the back seat in the hotel.
She's
And
just
she would come in at midnight.
damn the trial. What do you think of yourself as a woman to let a man treat you like that?
And people
Girl,
keep saying
you was
new
just
charges.
a good night girl.
I'm not sure in the chat. Somebody keeps saying new charges. I don't know what they're talking about.
Where you see that?
Oh, in the chat. They just keep saying new charges. They don't said it a couple times.
Maybe they saying we need new charges.
Oh, maybe. They're a little too late for now. I mean, they don't get it booked for this RICO.
This latest CNN update says Jane is continuing to testify about a series of communications she had with Sean Diddy Combs before she visited him in New York in 2023, in which she says she felt disrespected and told him she didn't want him to use her for a hotel binge. Combs sent her a voice message telling her how sick he was and that nothing she was saying made sense. She testified. He didn't acknowledge her comment about feeling obligated to perform at hotel nights. She said hotel nights she previously testified were ex encounters that included a male entertainer. They then got a FaceTime call after that, and Combs calmed her down, and she said everything she wanted to hear. She testified. He promised they'd have a proper New York trip with dinners and shopping and didn't mention a hotel night, she said. Jane went to New York on September 17th, 2023, because she didn't think there'd be a hotel night to test. She testified. Once she got on the plane, however, Combs sent her messages about arranging a hotel night. He doesn't have to tell you it's going to be a hotel night. That's the pattern. You knew it was going to be a hotel night. You know why he was paying your bills. You knew what your job was, the good time girl. So stop acting like you wasn't an escort. Girl,
no, and not to knock escorts. It's a good paying job. If you in the
it's
right
not an escort, it's a sugar daddy, sugar mama. Stop acting like he wasn't your sugar daddy.
She was a sugar baby or whatever they call it. Anyway,
something like that.
Rondika says this. She said if the prosecutor weren't trying to protect the other celebrities, they may have a case. These women are being pimped. Good. Rondika, I'm gonna ask you this question. So now are you starting to see that he was overly charged with what they're presenting in court? Go ahead.
You'll answer that right when we come back. Don't take it off. Jade says, I told Sean, introduce her to P. Comey says, who? She says, Paul, one of the entertainers. Then I wrote, I am not a porn star. These experiences are desensitizing X for me. Attorney. And here on October 16th, 2023, the same fight. Please read these. So here's the thing. If you didn't want to do it anymore, you probably shouldn't have done it. And I think you did it because you knew your rent wouldn't get paid. And that's a sticky situation because it sounds like in the beginning, you guys were on the same page, you and Diddy, that it's an open relationship. I'm not really dating you like that, but I'll, put you up and pay your rent. That's just what it sounds like. And now all of a sudden you're saying, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to do it because you need your rent paid. You could have moved and settled for the 6,000 a month that 50 was
Yeah.
giving you. That's good money in normal people's world. Here we go.
Okay.
Jane wrote, I don't want to be effed in these rooms. I felt there was more pressure on me than the others. There was an imbalance. I had to earn basic things for my romance, love and romance. He was giving it to others. He was clearly capable of it. He just
So not,
looked at you one way. Go ahead, Perry.
and not once that she's saying that he made her do these things, and that she's getting specific about, I am not this, I'm not this. How can you say you're not a pilot when you sitting there flying a plane? I am not this and that, but let me go ahead and throw my heels on and go to that motel room. Stop it. Enough is enough. And then she don't even complain about the things. She feel like the things not getting her promoted on the list. Other girls getting respect.
I
I don't
mean,
get
but think
enough.
about it,
Should
Perry.
I be getting it, huh?
Try to put yourself in a woman's shoes. You think you're going to flip this guy and you're going to be his number one. And you see on TV how he's treating Carisha. I would
Hmm.
be mad too.
Well, no, I get it, but guys go through the same thing. You try to court a girl and you date and you taking out the nice meals and doing that, being respectful, but then she's still out humping with somebody else at night.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, you must be talking about Amber Rose. No, just kidding. Just kidding. It's a joke.
No, I'm just saying. So, like, yeah, I get it. When you put it like any relationship, you can get rejected, especially when you go in with that. Like, I mean, sometimes you are what you are and what you present, and yeah, you might think it's money making, but that's as far as it may go.
I
I
mean,
mean, sometimes you don't want no gardener full time.
she said, I wrote, it's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. He wrote, so we're breaking up? She said, attorney says, is that what you were proposing? She says, no. I wrote, I need a break spiritually. She started crying again. Attorney, what did you write next? She said, I wrote, X is scared of me. SEX is sacred to me. Pardon me. She says it's sacred to her.
When?
Now she's telling Diddy that
Mhm.
SEX is sacred to her and she's tired of sleeping with escorts and strange men. Well, that's why she has to get off the stand. How could it be sacred to you? And you've been doing this for some time now, years. What is she talking about? What is she smoking? Is she just upset because she realizes
Basically saying that she was ready to retire from the business.
here, I'll be back. Keep your eye on the you are a mess.
Yeah, I'm tired of this. I got to retire. This job don't come with health insurance. I need more vacation days. Mm-mm-mm. Well, anyway, people, that's where we at today. Oh, and Radhika, like, did you ever answer my question about that? Or are you starting to come around to start to realize they don't have the evidence that for these charges that they should have charged them with something else? Because basically at this time, I know Diddy done bad things. That's all I'm saying. They overcharge him, and then they bring the crackheads on the stand. That's not helping. Now the trial ain't over yet, but so far I'm only judging it up to this point. Aphrodite says she's practicing the same spirituality as Reverend TDJ. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. So anyway, let me check this, make sure 'cause my wife gonna get on my ass if I don't get this update. Sharrell,
Yeah.
I think you got one update a minute ago.
Okay. On the main.
Yeah, the main.
Okay. It says, Jane said, I wrote, you always push me to do more and more. I said, I need some time to myself. I said, then the attorney says, may we have a sidebar? Of course, you know they're going to get the sidebar in. So you're the jury. You don't know that she dates 50 Cent. All you know is she started dating Diddy, and her statements are kind of inconsistent
Mhm.
between what she said and what she did. Do you look at her as a victim, like he really pressured her? Because you just said he appears to be a pimp. So
Mhm.
you're the jury. Maybe that's how they're looking at it.
Well, maybe not. I mean, regardless of who the baby daddy was, you didn't even get to know that to how she came on the stand, just going strictly off what she
No,
said. Hmm?
no, but if he's a pimp, that means Rico is involved.
Oh yeah, but he's no pimp. A pimp received money for his
Oh,
services,
that's
so
true.
that's out. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no pimp. If anything, she'll be a person that probably needed to charge.
What?
She was pimping herself.
Perry, I'm not playing with you today.
She was pimping herself. No, I mean that's what I mean. She was putting herself out there for cash. What would you call that? I mean, she was an independent contractor. You
I'm
know
not.
what I'm saying? I mean, she did her own thing,
Do y'all see how Perry's laughing to herself?
and maybe they can get her for tax evasion too. Because I wonder if she wrote that off on her taxes.
Tax evasion.
No,
Perry, stop.
I'm just
Perry.
saying. No, let's keep it real. She made money off her freakness.
Yeah, but you
That's okay.
know
I mean,
about Diddy.
I'm not knocking that because do what you got to do. Some people fly planes. Some people spread their legs. I get it. A job is a job. You're making your money. But maybe tax evasion because did she write off the
Perry,
10,000?
tax evasion. Stop.
Is she writing off the free trips, the trips she's taking, and um, the income she's getting? That $10,000. That's
Let's read
income.
this CNN update.
Income,
It
huh?
says in October 2023, Jane and Sean Diddy Combs were discussing Combs' request for her to arrange a party with entertainers or men paid to have ex encounters with Jane. At the same time, Jane said she saw one of Combs' ex-girlfriend posting with Combs on her social media. Jane testified she was furious that he was asking for a hotel night while he was with another woman. You got that girl next to you, so figure it out. Combs responded, you're the only thing that's going to put me in peace. I don't know. It's some typo there. Maybe you're the only thing that's putting me in peace. Jane. I introduced her to P. It's not me. It's the entertainment that you're at peace. She testified. P was a reference to the entertainer Paul. So of course he's getting mad that you don't want to do it. It's been your pattern.
Mm-hmm.
If she really wanted out, you had to go get a new place, stay away from him, go get something that $6,000 could occupy and still make your own money in different ways. And not only fans.
Well, I mean, for real, to be honest with you, OnlyFans probably would have been a good thing for her. Self-employed, comfort of your own. I mean, less travel miles. Because that wear you thin too. 6 or 7 hour flights, and then you got to go out and do the job when she could have just had her own privacy. Just got a 3 bedroom or whatever, and just use the other room for your show.
Something's so wrong with you. You're messy.
No, I mean, because she was down for the call, so why not? And then she said she thought about getting one of her male models to do it with her. It probably would have been safer. She would have had more time off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, just do that.
I mean, listen, she needs to get off the stage, off the stand, especially if she starts crying again and all of that, because it just comes across. I don't know. I don't like people
I
crying
mean,
on the
for
stand.
real.
Huh?
This is how the jury see it. Now, people think when she cried that they're gonna give her sympathy, but this is how the jury, when she starts sobbing,
Karen alert. Karen alert.
that's what I'm trying to tell you. We see right through you. No need for the tears. No need. Just keeping it real, Sharrell. That's just where we at.
You keeping it real messy.
Well, no, I mean,
Mainly, I'm thinking, how could her so when the prosecutor put her on the stand, they were hoping to show a pattern of behavior with Diddy. You can almost call it prostitution or pimping. You can almost call it pimping, but you were right, is that nobody paid Diddy, he paid them.
right.
So, with that being said, I think they're just trying to show.
And then half the hookups, she requested it. She invited them because she wanted to make Diddy happy. See, people can make up all kind of shit with why they thought in their own mind. But you can't penalize nobody like Diddy. Let's keep it real. You know, he's a monster. But if she got stupid thoughts in her mind, why should Diddy get penalized for it? You know, just saying. That's what I think. Yeah,
Why don't
always.
you text your friend and see if he'll come up? Well, no, he's busy.
Well, he's in trial in court. But I
Did he get
check.
inside today?
Oh yeah, he always
Oh, he
get
did.
inside. He always get inside. Yeah.
Oh, he's always inside. I didn't know.
But then he'll come out to do his filming and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You should get in contact with him when you can, and just ask him to come on later or something.
Okay. Yeah, we had to catch him later in the day. Mm.
I don't know. I just don't think this is good testimony, but I'm trying to cover all aspects as if I was a juror.
I
'Cause
mean,
they
really.
don't know,
I mean,
huh?
well, I mean, to be all fair, like I think the closest thing they probably can get out of her testimony
Hmm.
was that Diddy actually got involved with inviting these people himself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Requesting
And
them and perhaps maybe paying for their plane tickets and stuff like that. But that part they ain't proved yet. Because to me, if we ain't gonna knock
you
her,
don't even see the prostitution across state lines? Come on, Perry. You don't
okay,
see that?
well, no, I see that, but who would get the charge for it? He did. I mean, okay,
Diddy.
she was the one inviting them to, and she's the one actually got filled in with their service. I ain't seen no proof. Did he have an sex with them?
Oh, you know
You
what,
understand
Perry?
what I'm trying to say?
Well, yeah. I
Okay,
didn't think
like,
about that.
yeah, he was just a cameraman. No, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think about that. So you don't have Diddy paying them.
And then hold on, somebody says escort isn't illegal, but across state line, I said I don't know. I don't know
You're
all
not
these rules.
allowed across state lines.
But yeah, okay. But basically, what I'm trying to say this though, right? Even with that, if they charge him, wouldn't they have to charge her for doing the same thing?
Well, but she
But
took immunity. Oh, yeah, she has an immunity agreement.
okay, well, but then you ask yourself as a juror, why are they letting all these people go on all these crimes if they want to solve crime?
I don't
And
even know
it's
if the
going up to
jury,
the
you have to
young man.
ask somebody inside the courtroom if the jurors know that they have immunity. I'm not sure that they know that. Yeah, I don't remember Ask the chat. Do you guys know if the jury knows that these people are taking immunity deals? I can't remember.
I
If
would.
it,
Yeah, I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, she got it, but do the jury know? Like, I mean, wouldn't the oh, maybe because she ain't got a cross yet. Maybe they'll bring it out. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Somebody says
No,
yes.
but he paid for the service. He wasn't involved, but he watched. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Right. So, okay.
Not saying that it's wrong. When I say I don't
Right,
know,
right,
I
right,
don't
right, right.
know.
So at that point, he would become the John, right?
Yeah,
So wouldn't
yeah.
the escorts be the ones need to be charged with prostitution? They took their stuff and sold their stuff. I don't know. I'm not. I've been married for so long and never got down to that prostitution business. It's just not my thing. I need an expert.
Oh, listen. So CNN has an update. It said later messages from the same October 2023 conversation. Jane wrote, "Our experiences are desensitizing sex for me, and that she didn't want to be mistreated, according to testimony in court." She says, "I don't feel like performing loveless, cold sex," she wrote. Jane was frustrated because she felt like Combs treated her differently than he treated others. She testified, "I had to earn just basic things from my relationship, like love and respect and romance. But I felt like he was giving it to everyone else." She says, "I'm not a porn star. I'm not an animal. I need a break. I don't want to do anything. I've hit a wall," she wrote in the text messages. She testified that the request for a break referred to not wanting to give my body to anyone else at all. Then it says in parentheses, "I'll only make love to you." That's how Combs responded. She wrote back, "She had to have sex with strangers for 3 years. I'm tired," she wrote. "So we're breaking up," Combs wrote. She said Jane testified that she had not suggested that they break up in any of her messages in that conversation, but had only told him she wanted to stop participating in hotel nights, actual encounters that included a male entertainer. Girl, you can't stop now. From day one, he did. Y'all went on a couple dates, about 2 or 3 days before he started introducing you to the hotel nights, and you were all for it. Now here you are 3 years later because you see Carisha on TV talking about you don't want to do it no more. I wonder if if a jury is sympathetic to that, because you're bringing in your jealousy or frustration with the other woman. I even wonder if the jury knows who the other woman is. We're figuring this out just by their testimony. The jury can't be that dumb. Can
Yeah. Well,
Do they know it's Carisha? Not that it made a difference,
no,
but
no. I mean, maybe they don't. Only thing they need to know it was another woman.
so look what somebody wrote. Don't say anything. Just look what it says. "Please go get y'all." You see what it says?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't. No, no, Michelle. I don't know what's going on, but no. I don't know what's going on.
So Judge Wood says this government wrong. The word coercion should not be used in domestic relationships. If that's the case, every man has coercion their woman before. Yeah, I mean,
Perry, what was Michelle talking about? Is there anything going down
oh, I don't
outside?
know. No, no. I mean, because once we go live, I don't have time to go and check it. I
Oh,
just check it at lunch. I check it in the morning and then at lunch to see what's happening outside the courtroom.
this is a messy case. It's a messy case. And what I'm concerned about and why everybody's getting mad at me, because they said, "Don't you see?" is I'm not ready to make a decision. It's so much crazy stuff going on. It's just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. But the jury doesn't get any of that. So I'm trying to look at it from the jury's point of view. They don't know about Carisha, but they do know that he's paying her rent.
Right. And they
And
seen the girl, she stated herself that how she met him, he was with her girlfriend. I mean, he's with his girlfriend, and she basically took him away from her girlfriend. So people see that. People see that she's volunteering, putting on the heels. That she's volunteering. She even got the thing set up where she got babysitters on standby. And so that way she's
why
open.
do you have to say it like that, though?
Well, because that's what she said. She said she had him on. She had
Y'all
him on.
gotta give. Listen, I don't want people
She
disrespecting
had
her.
him on that. She let you know her program is that great.
Perry,
Open
let's take some
24/7.
comments because
Open
I
24/7.
can't.
I can meet any man's needs because I got babysitters on deck.
I don't know why she said that. I don't know why she said that. She shouldn't have said that.
Well, I mean, she's just being honest, I think.
Let's just try to be neutral and see how and look at it how the jury will look at it. Are they going to feel sympathetic?
I'm saying that's the eyes I'm trying to look at it as. If I'm
Mhm.
sitting here, basically, I'm sitting here, they hearing more details than I am. So I'm trying to be that juror, just saying, how would I maybe look at it? But you can have other people, like you might see it a different way, but I see you starting to come around.
Well, no, I'm not going to say that it's good testimony and it's not good testimony.
All right.
I'm ready for her to get off. I just think that she's contradicting herself. She's saying one thing and doing another. I think that they are showing this to show that she's brainwashed or that he's forcing her to do something against her will. I think that's going to come across as a reach
Yeah,
because she currently right now is still getting her rent paid. So I would, as a juror, think, oh my gosh, he paid her off. She's as good as being bought because anything you say is going to be downplayed. You're going to leave out a lot of important stuff because you don't want to get put out. And you showed a history of not wanting to get put out. That's how I think I would look at it as a jury. Like when they said that he's paying the rent, then I would be like, okay.
Yeah.
This
And then
testimony is tainted.
nobody like to be replaced. You know, being a side chick is a business. But you hate to see another independent contractor come in and start to pick up your business. And that's why she's so angry. Rent's paid today, but if he stayed with this young thing in Miami, boy, he might decide to cut my payments off.
I'm trying to explain to y'all, S. Curtis, is how the jury could look at it. I think we know way more than they know. And they could possibly say, we know that this testimony is no good. We know she's, I mean, they know she got an OnlyFans, right? I think they testify that. We know more than what they know. And I'm just thinking
that she could have been at a point way more successful if she would have did her OnlyFans. Well, what's in your wallet? Now, do the math. If you're supposed to be a business person, you know you can make more on OnlyFans and don't have to put that much mileage on your back. Then
that's
why didn't
the part
you do
I
it?
don't like.
Well, that's the part you got to accept. Because, like, if I'm a business of selling tires, why would I talk about windows? Talk about the product itself, the rubber, the rims. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Eric, please stop. Just stop. You're trying to get a reaction out of me. You're not gonna get it.
right, because
That's
you being
crazy.
sensitive. I mean, you acting like you understand.
No, I'm not saying Perry. I didn't say I understood. I said, how would the jury look at it? We have the privilege or curse of knowing more than what they know. Now, you swear up and down that they went home and went straight to the blogs. You still stand by that?
The jurors? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes maybe they probably got something to eat, chill out. Yeah, how was court today? Well, yeah, we was in there for a long time. But this girl said this. They gonna check it out. What people saying about the thing? They curious. They've been stuck in there listening to this liar all day. They want to go on and find out what else is going on. I would. That's almost like when a person say, we usually do not discuss this, do not look at anything. I will go right to my car, turn on the radio. News come on. I will go home and watch the news.
Perry, stop acting so ridiculous. You just said out loud in front of people you don't know that if you were a juror, you would go home and look at the blogs.
And the news too. Yeah. I mean, we're like, look, they on trial, not me. Right? I'm a part
Perry,
of it.
shut up. Stop. Something is wrong with you. Something wrong with you.
Don't discuss this with anybody. First thing, say it. And this is true. When I was on jury trial, what's the first thing your nosy ass asked me when I get home? What happened today? Right? So think about it. Like, I'm not going to talk about it with you. What happened today? Yeah, I'm going to talk about it.
Perry, something's wrong with you. You're telling them that you're saying they broke the law. That's illegal. Stop. No. And then you just admitted that you did the same thing.
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Most husbands tell their wives everything. Most of them do. And I ain't get a chance to even take off my jacket if it was cold. What happened today? Put your nosy ass. If you want to know, won't you go and get on the jury?
Something's wrong, Perry. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Because I never said that. I don't know what you're talking about. You're probably one of the worst jurors, huh?
No, I'm just the one keeping it real. Like, how can a judge, just because you got a robe on, tell me what the hell to do when I leave here? For one, you ain't paid me to be in this damn seat. I mean, you get like, I could have been like, I could have been on the jury thing for like a whole week. I think the county could have sent me $15.
Did they really?
Yeah.
It's free, basically?
Yeah, but
I've never been a juror.
The reason I signed up because my job would pay me if I was on jury duty. So I got my regular pay and they ain't had to deliver mail. So
I believe you guys, let me tell you, I already told you the story about Perry. I think I rolled on the floor. So all week the people were like, this is an open shut case. Let's just go ahead and vote. Perry made them go over every single evidence because he didn't want to go to work. Every day they would go evidence piece by piece. Then Friday, when he wanted to go home, he said, "What's wrong with y'all?" He said, "That man is guilty. Can't you see it?"
We don't talk about this shit all damn week. We talk all week.
And they listened to Perry and got out that Friday. They listened to him. Something wrong with him.
I almost broke because we ran out of donuts. Because the one thing about it, when you in there deliberating, they buying the food and stuff and donuts. When they ran out, the glazed donuts, because I don't like that filled donut stuff. Okay. I almost broke them. Go ahead.
It says, during a long break, Combs is standing talking with Xavier Donaldson. Judge says, "Please be seated, Miss Comey. Please bring back Jane." Oh, they took her off the stand. Jane walks back Combs' table as she passes a note to his lawyer. What?
Oh, hold on. What the hell don't happen here?
I'll read it again. It says, during a long break, Combs is standing talking with his Xavier Donaldson, with his attorney, Xavier Donaldson. It says at 10:48 a.m., "Judge, please be seated. Miss Comey, please bring her back in." Now, here's the part in quotes. Jane walks back. I'm going to do it again. Jane walks up back Combs' table as he passes a note to his lawyer. Oh, you know what, Alexander Shapiro. My bad.
It sounds like she walked past his table or something. Because the guy tweeting it, he's trying to type so fast. I thought some shit had done.
Did he run in the courtroom like they're saying? People are saying he's running the courtroom.
No, he's not running the courtroom.
He's passing notes. He's
to his
winking
attorney
at the damn jury. No, they didn't say winking.
And actually, though, and I heard that it wasn't as bad as the prosecution tried to make it out to be.
Who told you that? Your buddy?
Dennis. Yeah.
Did he really say that?
No, it wasn't as bad. Yeah, he said it wasn't as bad like that. Like the prosecution tried to make a thing out of it. because they know they got a weak case. I mean, you got a crackhead with no crack. How's that gonna come out? Not too well.
She says female jurors will not find sympathy with this jury, especially the ones that get up every day and clock in. You think they won't be sympathetic? Well, we were all sympathetic to the tape.
Well,
But
that
I
tape,
see what you're saying now that they're caught in lies. But does the jury know that they're caught in lies? I don't think so.
well, I think the defense brought it to their attention that is misstatements on both.
Yeah, but the jury wasn't in the courtroom. You've got to ask your friends inside.
Yeah, I gotta find out if they know like that.
Let me ask my friend. Hold on. Hold on. I try not to bug them.
Yeah, this is a trip though. But what you see, the prosecution's just wasting time, just trying to keep her up there. Let's move on. Where is all the evidence? I know it's not over yet. It's not over. Oh, my buddy. I see my buddy. My buddy. No, I haven't been on DJ Academics again. No, I haven't. Well, I did, but that's not where I'm getting my my opinion from. It just seemed like the
Oh,
prosecution.
listen. Yeah, they said that they know that there's a discrepancy in their testimony between Cassie and Mia. So they know that there's lying going on. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, "What did Sean write you?" She said, he wrote, "I want to spend the day with you." I wrote back, "You make it crystal clear exactly what you want from me. We're going to spend the day love bombing me. You're going to spend the day love bombing me." She said, the attorney says, "What did you mean?" She said, "Sean is very love bomby." Okay, let me tell you the problem with this, her admitting that she's being love bombed. For me, I take it as, you know, the cycle. You know that you're going to complain. You know he's going to be nice to you, say something nice, and then you're going back. And I see a pattern here. I just don't like the way her testimony, the way she answers questions, because she's playing both sides. She doesn't want to get Diddy in trouble because she need that rent paid, and she don't want to,
She don't want to get evicted.
Addicted?
Evicted.
Oh, I know. That's a big part. That's a big part of the testimony. Is that he's paying your bills. And you keep arguing that every time you don't do what he wants, then he threatens to evict you, and then you give in. I don't know.
Did you get this last one a minute ago or no? Maybe you did. Yeah, I don't see none.
I don't know. It's very contradicting, and I don't know.
Did you get this last update a minute ago, honey?
Let's see.
Maybe you did. I don't know.
Here, let me read it again, just in case. What did Sean write you? He wrote, "I want to spend the day with you." I wrote back, "You'll make it crystal clear what you want me for. You're going to spend the day love bombing me." Attorney says, "What did you mean?" She says, "Sean is very love bombing."
Okay. See, enough of this. Like, let's get to some shit. It's like some letters. Reading these texts like a letter you write in the first grade. Do you like me? I like you. Yes or no? Like, where are we going with the bullshit ass text? Let's move on.
Yeah.
We know it was a business deal. He's paying the rent. She supplied the baby oil and stuff. But look, let's just move on. Let's get to the cross. Let's get on to something good. Hopefully, we can get D-Rock, maybe KK.
Yeah. KK,
You know,
KK.
I mean, because they holding up, and then KK might not be this witness that everybody assuming that she might be.
Well, first we got to find out if she's going to testify. They didn't talk about everybody and their mama. They did not bring up KK.
And what if she
And I
What if
think
she testify for the defense?
you think KK is going to testify for the
Well,
defense?
I don't know. I'm just throwing out something. I mean, hell, it's a down time right now. I'm just throwing out spec. I don't know. I'm just saying, what if? What if?
Mm. Okay, so I just asked, was this the last witness for the prosecutor? And I got a big no.
Wayne says an update, honey.
Oh, here we go. Jane, I said, I'm not just an animal people can F on. He said, you're crazy. Attorney, how often did he call you crazy? She said, often. I said, you want to have me suck some D so you can jet off with Gina. She just said it.
Yeah.
I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. So she broke up with
Mm-hmm.
Diddy because she's seen him with Gina and not Carisha.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't the BJs, it was Gina that she was really mad about.
Yeah, that's how it comes across.
Yeah.
Ask the chat. If you were the jury, how would you take all of this information? You don't know about 50 Cent. That's about it. They know a lot, though. They know about him paying the rent. They know about the hotel nights. Does it come across pimpish? Pimping is a RICO. Must money be exchanged to be a pimp? Let me hold on. Let me see if I can look that
So
up.
somebody says KK might be Mia, just like Gina.
The thing is that we know people inside the jury room, and they didn't say it was Gina. They know what she looks like.
Yeah, it just sounded like a little jealousy. Like, down with the program. You know, BJ's was fine, but not if you're gonna sit there and be with Gina and play with your little thing while I'm giving lip service. Not in this world. It's The View for me.
Okay, so it says to be considered pimping, there must be money exchanged or shelter or gifts. So it's pimping. Yeah.
On who part?
His part.
He must. Okay, so say it again. Now he's gifting.
It must be an exchange of money, shelter, or gifts.
Okay, well, yeah, he gave her money. He gave her shelter. So maybe he
It says
did.
examples where no direct money is exchanged, but it's still pimping. A person provides protection or housing in return for something
He did apply.
performing X acts. But
he did do that.
yeah.
But now, would that be as an individual, or would that be on his
RICO?
on his? Yeah, I mean, because like
I have an update.
Okay.
Attorney says, in the next text message, does he use your true name? She said, yes. Attorney, and does he say, that's my house too? She said, he does. He wrote, I'm coming over. You got to let me in or not. Is your baby there? Are you going to let me in our house again and again? Hmm.
Yes.
Well,
Uh-huh.
that's pimping, Perry.
Yeah, no. I mean, I get it. Of course,
Therefore, we've got Rico.
right. I mean, because he definitely giving her money, and he definitely giving her shelter, and she's definitely doing SES acts.
But she did,
But
he kept
okay,
saying she didn't want to
okay.
do it.
Is but I think it got to go back to the company, to the enterprise. Where are they doing it? Is it just Diddy himself pimping out this chick? I don't know.
This is why
But
this case is so tricky. Um, is he pimping her out?
somebody said forced labor. Is that well?
But
Maybe
she's
I
saying,
don't know.
yeah, I'm gonna go with this is Rico right now. I'm gonna go with it's Rico.
Okay, well, I mean, Callie says no. He has to get the money, not give, because he's
Oh,
definitely paying for the shelter.
that's true too. So,
He's paying for the shelter,
well, yeah.
and he's paying for the baby oil. He's paying for her flights, paying for her dinners.
And nobody gave him any money or
Mm-mm,
shelter
no.
in exchange.
And yeah, and it sounds like she rarely even give him any sex to him personally. I don't know.
Jane did get played by two women. Girl, you should have ran. Well, what do you guys think? We got a Rico here? What's up, guys? Can she be pimping him? um, uh, I don't think so because she didn't give the house, she didn't give money.
Yeah,
People are
it's
saying
sort of
no, this is not Rico. That's why your friend got to come on.
yeah.
You got to bring him on. Why don't you
I,
send him a
I check
well,
with
he's in court, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we got
Mhm.
to wait. Imagine how many good men she friend zoned just to be a 304. Women never learn, okay? I agree. Trafficking and drug charges because they're all high all the time. They're high all the time. Enterprise come in when the business entity and the proceeds are used to facilitate the crimes. That's true. That's true. So I feel like we have individual things that fall under RICO, like
Mhm.
extortion and pimping and it was another one. Hell, I'm gonna even say arson. But is this a criminal entity? That's why I go back and forth with. Enterprise comes in when the business entity and proceeds are used to facilitate the crimes. That's true. See, this lawyer said, freaking out behind the baby oil. You know how they get down. Who get down? Them or they? This witness is a plant for Diddy's camp. Prosecutors should file perjury charges and remove the testimony. Oh, I agree with you, Beth. I agree. Well, he's paying her rent. So we should just throw out her testimony anyway. Just they're not talking about where did he get his money from, the record companies or the alcohol company. Well, I don't know. And if these money exchanges came from him, his businesses, or personal account, well, that's real important. And I think somebody testified that he had a credit card, one of the escorts. No, it was the financial. Here, I got an update. Jane says, Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm horny, shaking my head. Attorney, what does SMH mean? She says, shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting up my mom. She was taking bone supplements is key. Attorney says, they you saw then you saw Sean? She said yes. I don't know. It's a lot of
Yeah.
Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm horny. SMH, attorney. What does SMH mean? She says, shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said, I was hitting up my mom. She said, taking bone supplements is key. Attorney. Then you saw Sean. She said, yes. Because she goes back at the drop of a dime.
Me so horny. I love you long time.
Trina says, I read that Diddy is still paying Jane's rent. Yeah. Is that
Right.
true? That's true.
That what she said.
That's what I'm saying.
She actually said it. Yeah.
Yeah, she said it on the witness stand. Callie says the money exchange would be embezzlement. It wouldn't make the entire business a criminal enterprise. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Nick says, I honestly believe that Sean was running an entertainment business like PORN, perhaps even selling the tapes, making money.
Yeah, and that could make a difference because he was filming a lot.
But you can't sell the tapes.
Well,
He
no,
would
I'm
get in
saying
a
he
lot
was.
of
I know,
trouble.
but yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they can prove that, then I
Have
can
an
get
update.
more into something. Yeah.
Jane says, we had the sobriety party at the hotel. First, I went to correct. First, I went to a concert. I stood with his security. With his security, Jonathan, I went to the store for supplies for the hotel night. Sean was in the hotel waiting. He called me the B word. What the F is taking so long? See, this is what I'm saying. You let a man talk to you like that? He called you a B and you answered.
Right.
I don't know. I'm going back and forth with this pimping stuff because she's getting the supplies, she's booking the escorts.
She all at Costco.
I'm going back and forth, y'all. Do not listen to me. I'm all over the place. I go back and forth. I said that earlier. I think he made money from selling those videos. Truly believe that we may hear the bombshell later.
Now that I would say, yeah, he make a lot of films, but I think with all this stuff been going on for the last year since they raided the 3 mansions, somebody would have purchased the tape, would have came out with something. Wouldn't you think? Social media is wide open. Whether you sold it in China, somebody over there gonna break out this tape because they got it. I would think, unless they, I don't know, but
She's really getting on my nerve. She's being
And I saw
very
that
inconsistent. She's just a bad witness, period. And there's no more
I just think that
debating
he
it.
did it for his own personal reasons, like his own enjoyment. Because even when they said they had movie night, people assumed they was watching a real movie. They were just watching the movies of the freak offs. So this man can get up in the morning, pop his pills, do whatever, and just watch this pee all day long.
Something wrong with Diddy.
Yeah.
Something's really wrong with him.
Yeah. I mean,
Nobody likes it that much. He's weird. Here we go. Jay says, I got there. His assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a B attorney. The name of that hotel. What happened? She said, I didn't want to take drugs. Attorney. Who was the first entertainer? She said, Rico, then Paul, then Anton, then I threw up. This is just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You really can't say this. This is why it's all over the place. First of all, there's no concrete evidence. This is all circumstances. But you can't say
you got another update.
You can't say he bullied you and brainwashed you. Here we go. She says, Sean said, good, you threw up. Now you'll feel better. Then I had sex with Anton. I left. I felt terrible. Attorney, whose text is this? She says, mine. I wrote, baby, I love you. Do you think you could put something in my hotel? Attorney, did Shauna respond? She said, no. What does that mean? You could put something in my hotel.
In my hotel. What else she
What are they
wants?
talking
She
about
had-
for her stomach? For what?
oh, I didn't know. I was gonna say she already had Anton and in our hotel.
All right, this is what CNN says. It says Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers. That's not the update. Here we go.
Well, I'm grabbing coffee. I'll be back.
Okay. We got an update. It said, Sean said, oh, I read that. CNN says, the fight carried into the next day. Jane testified. She had told Sean that she needed space and stopped answering his calls. Combs left an audio message saying, you know, I wouldn't be calling you like this. I need you, girl. Oh my gosh. Then later in the day, Combs said, can I please come over there? That's my house too. Can I please come over there? That's my house too. She said he was referring to the house she was living in where he was paying the rent. Jane testified that she was shutting him out, not answering his messages or calls, because every time she let him in, I'd be right back into whatever he wanted. This is all over the place. You can't claim victim and then have a shitload of text messages showing that you enjoyed it. Here we go. It says, Jane, I needed furniture for the house. I wrote, you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was already in DC. Attorney, play the voice note. And then in parentheses says, Sean Combs' voice. I don't know where the F Chelsea is. I ain't with no bees. Leave me the F alone. I'm single. Oh, Lord. First of all, who's Chelsea? Who is that? And now y'all done broke up for 20 minutes because I'm pretty sure you're going to go crawling back. You said you dated him all the way up until he got arrested. And I'm going to assume because of your behavior pattern, you kept doing what they call hotel night all the way up until he was arrested. And that's crazy because by then, there were rumors swirling around him. The Cassie lawsuit had happened, and he's still freaking hotel nighting it. This is just insane. And if I were you, I would move right now. He gonna get tired of paying your rent. Right now, he needs you to testify, and that's what you're doing. And you're sounding crazy and all over the place on purpose because you want this thrown out, and he's gonna stop paying your rent again. What is wrong with you? Then you got to deal with 50 Cent. Some of these girls are just out there, and he telling you, leave me alone. I'm gonna read this. This is a voice message that they're hearing in the court. He said, I don't know where the F Chelsea is. I ain't with no bitches, with no bees. Leave me the F alone. I'm single. Child. Ugh. The prosecutors built his case off emotions and it shows. Listen, I'm going to say this again and again, and nobody listens to me. Because you got all those other bloggers saying, this case is going good. This is a shoe-in. It's not a shoe-in. It's not a shoe-in. The Southern District of New York that has a 98% conviction rate is not the same people that are with the Southern District today. When our leader, 42nd, they convicted him of 34 felonies. When he became our leader, he came in and cleaned house, firing all the top attorneys. This is not the same Southern District that has the 98% conviction rate. And I don't care if Maureen Comey's father, James Comey, the head of the CIA, the ex-former head of the CIA, that means nothing. She's making a lot of mistakes, in my opinion, with these witnesses. She's putting on a lot of hostile witnesses. We've had witnesses come forward and say, if you put me on the stand, all I'm gonna do is claim the fifth. Therefore, they gave him the immunity. But, you know, it was a hostile immunity. These are all drug dealers, and this is how their life is. I don't know. Plus two, you're asking for somebody to put him away for life for being a jerk. He's a jerk. He's an a-hole. He puts his hands on women. Unfortunately, that's not enough. We've got to prove that this is a criminal entity. I don't even know why we argue over this is pimping or not pimping. That doesn't matter. We got to say this is a criminal entity to be considered RICO. Not just those individual things, not two off the list. You got to prove that it's a criminal entity. We know everyone can have their opinions. Wow. It's crazy. Jane isn't working now, and she's still getting paid for what? For this terrible testimony. She's just not a good witness. And I guarantee you guys, we don't even have to go back and forth with this. The defense is going to chew her up and spit her out. You know, the prosecution had to bring up some of these things so they can get ahead of the story. And it's terrible coming from the prosecutor. This is not good testimony. They're on again today cleaning house for Friday. Friday was bad. They went home. I don't know about the jurors, but they went home. They watched CNN. They heard the reviews. They heard people just calling her out of her name, and it just wasn't good testimony. They need to move forward. But I don't think they want to move forward because that means the defense is up and they've got to clean some stuff up. You say you love him. He's forcing you. You love him. He tells you to leave him alone, but you're forced. I mean, it's a lot. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. It's a lot. And then you always have, I'm sure, I'm telling you, you always have, if you're a juror, in the back of your mind that he's paying her rent. She's living in his house. So will she tell a fib or two? I would, because she just said on the stand she didn't want to get put out. She just said it. Let me see what CNN is saying. Here we go. I got an update. It says Jane continues to testify about text conversations she had with Sean Diddy Combs in October 23. Combs texts Jane a screenshot of a conversation he had with his doctor about his knees. She testified. He wrote that he was stressed, that there was a lot going on. And on top of that, I'm horny, according to the testimony. Combs texts James a screenshot of a conversation that he had with the doctor about his knees. She testified. He wrote that he was stressed, that there was a lot going on, and on top of that, I'm horny. They've said it twice. James responded by telling him to take it easy and giving him some advice about his medical issues. She hadn't agreed to see him before that message, but she responded because she cared about his health. See what I'm talking about? Stuff like that. Stuff like that. You always got a reason why you keep going back. It makes no sense. You could say she was brainwashed. They haven't testified that he was putting hands on her the same way he was Cassie. And I think that Cassie was in a true DV situation, and it was a cycle of abuse. But this girl, huh?
You got to update.
Here we go. Attorney says, what frustrations did you feel? She says, not being heard about how I felt about hotel nights. Attorney, did you use names for the other women? She said, yes. If I was misdirected, yes, it was misguided anger. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? It has everything to do with what you're saying because you don't want to lose it. She's just a bad witness. This is just a bad witness. I want Diddy to go to jail. I feel like Diddy was I want him to go to jail for different reasons than Perry. I want him to go to jail because he's been getting away with this for a long time. He's been sending people to prison for a whole decade. When you knew you were the one that did it, he's just been getting away with a lot. But where I agree with Perry is you can't put him in jail if there aren't the proper charges.
And that's my only thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Jane says, I wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Attorney, were you telling Sean you were going to speak out about your relationship? Objection sustained. Attorney, please read. Did you reference your child? She said, yes. I said, you got me effed up.
Wow. She's so tough.
And not only that, I think that the prosecution had to ask her questions getting ahead of the story. But they are the first people that brought up that she had a child, which by that point put everything together. Yeah, she 50 Cent baby mama.
And then she said that she ain't Gina or Cassie. See, that's the thing. You thought you was better than them. You thought your milkshake was going to keep his ass at the yard. But it kept you in a rotation on Freak Night. That's all it did. Yeah, you got your rent paid, but that's all.
And for me,
Diddy was not going to marry
that innocence. For me, it takes away the innocence. For me, it takes away, he's just being so mean to her and so rude. When you expose that he was paying your rent and probably giving you other things too. Nobody's crazy. It just took away the victim for me, the victim status. Because you could have left. And you could have used that if you didn't tell us that he paid your bills. And you said you said under testimony, you didn't want to lose your home. I got an update. Jane says, I said, just complete what he promised about 2 years. About the home, I said, don't contact me. Attorney, what did he say in response? He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone. So, and this sounds like it's not a relationship, number one. She's calling it a relationship. It's not a relationship. He never takes you out in public. That's the big sign that it wasn't a relationship. That's number one. Number two, it's a toxic relationship. Y'all keep going back and forth with each other. You tell him to leave you alone. He tells you to leave him alone. He reminds you that he's paying the rent. You verbally said you didn't want to lose the house. This is some sick shit that should not be on the stand. Absolutely awful, awful testimony. And I want Diddy locked up, but I can't lie to you guys. This makes no sense. It's confusing. And I doubt there's any transcript. If you get the real transcript, we'll straighten this out. Where, he was the mean one and she was the victim. They're both toxic. She comes across money hungry. Plus, you're getting money from your other baby daddy. Girl, you were money hungry. And I don't believe that you couldn't make $10,000 on your own from your IG. Let alone, I don't know, people say they make millions off of OnlyFans. So you're just not coming across credible. And it's sad because I wanted you to be credible. We need a solid witness to get this maniac behind bars, but you're not it. Here we go.
Update.
Attorney says, does the next message reference a prior relationship you had? She said, yes. Then he says, I was told you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl. You'll see. Then he says, She says he was threatening me about the rent, that he would not need to do anything we don't want. So he study pressuring you, study bringing in the rent, probably saying some foul shit about 50 behind his back. You bit off more than you can chew. You thought you were playing him, but the player got played. And that doesn't mean that I think Diddy is innocent and should not go to jail. I think he should go to jail, but this is a shitty witness.
Yeah, I mean, he should go to jail for the things that he's done criminally that they can prove. He shouldn't go for made up charges. That's just my opinion.
I mean, I don't know, y'all. Don't make me, it's not there in my heart yet where I feel there's, he's guilty, he's going to jail. And, of course, a lot of bloggers are reporting that. And I want you guys to take a look at those bloggers' history. And then you got people like Nancy Grace. I love her. Don't get me wrong. I love Nancy Grace. I love her tick, tick, boom in her head.
Yeah, but she's been ticking a little too long.
I like her. I two things can be true at the same time. I love Nancy Grace, but first of all, your reporting is old. Everybody been talking about Diddy and Tupac for about 2-3 years now. That's old, and we've been hearing that Biggie was gonna leave. Yeah. I think back in the 90s we heard this.
Yeah,
and then you're getting people's names mixed up and situations mixed up.
I mean, she act like we just landed on Mars or something. In the Diddy trial today.
Don't make fun of my Nancy. All right, I got a CNN update. It says after their messages exchanged about his health, Jane met Sean Diddy Combs at his residence, and they ended up going to a hotel room for a sobriety party. On October 18, 2023, she testified. James didn't take drugs during the sobriety party. She threw up after having sex with 2 men, she testified. When she told Combs she had thrown up, he said, okay, that's good. You'll feel better now. Let's go outside. She then had sex with a 3rd man. Jane said at the end of the night, she felt absolutely terrible. Then it says, remember, and then ... Jane has previously testified that following about his October 2023 sobriety party, I don't know why I'm getting tongue-tied, at a hotel in Beverly Hills, she said that she wanted Combs to get sober around this time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days, but wanted to have one last sobriety party first. This turned out to be a hotel night that lasted 12 to 18 hours, she testified last week. She said that she didn't take any drugs, but Combs took ecstasy and the white powder. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked Jane last week how she felt about doing that after hotel night without any drugs. She said, I was just disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just mad at myself for doing that. Jane responded, I just deeply regretted that.
Okay, you got to update on the name.
Here we go. Jane says, I wrote, you're mad at me about a grown-ass man? Comey says, stop right there. Was this referring to your prior relationship? They're talking about 50 cents, guys. Jane said, yes. I wrote, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Attorney, did you then refer to your previous relationship? She said, yes.
Okay.
The whole thing is so messed up. I don't even know where to begin. And I'm respecting Jane. I'm not going to disrespect her like the other blogs did and stuff like that. I don't get it. Maybe you got it. I don't get it. You have a child with 50 Cent. Why would you even think about dating his enemy? Why would you even speak to his enemy? Now, we know Diddy says things about 50 behind his back. And then on top of that, so not only are you in your mind dating him, this freak off stuff, that's embarrassing.
Mhm.
I don't get this chick. I don't get it. I don't like her as a witness. It is what it is. I'm not saying that Diddy should be let free, but she's just showing very bad. She makes very bad, almost dumb ass choices. If I know that I have a baby by 50 Cent, I know all eyes are going to be on me. Here we go.
Yeah.
Attorney says, James says, you invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man, any M or F'er, for your own sick actual dot. And then her attorney says, what were you talking about? She says, the two men I had chose for myself, Sly and Anton. Sean kept trying to say, I choose then. I had wanted it. He's saying that you chose one, so you must have wanted to do it anyway.
Well, you got a point.
This is just getting so ridiculous. Like, her testimony is bad. Come on, Comey. You got sense stuff to know. You can't clear certain things up. You can't clear up the fact that he gives her money, paying the rent. You can't clean up the fact that she says she doesn't want to do it, and then every time she does it. And now you have him in his own words saying you chose, so you must have wanted to do it.
Yeah, I mean, who buy two dresses, wear them, and say I didn't want to? I didn't want them. You know, it don't work that way. But Pinky says this. I think she's intentionally saying loving things about Diddy because last baby mama is in the courtroom listening. She's giving petty. Is it a previous baby mama in the courthouse?
Yeah, her name is Dana something. I don't
Oh,
remember.
okay. Okay. So yeah, it goes into that struggle. Everybody just want to be the main 304.
It's just, I cannot get with this testimony. I need the prosecution to stop. Let's just stomach the craziness that's about to happen from the defense. They're getting ready to eat her alive. Let's just get through it and then move on to another witness, because this is not working. And you think you're cleaning it up, Maureen. You're not cleaning it up. Is certain things that she said that she just can't clear up.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you guys had to say that 50 Cent was that Diddy was paying her rent because it was going to come up anyway. You guys should know, don't put a witness like this on the stand. It's not good. So now we got Mia lying, saying she's been talking to Cassie and the hairdresser. We got Jane here all over the place. And maybe she's throwing it on purpose because she need her rent paid. But once you said that he paid your rent, now we can't trust anything that comes out of your mouth. Now you went from victim to a bullshitter. There, I said it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
Here we go. Jane says, go ahead, Perry.
No, go ahead. You got
Okay.
something?
Jane says, I wrote, you want to gaslight me. Attorney, what did you mean? He says, you wanted me to believe I had wanted these things. Attorney, what else did Sean text you? She said, he said, you and me don't have no beef. I said, you created all this evil inside of me. So look, it's clear that I don't even know you, girl, but it's clear that if you don't do freak offs, he's out of there. And then you realize he's out of there, and then you go back. Or you need your rent paid for whatever reason. This is tainted testimony. You have an alternative motive.
Yep. And she said,
and if you had to pick between doing what's right and getting your rent paid, you're going to go with that. Because first of all, I know I don't know. Lived in California for decades, probably 20 something years. I lived in California. LA's expensive, not that expensive. Not that, that's showing off. That's people that got it.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with you living in a nice town home somewhere for what, $3,000 is I would pay no more than $3,000 because at the end of the day, you're a single mom. You could still get a nice $3,000 condo in Century City. No, not Century City. You would have to move to Culver City, but you can still afford it. Take your butt down to Culver City. You can't even afford Inglewood no more because they gentrified it. So go down to Culver City and you're cool. But she wants to live in Beverly Hills. But you don't have a Beverly Hills career. Okay, here we go. Jane says, I wrote to him. I regret everything. All this toxic shit, which overran my life. He said, you are burning a bridge that you are going to need tomorrow. Attorney, what did you write? She says, I wrote, I don't trust you. He said, 10 hours ago, you love me, not this. She's really trying to get Diddy to stop doing the hotel nights and keep her on as the main chick. You already admitted to being jealous. Go ahead, Perry.
Really, she want him to stop seeing the other women. It seemed the hotel nights, she might get a little tired and weary at times, but that's okay as long as she the main 3 or 4. She feel disrespected when you bring in Gina and Cassie. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's contradictory all over. Hi, Deb. He said, but is that not manipulation? It is not. Let me tell you why it's not manipulation, Deb. Because every chance she gets to leave, she doesn't. She does. The last text message, he said, leave me alone. I'm single. So I don't know. I go back and forth. And also, too, because I know what's coming up. Girl, they about to roast you like you were a roast. This is not going to turn out good.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody here. We got to update. Jane says, he wrote, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. You are winning a whole book. You are writing a whole book about what you hate about me. She wrote a book? Okay. We both made promises that we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Attorney, did you get the phone? She said yes. He was asking for some phone. Y'all really think that she's brainwashed? And the reason I don't believe she's brainwashed, she said, I like to live good. Remember she said that?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have a career to support your lifestyle.
Right.
Therefore, you have to put up with Diddy and his nonsense. And every time he talked to you, it was hotel night. It's not like y'all went 6 months being a real couple. He never not had hotel night when he called you. Even when you were on your period. Let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Even on your period. That's so disgusting. So disgusting. I would be embarrassed.
And she said she was fine with it coming into a relationship. Of course, things could have changed. She caught more feelings or started to feel like that she could be taken care of and be this well-kept woman. But she came in, took her girlfriend's man, and then said, well, I don't care. You can see other women. But now it's a problem. You feel me? Like most it's like she got side chick syndrome. They come in accepting that you with somebody else, but they over time they feel like it's a reason why you came to them because they had something special, and that eventually you will leave the other one and stay with their ass. but then they get crushed when they find out their coochie wasn't that special.
I still feel sorry for Cassie. She was getting her head bashed in, even if she hit him back, because I know that's what they're getting ready to testify about. I don't care if she hit him back.
Mhm.
He's not supposed to put his hands on a woman, period. But I haven't heard any testimony about him putting his hands on Gina. Therefore, she could have walked out the door. This is
Yeah.
a totally different. Everyone said, oh, he's controlling to Cassie, he's controlling to Gina, but he even told her to leave.
Yeah. Well, and they milking it along. You know, we got another probably 45 minutes before they take lunch. And
I've got a CNN update. It
Mhm.
says Jane said that after the sobriety party, now that's a joke right there. He went to Miami. She said she texted him asking him to put money in her account. Okay, let me stop right there. Just let me stop right there. Isn't this a paid witness? Why is he putting money in your account? It continues. Jane sent more angry text messages about feeling used for the sobriety party. So when you wouldn't talk to him and you were mad, he still put money in your account. Let me keep going. Jane sent angry text messages about feeling used for the sobriety party that had turned into a hotel night. Then Combs didn't answer. Combs sent her an audio message telling her he's single and doesn't have to listen to her. The argument continued, and eventually Jane and Combs got on the phone. Jane testified that over the phone, Combs offered to pay 3 months more of her rent after she expressed her frustrations over the party, which she called traumatic. Jane testified that she told him, I'm not Gina or Cassie, 2 other women Combs dated, who Jane said left their relationship with Combs quietly.
Yeah, you got another update on the man.
Okay. Here we go. Attorney, what did you write here? She said, I said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting, like you said. You didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause.
Okay, she
She's
said
very firm then.
right, but she said in the statement, like you said, you didn't know I didn't want it.
Ugh. Not
You
good
didn't know.
testimony. She's contradicting
You
herself
didn't
again.
know that I didn't want these things because I never told you I didn't want it. I would just become unhappy or just wanted to have you all to myself. Okay. I just needed to move into the mansion. Okay. All right. Well.
Sorry, I cannot depend on someone to keep a roof over my head. Nah, way too stressful. It comes across like she was doing it to hang in there for the money. Attorney, why did you say, I know I was consenting? She says, I picked up the word from him. He said it. He said, if anyone saw these videos, they'd say you wanted it. She said, was that true, Jane? She says, I'm still trying to figure that out. No.
Trying to figure it out.
You're saying you said you consented, and now you're trying to act like it's some slang term that you use. If you don't get out of here,
And now she's
I
still
want Diddy's guilty, but this testimony right here is not supporting that claim. You sound like a nut job that's all over the place that freak nights so bad your vajayjay hurts, then you turn around and do it for yourself on OnlyFans.
And it sounds like she needs a therapist. She's still trying to figure that out.
Well, but she's
You-
all over the place. And if I
you
feel this
can-
way, and
no, you
I
didn't.
want Diddy to be found guilty, then somebody on the jury has to be saying this too. Like, girl, you just said he made you do it, and then in another text message, you said, "I know I consented."
And so now, and then you notice the prosecution tried to come back and clean it, to make her correct it. She just made it worse. She said she's still trying to figure it out. She-
This is
Really?
frustrating for people like me. It's too many ways that the defense can punch holes in the story, and you're going to find that out on cross. I want a solid RICO charge. Here's the setup. He was the main guy. These were the captains. These were the foot soldiers. This much money was made. They took that money and did this. That's what I want.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's what I want. Because if we don't have that, then we cannot say the part of the law beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm saying, Comey, you got to go back to the drawing board and you better make this work. You got to make this work. If people like Perry can come up and punch holes in the story, then it's
And I'm
not
not,
beyond a reasonable doubt.
yeah, it's sort of sad. Mm-mm-mm. And they ain't gonna let us get to this cross before lunch or after. They got to stay a little while longer because they're gonna have to try to get rid of what this young lady just said.
Consent.
Yeah, and then said, I'm still trying to figure it out. So you understand, but you ain't figured out whether it was consensual or not, whether you want it or not. This has been years down the road. You don't know either. You on some things you didn't want it. I was tired. Are you sure that's what you was feeling? Well, I'm not even sure at this point because I did call in Sly and Antoine
I'm going to
myself.
take a screenshot of that she said it was consented.
Right, and then she
Because
said,
that's where she just put the nail in the coffin.
mm-hmm.
So now you can't claim brainwash. And I'm not so mad at her. I'm mad at the defense. Come on, you're the Southern District of New York. You have the world watching you. The world.
I screenshotted too because like those two questions, the last two things that was asked, the updates, says a lot. It's like you don't even know what happened to you. So why are you on here trying to say this? And as a juror, if you ain't sure if you wanted something or not, I might can't take none of your other testimony. Seriously.
Well, I just had to screenshot it because somebody else will flip it to mean a different meaning. She was pressured. She was brainwashed. He was pimping her out.
Mm-hmm.
All of that. And it could be valid arguments. But when you have a case and they say beyond a reasonable doubt, if I can come back and put reasonable doubt in your head, then that's not a strong case. Let's see.
$360,000 and still did not know she wanted it. Yeah. Mm. My.
Okay, let's move forward. Here we go. Attorney says, "What did you see in the videos?" She says, "I was high. I was just following a pattern performing." Attorney, exhibit, please read it. She says, "It's from my notes. I wrote, I'm having PTSD from these nights." Attorney says, "Why in your notes?" She said, I get my feelings out. So she's a person that likes to journal things. And I believe she had PTSD. I don't just believe her. I believe she didn't want to do that every night. What woman would? You could be a nymphomaniac, but you want to sleep with 3 or 4 men a night?
Right.
No, she had urinary tract infections, all of that. I believe that she didn't want to do it every night. The problem for me, just for me, I'm not telling you guys to believe this, is you kept going back when he even like Cassie. I get it. She didn't want to get. Here we go. Attorney. Did you see Sean that day? She said yes, at his home. I was confronted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling. He was hugging me. Attorney. What are these? She said, photos. I told you of us in the master bedroom. I felt he understood me in that moment. I
Yeah.
don't know, y'all. I
But I would
can't
say this.
use the DV thing as a cycle of abuse of her to keep going back, unless you guys are saying she was emotionally brainwashed. Let's say you guys say that. But she's saying things like I consented and I wanted my rent paid. I don't know. This is different than Cassie.
I believe she
Right?
was fully aware. If she's brainwashed by this, more than likely she was brainwashed by the other person she wanted to get the bank from. Okay. It's a pattern here. We talk about Diddy's pattern, but when you're rich man to bouncing from rich man to rich man to rich man is also showing me a pattern that you want to be well kept and not have to do a damn thing. Okay. Now, this the thing with her. Do I think she wanted to do all those freakouts every night? No. No. But I don't believe that she stood up to say she didn't want to do it because she didn't want to lose her place in line.
I have an update.
Okay.
Jane says he had a Halloween video shoot that was nice, but his birthday was approaching and I felt nervous. He'd want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. We had these things called movie nights, our videos. So if you're not doing it physically, you're watching it. This man is oversexed. I've never heard of such a thing. Insane.
24/7.
Something's wrong with Diddy. Something's really wrong with him.
Yeah.
You want to do it first of all, you're a huge voyeur. Like you love looking and filming. Were you doing it? Was he doing the shit on purpose to blackmail somebody? What's up with all the filming?
No, I seriously think that he don't look at women as human. Whatever happened in his childhood or whatever, you know how like something can happen to somebody and people would go out, like say, for example, if somebody was raped by a man, they grow up hating men, but they go out there to revenge men so that they might go out and keep sleeping with them. And you're like, well, why are they sleeping with them? Just a way of dealing with, like coping with whatever. I feel like Diddy don't look at women as human for whatever happened to him. And he's doing it because Diddy is all about control. That's some serious control when you get a woman or anybody to do these things 12 to 18 hours. And even
Yeah,
though
I
he
got an
knows
update.
Yeah.
That's insane. Something's definitely wrong with Diddy. Okay, here we go. She says, I felt this TV could substitute for entertainer. Then Cassie lawsuit came. They were doing hotel night all the way up until the lawsuit. And according to the rumors, after the lawsuit. Anyway, I felt this TV could substitute for entertainer. Then Cassie's lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted. Attorney, why? She says, because. Then she starts to cry again. There were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing. You mean your name got brought up? What's it called? Without mentioning your name. And I do believe your name was mentioned in the Little Rod lawsuit, right, Perry? She was mentioned in the Little Rod lawsuit. So that might be why you want to throw up, because now there's a lawsuit and it's pointing to you. But I heard that, and 50 Cent got mad, and 50 Cent came on, called her a prostitute. I remember all of that. But for some reason, I forgot about it until you took the stand. But let's talk about Diddy's problem. He really has mental health issues. Could it be from his childhood where he supposedly was touched at a Catholic school? Yeah. Could it be his mother that had her own freak offs every Saturday that scarred Diddy and the other little boy that lived with them?
Mhm.
I want to find. Do you remember watching that video, Perry?
What?
The guy that grew up with Diddy that lived in the
Yeah,
woods.
yeah, uh-huh.
Do you remember his name?
No, I cannot remember his name, but he was just talking about how him and his mother stayed in the basement, and they would just do, and I think his mother was doing the same thing too.
I do too. I
It
do
was just
too.
like an in-house, but it was sort of crazy. I can't remember his name though.
I'm gonna find that name. Hold on. So this guy, he grew up with Diddy, and I don't think it's Tim or Kevin. It's another guy who was scarred from his childhood. So Diddy really needs some help. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
Our
If
thing
I could
blinked
just
out. Okay.
find that video. Attorney says, did you screenshot those pages? She said, yes. Attorney, do you recognize this? She says, it's the Cassie lawsuit filed November 16th, 2023. Attorney, had you met Cassie? She said, in 2015 at a fashion show for a celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met her. I've got to find this guy who is so strange. He's about as strange as Diddy
Hey,
is.
Sharrell, I'm
Hmm?
not sure if you noticed, but we had blinked out. We blinked out for a second.
Oh, no.
Now, so it's right before you read this. So can you just maybe read this last one again, just to make sure everybody is up to
Okay.
date?
Attorney, did you screenshot those pages? She said, yes. Attorney, do you recognize this? She said, it's the Cassie lawsuit filed November 16th, 2023. Attorney, had you met Cassie? She said, in 2015 at a fashion show and a celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met Cassie. Jane, I was reading these pages and it felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for this because objection, judge, ask the new question. Attorney, how did you react? She said, like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story. Girl, there's no way in hell that you could convince me that you didn't know that Diddy was putting hands on Cassie and that she was doing freak offs too. You were in the inner circle. Nobody told you that? This is all new to you?
Hmm.
Y'all
Hey,
saying
Sharrell.
Tim Patterson. Let me look and see if I can
Okay.
find that. Can you keep your eye
Oh
on
yeah, I
it?
got you. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's Tim Patterson or Kevin. Let me see.
I think you did a video on it too.
Huh?
I think you did a video on it. I can't remember.
I did.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me this video of one of these guys talking. He was really, I hate to say it. I don't want to disrespect anybody. Very weird. He was
Well,
very
I mean,
weird.
they keep saying it was Tim.
Was
So
it Tim? I can't find the night. I can't find the documentary. Anyway, I don't know where the video is.
I'm here. I'm just trying to check on something before
You're
lunch.
under Avatar too?
Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
You're not on the avatar. I can see
I
you.
know.
Oh, but I'm saying I'm about ready to just bounce out. Well, I'm here, but I'm gonna try to see if we can get somebody for lunch.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Objection. Okay, I got that. Let me see if CNN has an update. Nope. It's just so much. It's really involved. And everybody looks at it from their point of view, which sucks because beyond a reasonable doubt, you would have no arguments. So I'm concerned about that. But Diddy's a twisted mother. He's a twisted MRFer. Something wrong with him. Something wrong with anybody wanting to be with him. If Diddy wasn't rich and you just met him at a club, you would be like, "You want me to do what?" You said what? Do what? Get out of here. Like, if I don't call, if you better hurry up before I call the cops on you. Like, these women are volunteering being with this man because of who he is. And when you pull all the curtains back, he is a sick puppy. How many freakouts are we going to have? How many hotel nights? It's insane. And even though I think his mom looks great for 85, something wrong with her. Something wrong with her. Somebody just sent me something. What did it say? Judge threatens to throw case out the courtroom. I don't know what she's saying. She's in the courtroom. I don't know what she's saying. Trying to throw the case out. They're not going to get a mistrial. So I'm not really worried about that. No mistrials in the future, in my opinion. Okay, here we go. Comey says, read your messages the day after Cassie's lawsuit. She says, 4 in one night, and now I'm going to the doctor. Oh, she's mad about Cassie's freak-offs? Now I'm going to the doctor, attorney. Then 3 days later, she says, I wrote, I feel like I'm reading my own ex-trauma. God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me. Okay. Nothing. It's just. Okay, so let's say you didn't know about the freak-offs. Now you know, right? Did you leave? I just want to know. What happened? Did he talk you back into it? How come you're still there till this very day? You said you felt sick when you found out. And that little Rod lawsuit was juicy. You had Cuba Gooding Jr. in it. You had a Meek Mill in it. Who else? It was good. You just found all this stuff out. You're devastated. Why are you still there till this day? Why are you still there? You just said that woke you up. You're still there. This is a bad witness. And if I can point out the contradictions, wait until the defense comes on.
Well, and that'd definitely be out to lunch or sometime today.
Did you get in touch?
I'm waiting on a response.
Okay. Because now it's time to pull out people to explain why this isn't RICO, because we've done it long enough. Now we got to get somebody in here because this is crazy. She just said, they filed the lawsuit. She gave the date, November something, 2023. And I was shocked and devastated to find out all this other stuff was going on. I feel sick to my stomach. Can't believe you gaslit me.
She felt like she
But till this day, he's still paying your rent. It's a bad look.
She felt like she read her own story.
And I don't want them to chew you up, but I know it's coming.
And then she felt like she was outdone by Cassie. 4 in one night? Did you go over 18 hours? She gonna be so hurt when she realized the other girl, Cassie, went 24 hours.
He says, pay attention to our updates.
I'm checking. It was one 3 minutes ago. On unless they're talking about CNN, maybe.
3 minutes ago. Comey, read your messages the day after Cassie lawsuit. I read this.
Yeah. Go ahead,
One,
read it again.
4 in 1 night. 4 in one night, like 4 people in one night. And now I'm going to the doctor. She's now you want to go to the doctor when you were sleeping with escorts without protection. Anyway, attorney says, then 3 days later, she said, I wrote, I feel like I'm reading my own actual trauma. God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me. I don't know how you can say that because you're still there. Now, if somebody heard you say, I couldn't believe it and I left, I was finally woke up and I left. Here goes a update by CNN. It says Jane testified that she went to see Diddy house soon after the latest text exchange. She testified. The visit ended up being one of my favorite moments, she said. The judge saw photos of the two of them in his master bedroom. She recalled this was the first time she felt supported by Combs. I felt that he had really absorbed for the first time what I was saying. I felt that he understood me in this moment, Jane said. They spent time together over the next few days in October, but she left when it got closer to his birthday on November 4th. With celebrations, I just felt that they would be put on me as far as him wanting to party. Combs didn't call her to the party for his birthday, but Jane said she bought him a mobile television screen that they could use for corn, CORN, movie nights, hoping that could replace the entertainers.
Mm-mm-mm.
Let's say she's brainwashed. Let's just say she's brainwashed and she honestly didn't understand that what her role was just to be his doormat.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say she was really brainwashed. Does that change your opinion? Does it change things for you?
I mean, I wouldn't even consider the fact that she was brainwashed. Nothing made me to lead me to believe that she was brainwashed. I mean, so now would it change my opinion? It just wouldn't because, like, brainwashed, you never lost track of counting your coins and what you needed from. So I don't, no, I don't, I just don't even factor that in. But she's upset. Now, I got to, what? 4 in one night? I seen the pattern. I got to go to the doctor because that is disgusting. Well, you done went through 3 in one night for 12 to 18 hours. But now you need to be tested. I don't know if she said that. She said go to the doctor.
This is a very serious poll, you guys. Would you say she was innocent if she was
An update.
brainwashed? Do I have an update?
Yeah, on the main.
Okay. Here we go. Attorney, you're going to play some audio with your true name redacted. Show the full transcript to the jury. In quote, parenthesis, it says, loud and scratchy audio played. Combs saying, I love you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stop all this madness. Jane says, I don't know. He's acting like a crackhead. Diddy's all over the place. One day he hates you. One day he's single. Next day he loves you. One day no more. We're going to have a sobriety party. And he goes to the party high as hell.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so ridiculous. Let's see what you guys say. My question was, would you say she was innocent if she was brainwashed? You guys are saying no. 70% says no. 30 says yes. I'm wondering if that's a mute defense to say, but she was brainwashed.
Okay.
It doesn't let you off the hook legally.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think.
I mean, ignorance, is
It's
no.
not an excuse, so that must mean no. Yeah, I just read that. He wants to stop the madness, but call the entertainer. Listen, this is why I'm all over the place with this case. This is crackhead behavior. All the arguing, going back and forth, all the freak offs, all the IVs. Like, what? And you only have IVs because you're rich. No regular crackhead could put their minerals and vitamins back in their body. Here we go. Attorney, did you know you were being recorded? She said no. Attorney, did you know you were being listened in on? She said no. In parentheses, more audio. Jane saying, who's there when I close my eyes and I have these effed up things in my head? Attorney says, play 345. Who's recording? It's Diddy, right?
Apparently.
I don't think that's bad, because I've told you guys over and over again, whenever you call me, I record conversations, and whether it's legal or not. And the reason I record conversations is because when you're a blogger and somebody tells you something, they have a tendency to forget. I started recording after that Cardi B, after Tasha K got sued. Attorney says, did you know you were being recorded? I already read that. I started recording because you're not going to tell me one thing and then call me a liar. So I tell everybody, and it saved me a lot of times. It saved me with Jaguar Wright when I had to play that recording. Like, girls, no, just not what you said. I don't care. So I don't look down on people for recording, because, in the business we're in, a bunch of liars. You're not going to talk to me, tell me some BS, and then think I'm not going to record it. It saved me so many times. It's not even funny. And sometimes I'll say, yeah, this is a two-party state and you didn't know, but I still got it on tape. They'll be like, what? Okay. Bye, Nishan. See you later. She's going to get her teeth done. Bye, Nishan. Hope it doesn't hurt too bad. I hate going to the dentist. But yeah, it's just too much. Too much. You guys, I agree, but you have a reason. Diddy is doing it for self reasons. I mean, Diddy's sick, y'all.
No, he
Diddy's
is.
sick. Huh?
Yeah, no, I mean, he is. He's doing it because
He's sick.
He's a control freak and whatever else he got going on. And I get it. But the crazy part about this whole case is that I see people from both sides doing it for their own reasons. And typically not a good reason. Like, you got somebody using their power, then you got somebody on the other side that's willing to be used to gain access to that power. That's the crazy part.
I just see people wanting a conviction so bad that so one time, you guys, you probably were in the chat. I said, I don't know if this is RICO, and somebody chewed me out saying, don't say that because it will become real. So I think a lot of people are trying to convince themselves. We need an attorney on here. It's time to get him on. Let's talk about what's really going on, because behind closed doors, I'm being told this is not RICO.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a poll, Sharrell. I'll be back. I'm here though.
You have to end mine.
I did. I got you.
See if we got CNN updates. This is the latest for CNN, but it's old. It says Jane testified about learning of Cassie Ventura's November 2023 federal lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs, a lawsuit in which Ventura accused Combs of R-ing and DV, and which was settled a day after it was filed. I almost fainted. In fact, I think I did, she said. Jane said 3 pages in Ventura's lawsuit had a harrowing resemblance to her own experience. I just reacted like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story, she testified. Jane said she only met Ventura a couple of times in passing years ago, and they have not communicated beyond that. Jane messaged Combs after reading the lawsuit. She testified, I was just in complete state of shock, just messaging him and just like, what is this? So she sounds like she was mad when she seen the lawsuit, but you're still in the house and you're still saying you love him. I forgot you said that Friday.
But she see the blueprint though. Mm-hmm.
I'm so over her. She needs to get off the stand. And I hope you guys don't ridicule her, men, like you guys had this weekend. This weekend was, oh my gosh.
Well, no, I mean it's not knocking the hustle, but don't act like you a saint. This the problem men got with it. We respect HOEs. I mean 304s. It's a place for them in society, right?
Carrie,
No, I'm saying. I mean, you got a lot of people looking for them. They're supplying a service. There's nothing wrong with your hustle. I mean, it may not be for everybody. Nobody's dogging that, but don't do a hustle, then come out and cry and whine and act like you was doing something like you was some public school teacher. That was not your career. That's not how you made your bank. And now you above all that. So nobody's mad at what she did. It's just know who you are when you understand.
I can't. That's
No, you
enough. I should not. Please stop. See, he says stuff to make me. He thinks it's funny. It's not funny. Period. It's not funny.
I don't care. It's the
But
truth.
she's confused and she's all over the place. And at the end of the day, you're going home to his house. Pay your own rent, and you wouldn't have
Right.
to be going through this.
Mm-hmm.
Here we got an update.
Okay.
It says Sean Combs' voice. I guess they're listening to another tape. I'm trying to be there for you. Know what I'm saying? Question mark. Jane says, I just effed up right now. Oof. Sean, are you recording me? Attorney. Jane, were you recording him? She said, absolutely not. You know, with all the drugs he's been taking, he's paranoid. Have you guys ever heard or watched a movie or been around a person that's done too much white powder and they think everybody's following them? I hate to say this. Have y'all been around that? That's what it sounds like you're going right now. You recording me? It reminds me a little bit of Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lane. They were all drunk. They're all over the place. One wasn't better than the other, but Tory was a convicted felon, not allowed to have a G-Win. But you know, now they're saying, have y'all heard? Now they're saying that somebody came forward and said it was Kelsey that pulled the pow. It's all over the place.
Mm-mm-mm.
Have you been hearing that about Tory Lanez?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It wouldn't shock me if it was true.
I'm going to read this again because it's crazy. This is a recording that they're listening to right now. He says, I'm just trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying? And then she says, I'm just effed up right now, talking about after what she's seen in the Cassie lawsuit. Combs asked, are you recording me? Child, he probably screamed it. He probably did this. You're recording me? You know how they do that? And I keep saying this, but I'm really shocked nobody passed away. Not just OD'd, passed away. That was 12 minutes ago. Okay. This is the worst testimony. And then she's coming back this afternoon for the cross. You guys that are Cassie fans, we're not gonna like it. It's gonna be ugly. I'm telling you right now, brutal, especially if they bring in Westmoreland. She is the toughest attorney on that team as far as badgering the witness. If they unleash, I hope Agnafilio does it. Or even Brian Steele. Brian Steele is a Barracuda too. He's a little more calm with it. But that lady, Westmoreland, let me see what she looked like. I didn't even know she was African American.
She's not doing it. They already said that this other lady's doing it.
Who's doing it?
Some other female from the defense. They said her name, but I can't remember.
It's a female?
Yeah.
Garagos?
I don't think that was it. But it's a female on the team because they got to be gentle with the damn, I've already called her an escort, but with the young lady on the stand. But Pure Joy says this: Diddy has given IV hydration a bad name. I've never been near a freak off, but I get monthly IVs to maintain optimal health. It's not common. It's not uncommon.
Did you guys know that Westmoreland was also on the Young Thug trial? It says right here. Hold on. Here she is. This girl, if she is on your team, she's fabulous. If she's not on your team, can't stand her. She's probably one of the best. She's no joke. She's the real deal. She's no joke. Oh, I can't go bigger.
Yep.
She's
prosecution sucking up all the time. Okay, now the question I asked Sharrell on the poll is Diddy doing this for his business? Or I was going to say R himself, but I needed to state it where it's a yes or no. 71% says no, he's not doing this freakiness for his business. 72%. 28% says yes. 28% sound like the ones who want to make this a RICO when it's not. Just my opinion. But I'm gonna leave it up for a little while and check until I can think another question to ask.
wow.
You got an update.
Okay. Here we go. It says more audio. Sean Combs' voice. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need you to support. You got me in that video thing. Attorney. What did that mean? She says, the mobile TV I got him. What does that mean? Let me reread this, you guys. It says more audio. Sean Combs' voice. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying. I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. Here's the next line. I need you to support. You got me that video thing. Well, and then the attorney says, what did that mean? And she said, the mobile TV I got him. Yeah, but what does it mean you got me that video thing? What does that mean? That she's encouraging his behavior? What is he accusing her of? I'm going to read it one more time. It says more audio. Sean Combs' voice. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the F is going on. I need you to support. You got me that video thing. I don't know what that means.
I don't know neither.
It feels like it's something important, but I don't know what it means.
That video thing. Yeah, I don't know.
And what's wrong with getting a video thing? Are you
sounds
doing
like
crazy things with the video thing? What's going on, y'all?
Or he don't say something, or is it a way that she can record stuff? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I
told the feds had him wired. They they wired his phone calls. I knew that they were watching him before Cassie's lawsuit. And why? Does it have something to do with the alcohol company? This is too much. Can somebody give me some solid evidence so I don't have to read it into nothing? I'm tired.
Okay, why can't I do this?
Sounds like he cracked out of his mind. You know how when people get cracked out of their mind, they start twitching and itching. I don't know why they itch so much. They start itching and talking crazy and everybody out to get them. Sounds like that's what's happening to him. And twitching, they do that. They rock back and forth, child. I don't know why people sign up every year, new people to be an addict. Like, oh my God. Someone think they're speaking in code.
Oh.
Read your comment. I will. Yeah, tweaking. This man is tweaking. He's probably got the white lips, the whole nine. It's so funny. Why do crackheads have white lips? Y'all, why they lips so white? So, because you know, like if it's something they're smoking, if they're African American, their lips turn black. Also, too, I don't want to say it because I don't want nobody to think I'm talking about them. I don't. Aphrodite. I hear that their lips turn white. I don't even know. I mean, it's just, I don't know. You just lose your looks. I'm
They should be
surprised
breaking for lunch.
that those women are still attractive.
They should be breaking for lunch, but they ain't said it yet. And see, the prosecution just wasting too much time. They trying to waste more time so we don't remember what happened Friday.
I have to say, you guys, this has to be the worst witness ever. It has to be the worst. At least with the hostile makeup artist, at least he was funny. This girl's all over the place. She's even worse than Mia. Now I don't know, because Mia said they asked Mia, have you talked to whatever the makeup artist name is? She said, yeah. They said, after he testified, like giving you a warning, don't say that. And then here you go anyway. Yeah. These people are cracked out of their mind. Diddy's having a full-on paranoia freak out right now. And not a freak off, freak out. He's having a freak out right now. Everybody's after him. I'm telling you, if Diddy was unemployed, she would never look twice at him. She wouldn't. It's just these women are out of their mind to let these men just do whatever to them. And to this day, this is the part I cannot get over. You read the Cassie file. You were so upset about it, devastated, didn't know what was happening 3 or 4 times a day, but you're still there. It's insane. I don't know what's going on, but if there is an enterprise, you need to be in it and you need to be arrested. Give 50 that child back that he don't have time for and let him raise them by nannies. Diddy ain't got time. I mean, 50 ain't got time for no damn kid. What is he talking about?
You got an update.
Here we go. Comey says, Your Honor, this might be a good place to break. The judge says, okay, jurors, you may go. Jurors exit. The judge, how much longer, Miss Comey? She says, I'm confident I'll finish today. It might be the end of the day, but today.
Come on. You see my point? Come on, stop it.
What more is there to add?
They want you to forget that this girl has just sit there and said, look, I'm just here. I don't know why I'm here. I'm still living. He's still paying my bills. And yeah, I invited some entertainers and so did he. I don't know. It's just too much. The prosecution is getting way out there. It's showing me more and more. They probably really just don't have a case.
We have a comment
Go ahead.
from Wayne Justice. He says, breaking news. I just found out from my source in the courtroom that Diddy was being wiretapped by Jane Doe via the government.
Woo.
It will come out in the next 2 days.
Damn. Wow.
No. What? Now it's even creepier. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, Leon? What the hell, Ron James? What the hell? What?
Who the hell gonna be still paying that rent next month? I wonder. Shit.
Now somebody just out of line here talking about Beyonce. Look, I ain't even gonna say it out loud. Wait, where'd it go? Hold on. Here it is. Oh, Bryson. Beyonce? Child, I don't know. Yeah, she's all over the place. If she's working with the government, this is not going to. It's not going to be good.
Wow. Well, that
you
is
believe
crazy.
it here?
I don't know. I mean, they talking in code about something.
Oh, I was talking to one of, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but let me go and check on something. I'll be back.
So, I don't know, y'all. Let me get ready for Law and Crime. This case is actually giving me a headache. I hate to say it. So it's pretty much out there, though, that the government was talking to Cassie for a while. Here we go. The government has been following. Hold on.
Have left me no choice. So how do you go in the direction of like moving like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving? Ain't no threat. I'm just being clear. I can't do with you every time you get upset.
So what do we make of this? Well, we're going to wait for Elizabeth Milner to come out, our law and crime reporter, give us a play-by-play on some of the big moments that happened today. But also, one of the things why I love doing this lunchtime show is we can report to you in real time what is happening in that courtroom and break it down in real time. So the prosecutor just asked the court, Your Honor, this might be a good place to break. Okay, jurors, you may go. The judge says, how much longer, Ms. Comey? And Maureen Comey, the prosecutor, says, I'm confident I'll finish today. It may be the end of the day, but today. And then once we'll get that, we'll move on to cross-examination. Okay, let me bring in my all-star panel. I'm joined by legal analyst, professor of media law at Rowan University, Candace Kelly, criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey, and criminal defense attorney William Corman. It's great to have you all here. So, Tyler, what do you make of this? I mean, it's not a clean-cut prosecution. You're getting kind of a mixed bag here. I played you the audio. She apparently sent to Sean Combs. Is this a case of a toxic relationship, or is this a case of manipulation and him manipulating a victim of sex trafficking? What do you take away from it so far?
I think there's arguments on both sides of that. You hear her saying, I consent. And, I think that's the worst part that came out for the prosecution. I mean, her words were her words. And I think some jurors are going to battle with that ultimately at the end of the day. But then you have this video, the voice memo that we just heard where Mr. Combs says, I'm on my job. I need you to get on yours, which also seems to reinforce the prosecution's case of this is what she's doing for work. This is sex trafficking. This is sex labor. And she's seeming that she does not want to do it by her going silent on Mr. Combs. So I think this testimony is going both ways. The reluctantness of her to participate, I think, furthers the prosecution's case. But then again, you have some of her comments that hurt the prosecution. Will certainly exploit on cross-examination.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, William, her reaction to Cassie's lawsuit. That opened her up. I remember there's a whole question about whether or not Dr. Dawn Hughes, this forensic psychologist who already took the stand to talk about the complicated relationship between abusers and victims, whether she has to take the stand once more, be recalled once more, to kind of explain some of this. But it seems what an interpretation from the jury could be is that once this lawsuit came out and she saw Cassie's allegations, perhaps it changed and opened up her mind and started to realize she might be the victim of. The jury might not be convinced. Throwing it to you.
I agree with what you're saying. I think that it does cut both ways, as Tyler said before. I think that forensic psychologists would help with this in order to explain why abusers or why abuse victims stick around with their abusers, why they continue to love them. I mean, there were text messages back to loving him and her caring about his medical conditions. So I think some context is important. I think the prosecution probably knew it was going to come down the pike like this. I'd be surprised if they were blown away by this testimony. Obviously, the jury didn't know it was going to come out like that. But honestly, I think the prosecution did an excellent job prepping this witness. And I'm sure they weren't surprised by that answer at all.
Yeah, Candace, I don't know if it's a situation where you had past prosecution witnesses, perhaps like Brianna Bongolan, who was accusing Sean Combs of dangling her off a 17-story balcony, and you wonder if that actually happened. You wonder if that story actually happened based on digital evidence and travel receipts and some of her own testimony and messages. Whereas the jury could say, you know what, with Jane, I think all of this happened. I feel like every one of these sexual episodes happened, but what I'm taking away is not her necessarily not being a credible witness, but even taking everything she says is true, does it amount to sex trafficking or racketeering? I think she definitely helps with transportation to engage in prostitution. A lot of testimony about literally transporting these male performers and herself different areas to perform in sex work. I think that might be clear. So it's not for me that she's not being credible. For me, it might not mount up to what the prosecution's looking for.
Yeah, I think it may not mount up. In addition, I'm not sure if it waters down what Cassie said, because it might just be a pile-on where you're saying, hey, wait a minute. If she went through this and this is how she's feeling about it, actually saying, yes, I consent at one point, not good for the prosecution, but as you said, not a surprise. Well, how does that also contextualize Cassie? It seems as though once she heard about Cassie's lawsuit, she felt like, well, you know what? I didn't realize, as you said, that I'm actually a victim in this and that this is what's going on. It seems that she was, even up to this day, trying to figure out, I don't know why I did say yes. But I'm afraid that her seeming like she's so confused is what I think the jurors might sense that I'm hearing from other people, especially women. It seems as though maybe on one side, you just potentially maybe needed to get a job in order to get out of this. In other words, are we sure that you were being forced and that this particular $10,000 of rent was being held over your head? Well, that $10,000 rent came 2 years into your relationship. So it just doesn't add up yet. And I'm afraid about how jurors will see this compared to Cassie's testimony in terms of watering it down just a bit. Not necessarily a good witness for the prosecution, in my estimation.
Well, there's more to her testimony, right? So I started by saying that the prosecution thinks it's going to continue for the rest of the day. They might be in a lunch break, but I don't even believe we've gotten to the allegations of physical violence yet, which could change the whole course of this. I'll tell you what, let's take a quick break. 2 reasons. One, we're going to try to get Elizabeth Milner up and find out what's been happening in that courtroom. And number 2, I got to figure out what's going on with people talking in my ear. Got to figure this out. So we'll be right back right after this. Stay with us.
Unbelievable, you guys. Why did it keep doing that? For the first time, we have Long Crime agreeing with us. For the first time, it's almost like we're watching 2 different trials. They would come on and say something totally. Okay, so I guess it's pretty much consensus that her testimony was all over the place and not deemed a good day for the prosecution. I don't know. All I know is that that testimony was all over the place. And I don't know about her working for this government. Renee, you said that was the tapes. Maybe I can go back and try to listen to them. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it won't let me go back. Let's see.
This case, and there is a lot to break down with respect to Jane's testimony, the continued direct examination of Jane.
Just like have me just keep moving.
To the jury and to her, one in which she apparently says, and I'm kind of reading verbatim here, this is one to Sean Combs, I'm not a porn star. These experiences are desensitizing sex for me. It's been 3 years of me having to bleep strangers. But then you're confronted with this message, and this is probably going to be the one that's talked about the most, where she says something along the lines of, I know I was consenting. I know I was consenting. And basically, I know I was consenting, like I say on tape. And she's talking about videotapes of these sexual encounters. And she's asked by the prosecutor, was that true, Jane? And apparently she just testified, I'm still trying to figure that out, and double down on saying that she claims she was high on these videos, that it follows a pattern, that she was just performing, right? That she wasn't really engaged in what was happening. And she also testified that once Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit came out, she said this was very harrowing for her, that this is almost what she was experiencing, that she apparently wrote Sean Combs, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. You gaslit me. Now, to give you an idea about what the jury's hearing, I want to play you something. There are voice notes that have actually come forward. I want to play you one in particular. So this is a voice note, I believe, from August of 2023 from Sean Combs to Jane after she apparently expressed she didn't want to engage in another hotel night, that her body hit a wall. Take a listen.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know. You think you silent treating me, and you think I'm gonna be You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence, and ain't nobody threatening you. And I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you can be mad. I can have a spat. We can have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice. So either you go in the direction of like moving on and like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving. Ain't no threat. I'm just being clear. I can't do with you every time you get upset.
So what do we make of this? Well, I'll tell you what, a couple of things.
All
First
right,
of all,
you
we're going to
guys.
wait for Elizabeth Milner.
I rewind that this is not a good witness. It's not a good witness at all, especially if she's been working with the government. Insane. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is the craziest shit I ever. Listen to prosecutor, please. Miss Comey, this not turning out good for you. You've got to switch up. I don't know how. I'm not an attorney. I don't know what you should do. But now the general consensus is that this girl is not a good witness. She's all over the place. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crime's in-court reporter, who is in court today for all of the dramatic testimony of Jane, alleged victim number 2 in this case. And Elizabeth, it's good to see you. I was saying, I think the theme of her testimony is trying to show reluctance, right? Expressing reluctance, that she did not want to engage in these sexual activities with Sean Combs, more particularly, more specifically, with other men in front of Sean Combs, through a series of text messages, and there's voice notes. There's a lot to condense here. And also, as we were talking about, a lot of complicating factors. What were some of the highlights? What do you think are some of the points of her showing, or allegedly showing, she did not want to participate in these sexual activities, these hotel nights, these debauchery nights? What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, a lot of it stood out to me, and it was kind of a slow morning as far as just presenting these mountain of text messages to not only the witness so she could recall everything that she had spoken to with Sean Combs, but also for the jury to kind of understand where I think the prosecution was ultimately leading up to. So, for example, they were showing text exhibits from September 17th of 2023, where Jane was testifying how Diddy was kind of the only one making her perform for her at home, or for him at her home. And she said, I felt like he made such a big purchase, and this was something that I had to do. And that big purchase was her rent, which was about $10,000 a month, and how Diddy kept kind of throwing this in her face. And we see another text exhibit from that same time frame where Jane was saying, I wish we could go back to when we first started dating. I opened Pandora's box and can't close it. One night of fun turned into our entire relationship. I'm crying as I'm writing this. And you see things like, or not you see, because again, we're not seeing these exhibits. So everything that I'm writing is just transcription from what the prosecution and the witness are kind of going over. So Diddy is replying, girl, stop, let's talk. And then he sends her an audio message. And then you hear Diddy kind of with this raspy voice where he's like, I'm sick in bed. The message that you sent me, what's the problem? We have an actual open relationship. What's the problem? And that Diddy never talked with Jane about her doing these hotel nights. In the particular audio message, when she was kind of telling him about her feelings as far as not doing it and throwing up after one particular hotel night or debauchery night or freak off party where it was supposed to be a sober party. And while that sounds very nice and genuine, she's explained that at this sober party that she had to have sex with 4 escorts, and between escort number 3 and escort number 4, she threw up. And then Diddy said, okay, well, it's all out of your system, kind of, let's go get back to it. And so we saw more text messages and in reference to one particular trip in September of 2023, where Diddy told her that he wanted to just take her to New York. They would spend some time together. Jane had thought that, okay, we are going to spend some time together. It's going to be a nice time. She was sending him places for them to go as far as restaurants to go to here in the city. But she was also kind of texting him some explicit things, such as, for example, Diddy was saying, okay, let's have a good time. Do you have your passport? And then Jane is responding, miss my pretty hard D. Yes, I have my passport, baby. You turned me on so crazy, can't wait. And Jane was saying that Diddy texted her on the flight, and at this point she got particularly upset because Diddy was asking her where Cabral is, and Cabral was one of the escorts that they used. And so Diddy, again, Jane thinking at the time she was flying over to New York for just spending time with her boyfriend, and she was saying that Diddy was wanting an entertainer for that night, or entertainment for movie night. And movie night wasn't going to AMC theaters, which I personally love to do, but movie night was them watching their sexually explicit videos together and their recordings together of these freak off nights. And so Diddy was saying, Jane was saying, I just remember taking deep breaths and feeling disappointed and defeated. And so Jane responded in this particular message, just got to Wi-Fi again, not sure, baby, in response to whether or not Cabral could fly into New York, because Cabral was somebody that was that resided in Atlanta. And so Diddy said, check red phone. Okay, I have a surprise if that's okay, and just one. And so Jane was saying that Diddy was going to introduce her to someone new. And so that she said that she hated it. She hated this entire concept. And she's getting pretty emotional while she's on the witness stand, kind of recalling that, again, she thought that the two were just going to go for a date night. She was going to enjoy her trip to New York City. And then it ended up being another situation where she had to participate in a hotel night. And so Diddy said, sending picture now, and that picture being of an escort, or a picture actually that came from somebody at Cowboys for Angels. And Jane was responding, it's not loading, about to land now. And then Jane texted Diddy the places that they could go for dinner. And she was like, I just really wanted to have dinner with him. And so then you see some text messages from September 18th of 2023 from Jane and Cabral, because Jane was explaining that an escort was coming over to the hotel, and she didn't like this particular escort, so she ended up sending a message over to Cabral. And we hear about these messages where Jane is saying, hey, you want to come to NYC for a day? And Cabral said, yes, I would love to, love. And then Jane says, okay, let me set it up now. Cabral sent all his information to her. And then Cabral ended up coming to the Trump Hotel for another hotel night. And again, these are messages from 2023, so fairly pretty recently. But as far as just the lead up to it, and Jane was explaining how Cabral landed, they ended up doing a hotel night, even though she didn't want to do a hotel night. And I think what the prosecution there was kind of sprinkling in that this was sex trafficking by fraud, or at least transportation to engage in prostitution, because she is flying out this entertainer, as she calls him, from Atlanta to New York City, and then they do a hotel night, and then they slowly start to get into the text messages from October later into November. And what happens in November of 2023, as many of us who have been following this case day in and day out know, is when Cassie dropped her jaw-dropping lawsuit. So in terms of just Jane kind of explaining Cassie's lawsuit while she was on the stand, she was also getting kind of emotional there too, kind of explaining how there were 3 particular pages in her 35-page complaint or so that really stood out to Jane, because she felt like she was just recalling her entire story. And so we did see a lot of messages this morning, and then we were slowly kind of getting into the Cassie aspect of it. But it was just interesting the way I think the prosecution was kind of laying this out. And then we're kind of like, okay, well, where is this going after we're seeing these same messages? But then we finally got to the destination I think the prosecution wanted to go to, and it seems like it'll pick up from there after the lunch break.
A lot of points I want to mention to this. So the big thing we're taking away, it seemed to me this was a bombshell. There is at least one message where she basically expressed to Sean Combs that she was consenting, that she goes, I know I was consenting, like I say on tape. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so
I'm going to allow, this is called me filibustering. Because
but
Elizabeth takes incredible notes, and there's so much activity happening in that courtroom. So this was actually towards, I think maybe in the last hour or so, it actually stopped me when I was reading this, because it's all about, was this consenting? Was this all consensual? And it seems the prosecution, they had to fix this up a little bit. So talk to us about the circumstances of this message and what the prosecution asked Jane about it. And there's one thing to read it in the transcript. How did the jurors respond to this?
Yeah, so Jane was kind of explaining this after what had happened at this sobriety party. And again, this was essentially an orgy where Jane had to perform with various different men, about 4 different escorts. And even between escort 3 and 4, like I had just mentioned, that she had gotten sick. She got nauseous. She threw up during this, and Diddy kind of told her to keep on going. And so she was explaining that after this party that she got a UTI from this. She said that she was having PTSD from these sex nights. She was feeling very triggered around this time period, because around this time it was October, so a couple weeks before Cassie's lawsuit came out, and that Diddy would just kind of throw it back in her face that she booked the escorts too, something that she admitted while even on the stand. And that Jane was explaining that she had told Diddy that he had placed these harmful men onto her, and she said and then Diddy had said to her, talk to God, I'm going to pray for you. You're burning a bridge you weren't prepared to pay for, insinuating that he was kind of paying her rent. That's what she interpreted it to be. And so Jane said in the text message that she knew that she was consenting on the tape, but she said that she was uncomfortable, but she kept doing it because she loved him. And she said that she knew that she appeared to be excited, and that Diddy would throw it in her face that she appeared to be excited on these particular tapes. But according to her, she said she was really uncomfortable. And even at points, Jesse, while she's testifying, I feel like just the entire grasp of it all, she's really kind of processing it to this day. And again, these messages from around 2023. And so Jane kind of wrote in her notes app, which she sometimes would kind of copy and paste, send them in a text message form, about her feelings about doing these hotel nights. So Jane wrote in her notes, for once today, I thought you were compassionate about this trauma. You have thousands of videos of me. I have PTSD. I'm feeling violated. And that Jane ended up seeing Diddy in person. Diddy comforted her at his Bel Air hotel. And so then Jane was explaining that there was an exhibit that was shown, again, that we can't see, but the jury saw it, the witness saw it, and the parties on both sides saw it. And Jane was explaining, in this moment, I felt supported by Sean, because it was a photo of her and Sean homes together. She said that he understood me in this moment and it was one of my favorite moments. And then afterwards, the two ended up spending time together. There was no drugs. It was just the two of them. But then Jane said that she was feeling anxious about Diddy's upcoming birthday because when that note was sent, it's late October. And as we've been following this case, we now know Diddy's birthday, of course, to be November 4th. And so kind of leading up to this, she was saying that she was feeling anxious because she felt like she might have to possibly perform in another hotel night or debauchery night. But what she ended up doing was what she ended up doing was spending the night at home by herself because Diddy ended up spending that birthday with his family. But I think what's interesting, and I think might be a point that the defense will kind of talk to her about whenever they get that time to cross-examine her, was that during this particular birthday that Jane got Diddy a mobile television, and this mobile television was so that way he could watch their videos together, their sexually explicit videos together. And she said that this television could suffice as entertainment for her, for Diddy. And so then that's when we start to kind of get into Cassie's lawsuit. But as far as just her saying that she consented on these tapes and told Diddy this, I definitely think it's a point the defense will pick apart whenever they do have that time to cross-examine her. So it's pretty conflicting. And as far as the jurors kind of watching all of this, I did see jurors, because we did have a different seating switch up, I should say. And we sat on a different side, so we get more of a view of the jury. And I feel like at times the jurors were kind of like, okay, this is another text. I'm seeing them really kind of intently like look at the exhibit screen right in front of them. And so they were just kind of, from what I could see, really just digesting all of this testimony. Of course, there were, I think sometimes I did see one juror kind of making a face, and I'm not sure if that was at the sexually explicit stuff that she was sending him or that he was sending to her. But for the most part, from what I saw, they were definitely overanalyzing these text messages, or not overanalyzing, but at least digesting them and really kind of interpreting them for their own mind.
And I'm curious how Diddy's behaving, because we know last week he was scolded by the judge for allegedly nodding at the jurors during a key piece of cross-examination. There were reports that he went up to the sketch artist and complained because he felt that the sketch artist, and we're showing these sketches, or part of the sketches, make him look like a koala. By the way, we put up a poll and we asked our viewers, what do you think? Definitely a koala or don't see it. 55% don't see it. They don't see a koala. But how has he been reacting during the course of what is, important testimony and arguably points of the testimony that may help his case?
Yeah, from what I saw of him, he definitely isn't doing that thing where he's looking at the jurors, he's nodding along, because also the prosecution is giving this line of questioning right now. It's not his defense attorney. So it might switch up when the cross-examination begins, but possibly not also because of what the judge had told him last week. But as far as even the jury entering and exiting the courtroom, either for a break or for the lunch break, as we saw just a few minutes ago, it's a little bit different. Before, he would kind of turn around, watch them all go off of their seats. But this time I really saw him just laser focused on the judge, or just straight up looking down. So I think trying not to make eye contact. I don't think he wanted to get in the judge's crosshair, not one bit. Now, as far as the koala thing goes, I have to say there was this time where I did see Diddy talking to Jane last week, and I did see him kind of doing this. And I think as far as the koala goes, I think it was really kind of like talking about playing up the beard just a little bit as far as what you could see inside those drawings, because it is pretty cool to see Jane kind of in her work really kind of drawing everything piece by piece. Sometimes in testimony, when like it gets a little redundant, I am kind of looking off to her to see how this is all coming along. And so it seems like, yes, Jane Rosenberg, and she does a great job. She does a fantastic job, and she really is very diligent when she's putting her court sketches together.
Okay, we have a question for you, Elizabeth, from one of our viewers, Tamara Trudkowski. Apologies if I mispronounced your last name. Elizabeth, were any potential upcoming witnesses mentioned today?
Unfortunately not. From what they tell us, and they being the prosecution, they say that they're still going to continue with Jane's testimony at least till the end of the day. Then we'll have the cross-examination for Jane. But the thing about Jane is she has to be off the stand by Thursday evening because she has a flight to catch, because she is going, I guess, on this trip internationally, either for business or for something else. But as far as just who we can expect for the next witness, they've been keeping pretty mum on that. I'm hoping they'll tell us at least at the end of the day today who that next witness may possibly be, but for right now they've been pretty tight-lipped about it so far.
Have they mentioned, I thought I read something, is there a conversation about recalling Dr. Dawn Hughes, an important witness, to maybe explain some of the behavior of these alleged victims, which the prosecution might need? There's been a lot of witnesses since her testimony who, texted Sean Combs loving messages, posting loving messages, seemed to act in ways that were contradictory to being abused. You're listening to the complicated testimony of Jane, who, again, was in a relationship with Sean Combs up until his arrest, apparently still paying her rent. And these issues of was she a willing participant or not? Anything about whether Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to take the stand again?
So the prosecution did file a motion to recall Dr. Dawn Hughes. However, the defense has yet to respond to that motion. And so the judge said, okay, the defense, you want to take until end of day to respond to this. He's totally fine with it. So the discussion hasn't happened on whether or not this will actually happen, that being Dr. Dawn Hughes being recalled to testify. But it seems like it is something the prosecution wants. We're just waiting to hear what the defense has in their filing about obviously opposing to that. But it's interesting, if Dr. Dawn Hughes was to retestify, will we see Jonathan Bach again? We have not seen him since he cross-examined Dr. Dawn Hughes a couple weeks ago. So maybe it'll be exciting for him to come back, but we'll kind of wait and see what the judge has to say and what the defense even has to say in their response.
Also got a question from RSS real quick, Elizabeth. What went on with this mistrial situation? Didn't the defense file for a motion for a mistrial? I think it had to do with what they believe is false, perjured testimony of some of the witnesses, right?
Yeah, so it all has to do with Bonna's testimony, and the defense during Bonna's cross-examination was kind of like, okay, Diddy wasn't even in that side of the country when this allegedly happened, and you say that Diddy dangled you off a balcony on the 26th. We have this receipt showing that he was actually at the Trump Hotel here in New York during, I think it was the 24th of September to the, I think, 26th of September of that year, or just a couple days. It might be takeaway here or there. But the defense did file a motion for a mistrial, or renewed motion for a mistrial over the weekend. And so I was expecting some arguments about it this morning, but another diversion yet again, and because the government has to respond to the defense's motion for a mistrial. Obviously, they're going to oppose it. And so business just kind of continued on as usual this morning. There was a little moment this morning where the judge was like, can I speak to both lead counsel in our chambers? And we thought maybe it's a jury issue. We didn't know kind of what was going on. And then again, they just went to business as usual. From what I saw of all the jurors today, they were all there. And so as far as the first question, the motion for a mistrial, the government will respond to that today. Yep. And so we could hear arguments about it possibly tomorrow.
All right. Elizabeth Milner, I know you got to head back into the courthouse. Thank you so much. Great reporting as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to continue taking your amazing questions back here with Candace Kelly, Tyler Bailey, William Corman. Okay. Thanks so much for being patient, guys. Okay, got to get back to this. So let's talk about this. We have an interesting question. I'm trying to find it right now. Tyler, where is it? Big question in this case. Was this sex work, right? For purposes of sex trafficking, for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution. Tyler, this is from Jason Hewitt. Has anyone testified to Diddy paying them?
That's a good question. I think that they have testified to receiving compensation for providing services for Mr. Combs, whether that is your rent being paid or other benefits that have come from performing in these sex escapades or freak-offs for Mr. Combs. Now, nobody's testified to receiving, as far as the victims being paid, but you also have these escorts who've clearly been paid to provide and perform sex work on the women and victims who have testified in this trial so far. So you have that. They weren't doing it for free. And then you have also the survivors or victims who are also testifying to the extent of receiving some compensation and being coerced or manipulated into performing freak-offs.
Well, look, Jane has testified that she was receiving gifts and cash, like wires, and that she was also getting her rent paid. But I don't recall the testimony of the Punisher. If he talked about receiving payment directly from Cassie or Sean Combs, maybe my producers know, we'll talk about it. But look, Jane has also supported the idea that there was cash that was used to pay these performers, that it all came from Sean Combs, that he was paying for the travel of some of these performers. So that idea of payment and transporting, very important for the transportation to engage in prostitution charge, but also for sex trafficking, right? You're talking about commercial sex acts and whether something these performers or even the alleged victims were receiving something of benefit or something of value in order to engage in this. Okay, Candace, this is from Peacemar. Is Jane the last witness for the government's case?
Potentially. I mean, they're saying if she goes to Thursday, and we have heard that the prosecution said that they will be done by Friday. I mean, it's unlikely, but potentially. But that's impossible in my estimation. I still think that there's a lot of gaps that need to be closed. I mean, KK, D-Rock, I just want to hear from security guards. I want to hear from someone who was there at all times, because we know Sean wasn't driving himself around. We know that Sean was asking other people to help, decorate the rooms and things of that nature. I need to hear from other people, but the word is that they could be done by this week. I do not see it.
William, I mean, this is a question we just got from Paul Franti. It's about Christina Coram, this alleged chief of staff of Sean Combs. So many people have mentioned KK. When would be the most reasonable time for the prosecution to bring her onto the stand, assuming, she takes the stand? I think we have a problem with William's internet, so we're going to work on William. Let me throw it over to Tyler. Tyler, so many people mentioned KK. When would be the most reasonable time for the prosecution to bring her onto the stand?
There's been a lot of suspense regarding and surrounding KK this entire trial. I think that, you want to start off trial strong. I think they started off very strong with calling Ms. Ventura as their leading off witness and calling KK possibly as their closing witness who could actually tie everything together. Her being, Mr. Combs' right hand for so many years and being intimately involved in his business affairs, maybe calling her at the end to bring everything home before they rest their case. That would be a good strategic place for her to testify in this case if I was running prosecution for the government.
This is a great question we have here, Candace. I actually did a whole sidebar on immunity, all the people that have taken immunity. This is a question from Ashton McComb. Is it possible for someone to testify against Diddy and still be charged even if they have immunity? What does the immunity cover?
Well, the immunity covers things that are said in relationship to whatever they are talking about, unless they perjure themselves. They can't perjure themselves and then, claim to be immune. They also, if something comes out of that, let's say drug offenses, for example, there are 3 people, I believe, so far who have gotten immunity. If they talk about, being involved in a drug transaction as a result of being in this situation, then they would not be charged. And this allows witnesses to talk even more and more freely. And that's why we have immunity. So it makes sense because we have a lot of people that were doing illegal acts here. And if you have them say, hey, I don't want to testify, well, you say, hey, listen, you'll be okay. Please just testify as a prosecutor. Please go ahead and testify as truthfully as you can, because you won't get in trouble for what you say unless you perjure yourself in this process.
And I mean, look, this is why Eddie Garcia, the former security guard for the LA Intercontinental Hotel, had to have some protection. Testified to accepting an alleged $100,000 bribe that he split with 2 other people for giving Sean Combs evidence, that videotape of him, appearing to beat up Cassandra Ventura, and then didn't report it on his taxes, deleted messages. It's a problem. He needed some sort of protection, but obviously was important testimony for bribery, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. Okay, we've got a legal question. This is from Erica Charlotte. I'll throw it to you, Tyler. What is the difference between a sidebar and approaching the bench?
So they're essentially the same. The judge could ask the counsel to come up there for a sidebar to talk about some ancillary matter associated with the case, and also counsel can ask the court or the judge, may we approach to talk about something, whether it's an exhibit, whether it's some small issue in the case. It's really a conversation amongst the lawyers and the judge, usually regarding some logistics or something minor involving just evidentiary issues, nothing that would sway the case one way or the other. And it's just more appropriate for it to be discussed in silence so the jurors don't think it's anything or the witnesses don't think it's anything significant regarding the case.
This is a good question. William, back to you. This is a super chat question from Nestdog. Thank you so much, Nestdog. Isn't there a 5th victim? I think there was. It was a pretrial hearing. In a pretrial hearing, the prosecutors informed the judge that they intend to call a victim 5. I don't know how much more additional information we have. I'll throw it to you, William. As you answer, I'll take a look to see if I can find something else more about it.
Sure. I do think they talked about a number of victims that they were going to have. The case is already going for quite some time. I think that they are doing a good job moving it along. I think that we may begin to run into some sort of witness fatigue if the prosecution keeps calling witness after witness. I mean, again, they have to prove the necessary elements, but it's one of those things the prosecutor needs to keep an eye on. Are they calling too many witnesses? Is the jurors tuning out? Is it something that they really need to keep doing in order to push this case on, or is it just testimony? I think those are decisions they need to make.
Yeah, and I think that this victim 5, who they might now be distancing themselves from since we haven't heard so much about it, was kind of like buried in all the legal back and forth, the legal documents. But it also appears that before the trial that the judge had ruled that victim 5 could not be granted anonymity at the trial, so we would know who this person is. The defense, I think, defense's legal team, they tried to prevent victim 5's testimony from being presented. The judge allowed some of it to be heard, so I guess we'll wait and see. Okay, we have another super chat question. This is from Richard Esau. Thank you so much, Richard. Jesse, in your estimation, if the prosecution indeed, I think it's wraps up Friday, out KK testifying or D-Rock, do you think it's enough to convict Diddy? I'm going to throw this question to all of us, but I'm going to start off. I think yes. I think yes. Now, obviously, what do I mean by that? I've said it before, I'll say it again. For racketeering, whether it's the testimony of Kid Cudi regarding the car and arson, Capricorn Clark allegedly being taken at gunpoint for kidnapping, the various witnesses who've talked about procuring drugs for Sean Combs, including Jane, who testified she transported drugs across state lines for him. Those are underlying drug offenses. I think you've hit a number of the predicate crimes and also forced labor. Mia, I'm again, assuming the jury believes all this. So they're just ticking the boxes. I don't know what the jury's going to say, but assuming, the Mia who worked for Sean Combs saying she was sexually assaulted, and then these other workers who said they were being blackmailed and they were being forced to work long hours, I think that they've made a cognizable case for racketeering, at least proving the underlying crimes. And I think through testimony like David James, the former assistant, saying this was Sean Combs' kingdom, we're all here to serve it. That's what he was told, that the assistants were helping out and paying for things and setting the rooms up. The jury could accept there was an association of people, a criminal enterprise to commit crimes, cover them up, protect Sean Combs, that there was a systematic pattern of abuse of women. I think they've made a case for racketeering beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know. They, my opinion, definitely have proven a case of transportation to engage in prostitution, literally transporting sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of sex work. There's been a lot of testimony about that. Feels like a more clear-cut case. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. I've said it before, I'll say it again. There seems to be two clear-cut cases. One, the 2016 tape, right? Sean Combs allegedly attacking Cassandra Ventura after a freak off, dragging her back in the direction there, fits some of the elements. Another event, Sean Combs on a plane with Cassie, allegedly shows her freak off tapes. She says she feels threatened. They land. She demands a freak off. He gets a freak off. So you have commercial sex, travel, coercion. Jane, sex trafficking, a little more ambiguous. Perhaps the jury would feel she really didn't consent to this, that he was manipulating her, that there were only so many ways she could actually express her reluctance to engage in this. But our jury could also say, her engaging in these sexual activities for a prolonged period of times, how on earth could she actually consent? But not so clean, not so clear cut based on her messages. And again, I think she helps with transportation to engage in prostitution. So if they rested, maybe even after Jane's testimony, assuming even after KK or D-Rock, assuming they would testify, I think they have enough to convict. Tyler, you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think they have enough to convict on a lot of these charges. And, jurors are weird when they get in that room. Sometimes they think they could possibly throw a bone to the defense by finding not guilty on one of the counts. I think Jane's testimony has been a little more difficult and not as clear cut with just some of the things that have come out that she's said regarding consent. But you also, like I mentioned earlier, I think that audio recording with Mr. Combs is powerful for the prosecution. But they've done a good job in really narrowing down the facts to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, we're talking about a conviction after we've solely heard the prosecution's case. I assume the defense is going to put up their own case, and they'll try to prove or disprove it showed that the prosecution has not proven these charges that they've accused Mr. Combs of beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's still early to tell, but overall, I believe the prosecution has done a good job in proving their case. And we just got to see what the defense does next.
Candace, what do you think?
Listen, I think when you add up Eddie Garcia, Capricorn Clark, as well as let's throw in Regina Ventura and that extortion, which we had a corroborating witness from Bad Boy Company talk about how that $20,000 was given to her and taken back. Even though it was taken back, we've got the extortion there. You can look at a culmination of various witnesses to get to this RICO charge. But as you said, will the jury believe it? Do they think that this rises to a RICO charge? That's one question. On the other hand, the door is still open. On the defense, I'm sure we were going to hear about the fact that Sean Combs was a drug addict. Sean Combs was a sex addict. We're going to hear all types of information to contextualize how he treated Cassie, how he treated Mia, how he treated everybody within his orbit. But I think that they have done an amazing job. And I think that crossing state lines for the purposes of prostitution, I think even the defense has said, you know what? We know that's a given, that he is going down for that. But that's up to 10 years. And they can kind of deal with that because he has time served. But these other charges, sex trafficking, extortion, bribery, obstruction of justice, I think that we're there.
Well, that's okay, because William Corman, criminal defense attorney, is definitely going to say they haven't done enough, right? He's going to say, no way have they been able to prove any of these crimes.
I mean, I'm defense inclined. I always am, but the state has done a brilliant job in setting forth, the evidence regarding RICO, which, as we've talked about before, is very confusing and very difficult to understand. But I'm echoing what my panelists have said. Between the Kid Cudi incident with the car, Jane has provided testimony about drug trafficking. She's wrapping up packages and bringing them. I think it was ecstasy, bringing them across state lines on an airplane. They really have hit all the high notes. They've done a brilliant job, a Katie Schultz level brilliant job in order proving these individual elements. So I think they've got a problem. And again, as Tyler said before, this has just been the prosecution case so far, and things could shift when the defense gets up there. But I don't know. There's a lot of ground to make up, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
I think this is going to be a long deliberation process. There is so much for this jury to consider with respect to each one of the alleged victims. Think about it. We put up a poll. Which victim's testimony has had the strongest impact on the government's case? 74% say Cassie, 15% say Jane, and Mia, 9%. Those are really, really interesting numbers, Candace, right?
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, Capricorn Clark was the one that really kind of had my head spinning, sitting there in court and just her throwing bombshell after bombshell. But we have to look to Cassie. We have to look to her as this tree in the middle that firmly is the foundation for everybody else to kind of branch off of. And for people in that poll to say, hey, listen, she's the most influential. If the jury believes the same thing, well, then again, the prosecution is doing its job because she's the center. Everybody else branches from there in terms of corroborating what she said. And they do so on many, many different levels. Every single witness has come and corroborated something that she says. If you're the jury, you're saying, okay, if I don't believe Cassie, right, and I'm in that 30-something percent, then I don't believe anybody else. And I think that is an impossible feat. She was a very credible witness, an excellent witness to really kick off what has proven to be a mighty strong campaign against Sean Combs by the prosecution.
So, Tyler, here's a really good legal question. This is from I. Takahashi. How is the verdict decided by jurors after the trial? Is there some type of questionnaire for each question that can be provided by prosecutors so that the verdict doesn't come out as unreasonable?
They'll have a jury form that it'll be a simple question. So do you find defendant guilty of sex trafficking or RICO? Check yes or no. And for each charge that he's accused of, the jury would check yes or no. There really can't be an unreasonable verdict. It's either they're going to vote to convict or they're going to vote to quit. And there is a lot regarding jury charges. And that's the big legal issue, is when the judge is explaining the law to the jurors. Right now, you're hearing the presentation of facts and you're hearing examination by lawyers. Eventually, the judge who's there to decide what evidence gets in will announce the law to the jury. And those jury charges are usually negotiated between the defense and the prosecution. And that's a big part of the case as well. Those jury charges then what's actually put on the jury form that the jurors are going to complete at the end of this case.
William, this is a question from Lisa5472. Do you think the defense wanting a mistrial shows they're concerned about their case being weak after all these witnesses?
No, I think the defense is doing what they're supposed to do, which is when evidence comes in that shouldn't come in, and when there's objections which are overruled or sustained that shouldn't be. It's their obligation, to ask for a mistrial. So I'm sure they didn't think that they were going to get a mistrial, but they are preserving the record because if Mr. Combs is convicted, he will have the opportunity to appeal. And when it gets into the appeals court to see whether or not defense attorneys have objected to questions, whether or not they've moved for mistrials at certain points, it's a strategic way to look at the long game rather than anticipating that the judge is going to decide that there's a mistrial and throw this thing out mid-trial.
And look, for the defense, they're trying to battle away against this concept that this wasn't consensual, right? And the messages, the audio messages that have been played in the court, and now that we have a copy of them, what do they tell us? So here is a message from November 2022. This is from Diddy to Jane, and this apparently is his response to Jane's feelings towards hotel nights, where she wrote him, "I need a breather and a break from you. This doesn't make me feel good at all. You don't deserve me." Let's listen to what Combs had to say.
Yeah, that's my friend. I'm in Miami. I don't have a lot of friends out here, okay? She asked me if she could work out with me. I said, okay. You got to believe what you want. It's the last time you're going to be cursing at me, disrespecting me over nothing. I'm a human being. I'm not going to lock myself up in a room and have no friends. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. I already told you that. And she just came over to work out. But I'm not going to be explaining. It don't matter if I just got finished the other day. I'm single. I could do whatever the I want to, but I didn't. You're straight flipping out on me. And I told you that you had one more time to do this. Flipping out on me because somebody came to work out with me at my house. You're nuts. So be sad, go crazy, do whatever the you want to do. Okay, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve being honest with somebody. And then every time they see somebody around, they like, I'm doing something. I'm working out.
So, look, Tyler, does that help the prosecution show he was deceptive, he was manipulative, he was using lies, false pretenses to get what he wanted? Or is that a stretch? Is this just a message that you would hear in any sort of unhealthy, toxic relationship? Is it just about a relationship? You tell me what we make from these audio recordings.
That particular audio recording, I think, is a stretch for the government to show that's manipulation and coercion into getting Jane to perform these freak offs and sex acts. It sounds more to me like Mr. Combs said, he's a single man, but he also still wants to be in communication with Jane. So he's telling her that this other girl is really nobody to worry about, that they were just working out and Jane is overreacting and she needs to stop doing that or he's going to walk away. It sounds to me like he's just trying to have his cake and eat it. And he's trying to keep it around. I don't think that shows that he manipulated her into performing freak offs. The other video or audio that we heard was more powerful, but this one seems more like a nothing burger, if you ask me.
Question for you, Candace. This is from Blessing Eek, and this is a fair question for Sean Combs being charged with racketeering conspiracy, and yet he's the only one charged, right? He has to have a criminal agreement with somebody. This criminal enterprise. But this is the question from Blessing Eek. If Christina Coram doesn't testify and doesn't get charged as a co-conspirator, wouldn't it be viewed as an unfair prosecution of Diddy as a solo defendant in a RICO conspiracy case?
Well, not necessarily. Why? Because you have other people that have received immunity that have conspired and have been a part of this. Okay, so in that case, you have people that are really a part of the RICO that we're talking about. On paper, it's just Sean Combs. And when we think about the RICO statute and why it exists in order to kind of get around that crime boss loophole and get to the crime boss, well, RICO has done what it's supposed to do. Prosecutors have used it the way that they are supposed to use it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, just Sean Combs on the paper means that there's no conspiracy and that there's nobody else involved. We've been hearing weeks of people who have been involved. They've gotten immunity or made other deals in order to make sure that they don't become a part of this, RICO on paper, but two different things, and both can coexist. It is okay that he's the only one on that paper.
Yep, it's interesting what the jury might take away from it, but we'll see if KK testifies. Okay, William, over to you. This is from Miss Robinson. Does anyone know how he can be guilty on the prostitution charge if he didn't profit from it? Or did he? And the women were willing participants?
That's a multi-layered question. I think that we have heard testimony that while he hasn't actually profited financially from it, he did engage the services of these escorts, these male escorts, to have sex with people like Jane, have sex with people like Cassie. So I think that certainly did engage in prostitution. He's not necessarily charged exclusively with sex trafficking, but he obviously engaged in prostitution. He was giving money to these folks in order to have them engage in sexual acts with Cassie and Jane, as we've heard.
Yeah. It's interesting because they are, especially with didn't you get the sense, Candace, from, you mentioned it before, the former CFO, the guy who headed up the Combs finances, there was an element where they're trying to talk how profitable and how strong the businesses were. Maybe it's to suggest, hey, he's using company resources to, facilitate crimes. Or is it to say, if Sean Combs is benefiting from a racketeering conspiracy, right? If he's benefiting from these illegal acts, if he's benefiting from a pattern of abusing women, look how good his businesses are doing, right? There has to be something there.
Yeah, what I think the CFO did was two-pronged. One, for the defense side, it said, listen, there are all of these other businesses that were actually involved in his everyday goings on. There were a lot of collaborative efforts. There were a lot of things going on with the liquor companies. So he couldn't on his own be making all of these decisions on his own as one singular crime boss, as one single person involved in this RICO racketeering effort. I think that's what worked for the defense. On the prosecution side, I think it said, well, listen, every single thing that you have been doing, let's talk about the forced labor. Well, if you're not paying somebody for their forced labor, but the work that they're doing is actually making you money, i.e. Capricorn Clark, for example, well, then that is something that you profited from, that you try to make somebody work for free. So I see it going both ways, that it works for the prosecution and the defense. And that definitely, when you're looking at everything that he does on a day-to-day, that his company is benefiting from it overall, or all of his companies. And I think that that's what happens when we look at RICO. Is anybody benefiting on any level? As you said, it doesn't have to be tangible money. Is there a benefit that someone is doing something under your direction and you are deriving something from it? I think that answer is yes.
Tyler, we got a question here from Tia215. Why are they not bringing young Miami in, Jesse? I think she knows a lot. Now, my understanding, she had dated Sean Combs. My understanding, Tyler, she has been mentioned in at least one lawsuit. And here's what's also interesting about it, and not necessarily as a defendant, if I don't remember that correctly. I think it was the Rodney Little Rod Jones lawsuit. But she was dating him. She was asked about all of these allegations after all the news broke. And she basically said that she was deeply hurt and shocked after watching the video of Combs beating up Cassie. That was not my experience at all, she said. It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times of your life, but sometimes you got to do that. That's Combs said that, actually. My apologies. But no, she said that was not my experience at all. And I'm reading a People magazine article about it from August 2024, so before his arrest. Seems to me, Tyler, maybe she'll be a defense witness.
I was just about to mention that she could possibly be a defense witness to show that this pattern that the government is trying to say existed did not exist. And you have a lot of similarities between just Young Miami and Miss Ventura. If you're thinking artists, both were artists, both are a beautiful woman, both are younger than Mr. Combs, and both could be deemed to be impressionable. And Young Miami went on the record and said that was not her experience with Mr. Combs. And it also could be that she, knowing that wasn't her experience, the prosecution doesn't feel like she would add anything to further their case. anything, she breaks that link if Mr. Combs did not treat her any way similar than he did Jane and he treated Miss Ventura and the other victims that have testified so far.
And I think that's, it's kind of up in the air because we don't have an actual, it's a sealed list. So we don't know who's going to be called, but we're speculating about who might actually help the defense's case, if they even need to call anyone. If the name of the game is trying to say, accepting all of these allegations is true, accepting he had these wild nights or these freak offs or debauchery nights, domestic violence, weird sexual relationship, doesn't mean racketeering, doesn't mean sex trafficking, and really trying to strike at the credibility of these witnesses. And I think, William, they have been doing quite a good job of cross-examining a lot of the women who have testified against them. We'll see what the jury makes of it, but they're doing their job. You said they're doing their job before. They're doing their job cross-examining these witnesses.
They sure are. And again, one of the things that we have in this, that each of these witnesses has such a giant digital footprint. I mean, we have text messages, we have audio messages. So there's enough here for the defense to figure out exactly, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more of that.
Yeah. Tyler, got a question coming in. So anybody, we're going to be answering questions for the next 15 minutes or so. If you have any questions about today's testimony, what's been happening so far, throw them in. We'll answer them as quickly as we can. This is a question from Danny, Tyler. Since Diddy is still paying Jane's rent, could that be considered witness tampering?
Good question. I don't think so. If this is witness tampering, then Diddy needs a refund of his attempt to tamper with her, because she's still saying stuff that's hurting him. I mean, her reluctancy to say that she actually consented. Now, if she went up there and said that her consent meant consent, maybe I could see that this has been a good investment on Diddy continuing to pay her rent. But the fact that she's got up there and she said all the things that she said to hurt him, I don't think this would be a good business decision for Mr. Combs to use that 10 grand a month as payment for a certain testimony that's going to help his case.
Candace, question from Never Be. Is there a reason they didn't call Aubrey? I mean, I'm assuming they mean Aubrey O'Day, right?
Oh, sure. Well, she may not have been needed. Sometimes overkill is just overkill. If you've made your point, why water it down even further? And you never know what a witness is going to say. She could ended up being like another Jane, where you have this ambivalence and you leave thinking, well, wait, I'm not sure exactly what she's saying, and are we there yet? So if they think that they've made their point already with the other witnesses, why call even more? It's kind of the same reason why people are asking, well, where's Neo and where's Usher? Sometimes too much is just too much. Have you made your point? Well, then that's enough. Let's not take a chance.
Got a question from Stella. How long till we see the witnesses for the defense? Love this coverage. Well, thank you so much. We're waiting to see the end of the prosecution's case, and probably at the end of court every day, we'll get an understanding of how much longer the prosecution's case is, who they intend to call next. And there is going to be a day when they say we have one more witness or two more witnesses. We expect to end by this day. Then the defense will try to end this case, right? Right, William? They will try to end this case immediately, make sure it doesn't even go to the jury, explain what that is, and also explain why I think I'm confident in saying that's not going to be successful. But what happens after the prosecution ends their case?
Sure. When the prosecution rests, it is incumbent upon the defense attorneys to ask the judge to declare that the Commonwealth didn't, or the government didn't prove their case. Essentially, you're filing a motion for what's called a directed verdict. And what you basically are arguing to the judge is, look, even in the light most favorable to the government, even if you're taking
William, sorry. I think you're cutting out. Your connection's a little bad. I'm going to have to jump in. Tyler, I'll throw that to you. So what happens again at the end of the prosecution's case, and why I don't think it's going to be successful?
Yeah, and picking up from where William was saying, he was saying that the defense will make a motion for a directed verdict, saying that the prosecution simply failed to prove any of their charges that they're accusing Mr. Combs of, and that there's no evidence essentially that he's guilty of these charges. Generally, that seldom works in the case of this magnitude, and that motion will likely be denied by the judge, and then the defense will move forward with their case if they intend to bring a case, which I'm pretty sure Mr. Combs would have brought this team if they weren't going to present a case of their own.
Hey, Candace, question from Jeannie Forever. You think prosecutors and defense are watching this show for a sense of how they're doing and where they go for their questioning?
Oh, I bet they are. And listen, if they're not, since they can't talk to the jurors, they need to watch something to get a sense. What are people saying? What are people doing out there, one way or the other? And how are we doing our jobs? Because they don't know. Amongst themselves, of course, they're saying, I think we're doing a good job. But you don't know until you hear from other people out in the world. I'm sure they're looking at everything on TV to figure out, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Because for now, we are the jurors that they can actually listen to and make some assessment from.
Well, Jay Lee says, this is great coverage. This panel is amazing. So thank you so much. So clearly Jay Lee likes this. We'll see if the prosecutors and the defense agree. The jurors shouldn't be watching. The jurors shouldn't be watching. That's the only group we don't want as an audience, right? Okay, this is a great question from ATX Stanley, and I'm going to throw it to you, Tyler. So far, have you seen any issues in the last 19 days of trial that could possibly be used in an appellate brief if he's convicted? So are there potential appeal issues that you're seeing that you say, you know what, that is going to be a prime issue to bring up? His rights were violated. This was an unfair trial, something prejudicial. Anything you see?
The biggest issue that I've seen would have been the video when Mia, I believe, was testifying on the stand, that they said would lend others to believe that she's completely acting as a different person on the stand that day. And me saying that's just the assumption of what I could draw inferences of from the sidebar arguments that you heard from the lawyers as to why the evidence should have been admitted. That evidence, I believe, ultimately was precluded from being presented in the case because the court found it to be duplicative of all the other social media evidence that was entered into. But it seemed like the defense wanted to use it for a different reason. And I think that was the biggest piece for appeal that I've seen so far, outside of some other issues I may not be aware of.
Well, look, I think the idea that what they filed for the mistrial, basically saying, the witnesses, the jury is considering perjured testimony, it's just completely unfair. I imagine that's something they're going to say. But look, that's their opinion of the testimony. It's a matter of fact if the jury believes when any of these witnesses are not telling the truth. Which is, here, I got a follow-up question for you, Tyler. This is from Blessing Eek. Can the charges be split between directed verdict and jury verdict? Again, the idea about taking the defense jumping in and saying this shouldn't go to the jury.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, they could move for a directed verdict on particular charges. That could be specifically done. Generally, what happens on the directed verdict, though, you have a defense lawyer make an argument for a directed verdict on all the charges. Strategically, it could be favorable, I guess, to try to split it up if the prosecution just has not done a good job, or that they don't believe they've done a good job, for example, on RICO or sex trafficking. They could do that, but generally, more times than not, it's just a directed verdict on all the charges that the government's bringing.
We have a poll up. Who would you want to see on the stand next? 76% say Christina Coram, 23% say D-Rock. But clearly you have two individuals who seemingly play major roles in this saga. I do believe Christina Coram, is somebody that is very, very important, just based on the fact that the prosecution hasn't missed an opportunity to bring her up in every witness who's testified. All right. This is, okay. So this is from Cecilia Boggle. I throw this to you, Candace. Will Sean Combs testify?
Well, you mentioned Christina Coram. That's a very good segue into answering that question. And that if Christina Coram testifies, I predict she's going to throw it all on Sean. And at that point, I think that he will have to think even more seriously about testifying if he isn't already. Obviously, it is not a good idea. I mean, think about his testimony in a sense already in terms of his apology tape that he had time to prepare for. How did that come off? He would not only have to answer to that, but he'd have to answer to every single thing that a witness says. But I think that if she testifies once again, if she pins it all on him, he might think this is going to be my only saving grace. Because now you have this woman over here who has been there every step of the way, probably going to make a very good witness too. That's just my guess. And he's going to feel on the defense. I think his ego would probably kick in. I think that he probably would much more strongly consider testifying if she goes for the jugular. and puts it all on him.
You
Absolutely.
you gotta wonder his judgment though. Like you said, the judgment to make an apology video on Instagram 2 days after CNN published that video, it painted his defense, it painted his arguments in a corner. So you wonder if it really would serve him to do this. But I'll throw up another follow-up question to you, Candace. This is from Ray Bishop, goes to the idea of the defense. Will they use the lack
Sharrell, did it blink out? Sharrell?
Oh my God. I had it
Huh?
on mute. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I said, it's like the attorneys are watching different cases. They come in, they go, oh my God, what an amazing job she did. Rico all over the place. Rico. And we're sitting here like, what? That was
Well,
terrible. They were like, she was a great witness. Great witness. What are y'all watching?
but I almost feel like they, you know, because publicly everybody know Diddy is guilty of something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody perceives him as being the monster that he is, and I agree with that. Like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
did a lot of things. So I think they're playing it safe by going with the flow. It's easy to say that he's, yeah, everything's doing great. They prove this, they prove that, not without a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
They can go down the list of things and just say it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
when you're in court, things can go either way. They don't
Mm-hmm.
know what the outcome gonna be. We don't know what the outcome gonna be, but it's safer for them as attorneys to
Right.
be able to pivot this way or that way.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Furston. I seen that one. I'm just trying to go down and catch up. Thanks again. And he was
It
talking
was a
about,
nice break, though.
yeah, but they basically just trying to play it safe, in my opinion. Because
Mm-hmm.
if you sit there and play it wrong and you come out and say, oh, he's guilty and all this, then if I need your services and you was wrong, it could probably hurt their business being wrong. Me having my opinion ain't gonna hurt nothing.
Mm.
It's just simply what it is, my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I don't have a
Mm-hmm.
dog in the fight, but I'm just looking at the charges itself. We all feel or know that
Mm-hmm.
or feel that Diddy need to pay for something that he's done. But I just feel like these charges are souped up to try to get an easy win off him when nobody did anything, and that they were saying they're getting close to maybe finishing up this week, right? With witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
The government, if you want to choose to believe the government and what they're trying to put on there, it's a lot of times you don't met with a witness 27 times. There's a reason why they could be saying the same story based off Cassie's original lawsuit that got settled.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a winning formula. He gave in, he settled. Somebody says that he offered somebody else a settlement. He could have. Because a lot of people, Michael Jackson did it. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not guilty of it, but to quieten it up to move on. But when you go to court, in my opinion, you need to prove it. And for them to come up short, it tells me one thing. They wasted a lot of government money. If you're going to tell me you finishing up your case this week and we ain't heard no more from Homeland Security off those 3 raids when you flew in the helicopters, the boats, squad cars. No, I'm just telling you, like,
I'm
people can
having a
want.
hard time hearing you. I'm going to go
Okay,
in and come back out.
I got you. Yeah. So, I mean, I just feel like we need to see more actual proof. We talking about putting a man in there for life. I granted. Now, okay, Dorian, I see when she come back, I tell her about the update. I see that. More actual proof. And ask yourself this: shouldn't they have more proof if they don't wasted all this time, spend all this kind of money, and you basically still got some disgruntled employees or ex-girlfriends or ones who thought they was girlfriends? And is it actually trafficking
I have
when
an update.
yeah, I got you.
Here we go. It says, oh boy. I just clicked out of it. My goodness. Hold on.
Oh, so I seen something an hour ago. I haven't got it neither. Let me see.
It's an update, but I clicked out of it. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Okay, here it is. 1 minute ago. Jane read aloud messages between her and Sean Diddy Combs in December 2023, where Combs asked if she was dating. She sent him an auto message, which was not played in court, and then wrote in part, I became the side chick and XEX worker in my own relationship. She just keeps admitting things. Oh my gosh. She said the situation was traumatizing for her. Combs responded asking if she was seeing anyone, and then later asked if she wanted to see him in the new year and asked about his Christmas present. Jane responded to him saying she was only going to provide for her child for the holidays that year because she had an unproductive couple of years. She testified that she was referring to the years she spent in the relationship, where most of the time was taken up with the hotel nights. Listen, this is very bad testimony, not only for the prosecution, but for 50 Cent. She's saying, I spent most of my time doing hotel nights, leaving my child with a babysitter. What is wrong with her?
Right.
She's going to lose her child. You can't keep saying stuff like this. I think that she was working with the prosecution. She was working with Diddy. She's playing the middle, and it's catching up with her. Now she's got these two feuding boyfriends that hate each other, and Diddy doesn't want. 50 Cent doesn't want to look stupid. She's going to lose her child. Like she didn't have anybody on her side to tell her this is what you can say, this is what you can't say, or did they do it and she's just performing badly anyway? I don't get it. She's going to lose her child.
And Sharrell, where you get that update from? Because I'm sitting
CNN.
here. Okay. Because on the main, I'm looking, I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's nothing there, but I got it from CNN.
Okay, good. Okay, I was making sure I wasn't tripping. But then I noticed too when I was out, taking my little break for lunch, that I'm still in the chat checking it out. Then watching these people, so they got to be finished up with her by Thursday because she got to fly out the country. Somebody said it in the chat. But did she got a job? No. Let's keep it real, right? I mean,
true. It's true.
Or is your job the same thing it was with Diddy?
Oh no.
No, I'm just speculating here because I'm saying, like, if you into OnlyFans and you understand now telling us about what you would do for money, why you need to go out the country? And now, granted, you can make a lot of money out the country.
Look at this, Pierre. Y'all being messy. Look at it.
Yeah, Dubai. That's what I was about to say. She can go to Dubai, ain't she?
Y'all stop. Come on, y'all. This is a difficult testimony. Not Dubai. Oh my gosh. This is not good. I don't understand her. She has to stop. She's not thinking about her future, which is now I got to deal with 50 Cent. And I just feel bad for her as a woman. Like,
And I wonder if she got Diddy written down on her resume. Like, job experiences.
Are you done being messy?
No, I'm just keeping it real. Like I'm saying, if you're in that line of work, like if I was an engineer, anything I did would involve engineering, I might have on my resume. People look for pros in that business. Most people want to hire professionals, not amateurs.
I want to read you this. This is from CNN, okay? It said Jane read aloud messages between her and Sean Diddy Combs in December 2023, where Combs asked if she was dating. Okay, now listen to this paragraph. She sent him an auto message, which was not played in court. Hers was not played in court. And then wrote in part, I became the side chick and ex-worker of my own relationship. Very telling. Side chick.
Mhm.
These women were fighting over Diddy to be the main chick.
Straight
As
up. I mean,
sick as it sounds, these women were all fighting over him, including Cassie. Girl, he was putting his hands on you every other day. What is wrong with y'all? These women are out of their mind. She wanted to be, she said, this is her writing. I became the side chick and I got a new update, and an S worker in my own relationship. Oh, yeah. I hope the best for her. I see a disaster taking place after this is all done. You done got yourself in this crazy situation with these two feuding men. Now it looks like you're double dipping. You're helping the government. You're trying to help Sean. You're all over the place. And the only person you ended up hurting was yourself. You have to be strong. In Hollywood, you've got to stand up to these men. You can't let them push you around like you're lunch meat. All for a home? Girl, I would have been happy in my townhome, not in Beverly Hills, over there in Culver City, Baldwin Hills. I would not, it's just not going to turn out good for you. And I don't think there's anything you can do to get 50 Cent's respect back. And you know how he is. Once that's gone, it's gone. Mm-hmm. I feel sorry for her as a woman. She keeps making crazy mistakes. Crazy. I don't know. So sad.
Read the super chat. As a professional astrologer.
Astrologer. Mm-hmm.
Astrologer? Okay. Diddy will not be convicted.
You know, you're saying that magically. Sloan Bella saying that. A lot of psychics and astrologers and all of that keep saying Diddy's not going. I don't know. I go back and forth. I think I used to not believe any of that stuff. Like, but there is proven facts that, what are they calling? Like, I don't know, astrologists and all that stuff. People work to actually solve cases in real life. So I'm going to say there's good ones and there are bad ones. And you have to know which one you're in front of. But a lot of them are saying he's not going.
Well, at this point in the trial, I feel like he's not going to be convicted. Hung jury, something. But
if he's not convicted, it will be the prosecution's fault. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it's definitely their fault because they the one submitted the charges that I don't feel like they proved. And I get where everybody's saying. You got the attorney saying, "Oh, all this has been proven." The RICOs and all that. As a human, I don't see it that way. Now, when you can know something, but the juror don't know it. Only take one person to sort of think the way I'm looking at it to hang this whole thing up. So I don't know. It's right now. I don't feel that it's going to happen, but I'm just saying, look at the money they spent. They raided 3 mansions, people. 3.
We have an update from CNN. For some reason, I'm not getting updates on the main screen. I don't know why, but CNN is coming through. It says Jane is continuing to testify about messages she exchanged with Sean Diddy Combs in December 2023. On December 27th, 2023, she sent Combs messages in which she said he was never satisfied. You couldn't ever handle this pain. I'm not even the same person anymore, she said in the messages. Combs asked her how they could move on and asked if she was free in the new year. She said she lifted him up in those rooms and took on a lot to make him happy. In later messages, Combs said, "Stop with the rooms," and accused her of setting him up. Jane testified that he was referring to the hotel nights and testified that she was not planning on filing a lawsuit against him. Now he's saying that she's setting him up. There are rumbles in the gossip community that she is working for the government. I don't know. She hasn't said it yet. So I'm just going to say she's not. But right now he's accusing her of setting him up. This is a mess.
Yeah. Well,
This is a mess.
and see, one thing people would say too, like a lot of this stuff that I did everything to make Diddy happy. We heard this over and over and over again. What part you never hear them say is I did those things to make myself happy for my own agenda. And I believe that's definitely possible. I think, yes. Do Jane want to have to go and sleep with all these men? No, not if she didn't have to. But in order to get her bills paid, in order to get in the pecking order to try to impress Diddy, that one day I want to be your main woman, they did it for whatever reason. But they always say they did it to make him happy. There's plenty of chances for them to say no. Jane haven't showed me once that Diddy forced her to go. At least Cassie had some chance of convincing me, yes, sometime maybe Diddy did. But not with this one. She got on the plane alone or whatever and did whatever to go and see him with no threats of being harmed if she didn't. She can say, I believe he would have stopped paying my bills. Yes, most sugar daddies would. When you stop giving up services, they gonna stop giving their services up too. That's just how that business goes. Ain't nobody out there tricking for free.
I can't.
And ain't nobody gonna pay for no trick that ain't giving no service. That's just the way it is. And people can feel like, yeah, they proved all this stuff at this point. And then the one black attorney lady, oh, yeah, they don't need to bring in so and so because they don't tell the story. Why keep saying it? Why keep bringing up the same people right now over and over and over again? The government is spending a lot of money on this case. This sounds more like a divorce case than a RICO. It sounds like a whole bunch of bad relationships went bad. The girl's gone wild.
It's so ridiculous.
That's what it sounds like to me. Let's keep it real. And they want to say enterprise. Ain't nobody talked about really making a record, any kind of production. They talking about their relationship with Diddy. How much they gave up to have a relationship with Diddy, and Diddy kicked them to the curb. Let's keep it real. That's what they telling us. I can't believe this, man. I did this for Diddy, man. And he kicked me to the curb, man. Now he down there with Carisha. He down there with Gina, Rebecca. Just anything. They all in it because these women want it to be well kept. And I guess it's sad to say they thought their body was the only thing that could give it to them in life. I'm just keeping it real. They forward their body, their morals, just so they didn't have to do what 99% of us have to do, is go and clock in, take our ass to work.
So something just happened. I refreshed my page. Oh, it's coming back. And I keep refreshing this. They're in court. So either the guy...
He didn't get kicked out, did he? No.
Well, he's not in, and they've been in the court in session again for 14 minutes. But we got CNN, which is a more detailed update, but less frequent.
Well, I mean, you stay on CNN, and then I'll wait for him to come off lunch break.
Maybe something happened. I don't know. But we got to rely on CNN, which is very reliable. Okay, this is one. Here he goes. Jane sent Sean Diddy Combs a message on December 7th with a screenshot of something on Instagram that she said was something that was very triggering for me. The Instagram post was not discussed or shown in court. Jane texts Combs, I'm crying, and it's so close to some nights I feel forced. Okay, she's finally saying she feels forced. She's been saying that a lot. She also wrote, please stop using women for your fetish and leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Hire prostitutes and stop emotionally harming women that love you. Combs responded, you're trying to set me up. It sounds like, wait, this is crazy. Effing crazy. Are you recording these phone calls? She texts back, no, stop calling me. You will never understand because you're so deep in your own lies that you tell yourself. She wrote, I set up with the men for myself because I didn't want to be set up with any more strangers. It was a protective instinct for myself. All right.
Sharrell,
Let me go back. Huh?
The main is back.
That makes no sense. Let me read the other update. Here we go. He says, Jane, I was commenting about the girlfriend of another rapper. I said she is so beautiful. Attorney, was this rapper an old friend of yours? She said, yes. I was flown to Las Vegas where there was a party and he went to a strip club. I recognized Anton. So she's at a party. She sees her stripper friend. I don't know if you, or escort friend. Oh my God, I dropped my wedding ring. Hold on. Perry, you keep going.
Yeah, get that.
Yeah.
Because I don't need you to be going to Dubai. I'm just playing. No, but people, I'm just simply saying this too. Like, we got to get a grip to things. Yeah, we can try to create these charges, but does this really sound like a RICO or bad relationships gone bad? It sounds like it should be in divorce court, something like that. And most of them wanting money. And most of their feelings, I feel like he was forcing me. That's a feeling. That's a feeling. Did he force you? You can fit, like, I'm sure you felt like you want to be a gold digger. You felt like you can get with this man and get his money.
I have an update.
His wife. Oh.
Jane says, oh, I already read that. So she's in Vegas at some party by some rap guy. And
oh, you got another update now.
Recognizes the escort. Attorney says, other than that time, had you ever seen Anton other than the hotel nights? She said no. Attorney, this friend, was it platonic? She said yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having sex with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. They were flirting. Oh no. What is wrong with y'all? This is so weird.
Does it sound
They're
like
just sleeping with everybody in Hollywood. What is wrong with them?
It sound like all these rappers were having freak offs.
I mean, let's see if I missed the CNN update.
Yeah, because she no longer get invited to freak off.
CNN says Jane was testifying more about the text messages she sent to Sean in December 2023. She said she felt manipulated and violated. And she said she was venting to the only person she could because she never confided in anyone else about the hotel nights. When asked why she never told anyone, Jane testified, because it was just a shameful, dark secret of mine. In the messages, Combs asked to see her, but she wasn't answering for a time. In the messages, Combs asked to see her, but she wasn't answering at the time. Jane testified that she was trying not to answer Combs because he would gaslight her in a way that warped her sense of reality. Every time I would speak with him, speak my truth, or I would be really feeling really, Sean would just give me a different version of it and say, it wasn't this, it wasn't that. At some time, they got on a FaceTime call, Jane testified, told her on the phone repeatedly to charge him an amount that would help her move on. He's telling her to charge me so you can move on. Okay. According to Jane, Combs said things like this on the phone: charge me for your resentment, and I just need you to get over this, Jane testified. He also said at the time, I don't want any loose ends. After that call, Jane sent Combs a text message outlining terms in which Combs would pay her hundreds of thousands of dollars for what she felt like would compensate for the 3 years of the relationship. In response, Combs told her she was an opportunist, a liar, and a con artist. She also testified that Combs threatened to show her ex tapes to the father of her child. Let me tell you guys, this can be, now we know she's working. I mean, now the rumors out there that she's working with the feds. If that was true, you could see her doing an about face using keywords. Where was it? Hold on. I'm gonna find these keywords to you.
You got an update on the main too.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Jay says, I was also getting child support and some money from Bear. That's code name for 50. I advertised his brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me. Attorney, how much? $9,000. He said, if you want to post my brand, do. No big deal.
Hey, Sharrell, read the one.
Huh?
You missed one before that. That's what I was flagging you for, but you was reading the other update.
Oh, I'm on a whole nother page. I'm sorry.
It was 3 minutes ago. Oh, no, that was fine. I mean,
Okay,
because
here we go. Attorney says, how was your finances in 2024? She said, I decided to do OnlyFans. Attorney, what kind of content did you create? She said, lingerie, swimwear, implied nudity. What's that? Your hand covers your body. I wanted to stand on my 2 feet.
okay, and now go ahead and read the other one behind it, so we can put it in context.
Okay. I was also getting child support and some money from Bear. I advertised his brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me. Attorney said, how much? She said, 9K. He said, if you want to post my brand, do. No big deal. This is getting ridiculous.
So basically, she was making money too, advertising for him.
Yeah. Well, listen, the whole thing is crazy. I believe this girl has turned state's evidence. I think she's working with the government. He says, are you taping me? She said something, and I got to find this, that just triggered me. I'm like, nobody talks like this. Because she's going, this is it. She says, I'm crying, and it's so close to some nights I felt forced. First time you said that it was consensual and that you wanted to do it, and now all of a sudden in 2023, right before the lawsuit, now you're being forced into something?
Right. Because that's what
I'm trying not to get those rumors out of my head, but you are using very triggered words all of a sudden, and you never said those things previously.
That's what the prosecution got to sell. But it's a such thing called a cross. So when this cross happened, we're gonna fix all this.
We have an update on CNN. They say on December 28th, 2023, Jane's texts KK, Sean Combs' chief of staff, that Combs had threatened her about the X tapes. Jane testified. He said that he would expose me and send them to my child's father. He has been bothering me for 2 months, she told KK. Jane said she talked to Quorum on the phone the next day, and Quorum agreed to hide the phones the tapes were on. Quorum then suggested Jane and Combs give each other space. Jane testified. Jane said Quorum told her, I always tell him all the time to just give these things space. Otherwise, we end up in situations like we're in now. Jane said she understood Quorum was referring to Ventura's lawsuit. No. Listen,
You got an update on the main too.
here we go. Attorney. No, pardon me. Jane says, Sean messaged me. He had a dream about me that I was on the Concord. Attorney, why did you answer him? She said, I missed him dearly. She asked, so what do you want to do on your birthday? She said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they led to. See, listen. No. So everybody on the blogs are saying that she was working with the government. She's working with the government.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, somebody said, I think Renee just said it in my chat, that she was working for the government. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, your language changes up. I'm being forced now. I'm suffering PTSD. I can't do it this time. Have PTSD. She needs to get off the stand. I'm so over her.
No, I agree.
And she's that gullible. Yes, she'll work with the government. She'll work with anybody who will pay her. She's scared to go to jail herself. Because let's be real, in the first previous days, you were doing the bookings. You said you had to feel comfortable with who it was. It was you. Now, I'm so distraught. Oh my God, you are gaslighting me. I'm reliving this. I'm so traumatized. All of a sudden in 2023, you have a change in attitude. I can't trust anybody on the Combs team. These are a bunch of money-hungry, low-life thugs, will lie about anything, including him. It's so, like, the whole gang should be going to jail. Everybody.
Then earlier, I remember her testimony that we screenshot, where he was asking, her attorney was asking, was it consensual? And she says, I'm still trying to figure that out. So on one hand, did you figure it out? On the other hand, or not? No, I'm just saying. And this is after you don't probably talk to them numerous of times. You know what you're trying to do here. I don't know. This is sort of crazy.
You guys, okay, so I'm hearing there's a lot of blogs that saying they already proved Rico and it's in the bag. Ask them, why does she keep contradicting herself in her testimony today? That's why I screenshot that. She actually said it was consensual. I did it. It was me. Nobody made me do it. Now, come to 2023, she's saying you're triggering my PTSD. Who says that in a regular conversation? Mm-hmm. About a night, what's it called, hotel night that you've been doing for 3 years?
Right.
What are you talking about?
The witnesses sound more like a organized crime family. They should be charged with Rico, the witnesses, because it sounds like they got together and they're trying to profit off this whole thing.
Girl, what are you talking about? You're not making any sense. Let me take a screenshot of this because I'm going to need a screenshot. What is that? Did I read this? He said that he would expose me to send them to my child's father.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, that's a problem. 50 and Diddy have been beefing for years. And I don't like the way they keep bringing 50 cents into this without naming who he is. Listen, you want the jurors to know everything. Now he's that guy. I think it will make a big difference if they knew who it was.
Yeah, I mean, they act like
it would look like you're very, very greedy. You just said you're getting money from Diddy. You're getting money from 50. You're getting money from your OnlyFans. You're getting money from your IG. And now you want to scream broke and that he's not going to pay my rent if I don't do these things. If she doesn't get off the stand, let me see. I wanted to something she said.
Yeah, look for it now. I keep refreshing.
Okay.
Yep.
She's not a victim. She's not a victim at all. You are a plant, lady. You're a spy, and it backfired on you. And if Diddy wasn't so high, maybe somebody would look into the things he was complaining about. But you're just as awful as she is. Like, I am not pulling for anybody in that group. They're all low lives. And I believe you are a plant. You're
Update.
working for the government.
You got an update, honey?
Maine?
Yeah, Maine.
Here we go. Attorney says, what did Sean write? She said, he said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy, love. Attorney, what did you write? She said, that I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you. Attorney, did you see him for your birthday in February of 2024? She said, yes. Now, we know what happens every time she sees him. Now she's going to complain about a night. What's it called?
A hotel night.
Hotel night. She's going to complain about that. This girl needs to go. You're playing the victim. You are a double agent. Diddy needs to stop paying your rent like yesterday. Go get a job like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You're a loser that uses your body to make money.
Yep.
And then when the feds threatened that you could be charged with some of these crimes because you were booking and selecting your own escorts, now you want to jump ship. Here we go.
She was an international 304.
CNN update. It says she felt a sense of calm during that time with some distance from Combs. She testified. Jane described a trip she took in January 2024 with friends to Las Vegas. She flew to Las Vegas on a rapper's plane. Here you go again. You with another guy. And went with the group to dinner. They said group. She showed a show and later the rapper's hotel room. When some of the group got into the hotel late that night, one of the entertainers, escorts, okay, she said Combs paid for the hotel room encounters was there. She testified. He was having sex with a woman while the others watched. Oh my gosh. Jane testified. She didn't name the rapper or any other people in the party other than the entertainer. Jane's finances started to pick back up in January 2024 after she started an OnlyFans account, posting content of her in lingerie, swimwear, and sexy suggestive poses. She testified. She said a friend also helped by sending her about $9,000 that month. This girl is OnlyFans. I'm just advertising my lingerie. We all know what OnlyFans is, girl. Stop.
Sharrell, baby, you got an update on the other one.
Oh my God. I cannot stand her. Get off the stand. You money hungry. Okay, here we go. Comey. How was it in Miami? She said, Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast, and I think it was beating too fast. We were oddly in the same color. I thought that was nice. What happened at dinner? Balloons, a 5-course dinner. You know what you're about to do. Just stop lying. You went there for the freak offs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got a CNN update. Combs texted her saying that he had a dream about her. She testified that she responded because she missed him dearly. In the message, Combs said he missed her smile and told her to send her a picture of him and them pretty white teeth. He then asked if she was free for her birthday. In later messages, Combs said he would love to spend her birthday with her. She says, I'm a little traumatized from the past birthdays and what they ultimately led to at the end of the night. She texted him. Jane testified she was referring to the hotel nights that occurred on her birthday in previous years. This is when you're working with the feds. Stop lying. You are not traumatized because you went anyway. So how traumatized were you? Like, I'm getting really fed up with this MS and that the prosecution thinks we're so stupid. This girl is working with the feds. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, in 2024, when did he get arrested? Was it 2023?
Oh no, it was 2024. I think it's maybe September of 2024. But you got an update on the main.
Okay. Hold on, I had to screenshot this because I'm about to catch her in her lies. Because this girl is too much on the main. Here we go. I am screenshotting because I'm not going to forget nothing she said. Okay, here we go. She said, Jane, we used ecstasy. Of course you did. Then Sean asked, do you want to see Don? Attorney, what was your reaction? She said, I was high. I said, okay. Me and Don had sex in the 1 star. That's the name of a hotel. Then we rested a couple of days, then flew to LA where we were back together. Okay, I'm screenshotting this. Okay. You think people are dumb. Okay. You think we don't know you working for the feds. You're working for the feds. And as you work for the feds, you still want to make sure you get your money from Diddy. So you're playing both sides. And I don't care what the attorneys say. I'm not buying it. You're not a victim. You're not traumatized. You are a gold digger that wants money any way you can get it. And you think you are on OnlyFans to advertise lingerie? Get out of here. If you are sleeping with escorts every day, 3 and 4 times a day, so much so that your vajayjay hurt, that's what you testified to yesterday. Now you want us to believe, but you don't do it on OnlyFans. You only do it at the hotel night. I don't know what 50 Cent saw in you, but you are probably his biggest mistake. You are his biggest mistake. You're an embarrassment. And you think you're a con. So now all those rap guys that was making fun of you yesterday, because some of them probably been with you.
Update, yeah. That would it sound like.
Here we go. Comey says, in 2024, where did you visit Sean? She says, Miami in May, July, and August, and at my residence in LA a couple times. Attorney, did you and Sean go out in Miami and LA in 2024? No. Things had really hit the fan. A lot was going wrong in his life because at that time, he was under investigation. It was slipping out to the media, and they came to talk to you, and you cut a deal.
And at that time, I want to say his houses, when we said a lot was going on, his homes could have got raided.
This girl is so full of S. She's trying to save herself. I'm done with this case. It's so tainted. It's so tainted. Nobody can be trusted. They're all drug addicts. They're all living the life.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to really sit up here? You said that your stinking rotten for JJ was so sore because he made you do all of this stuff. But then when it was time to go on OnlyFans, you didn't want to go all the way. I was just advertising lingerie. I can't stand a con artist. I'm sorry. I was feeling sorry for her. But this girl is 50 Cent met her as an escort. Let's just get real, 50. These people aren't just born overnight. You had a baby with your escort and you thought nobody would find out. And now we all know.
You got an update.
And now we all know. Maine?
Yeah, Maine.
Okay, here we go. Jane says, the press was after him about Cassie's lawsuit. Attorney, with which entertainers do you have sex in 2024? She says Anton, Don, Larry. We stayed in the residence there. Was a lot of focus in Sean everywhere. This is when it all broke out. She said, I showered him how lucrative I showed him how lucrative OnlyFans was. No. You showed him all the money that you were getting from all these different places. She is just an escort. She's an escort that 50 called one night because we're not falling for you didn't know that she was an escort. And that's what she does. She makes her money. If it's got to come from the government, it's got to come from the government. If it's got to come from 50, it comes from 50. It's got to come from Diddy's come with Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
And all these other rappers that you're dating. Like, please.
She'll get it anywhere she can find it.
I just hate being lied to. And then I actually felt bad for her. Girl, you're an escort. Jane says, the press was after him about Cassie's lawsuit. Which entertainers do you have X with in 2024? She says, Anton, Don, Larry. We stayed in the residence where a lot of focus on Sean elsewhere. I showed him how much lucrative OnlyFans was. She said, Sean was putting on music and he went in my phone. He asked me, who's Bear? She says, why are you texting? He asked me, who is Bear? Question mark. Why are they texting like this with him? Question mark. The money thing came up. That Bear had sent me money. He started getting dressed. I started crying. I felt like I was misunderstood. You're mad because you got caught. You are an escort, ma'am. She's just a nasty freaking gold digger and a big liar.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to ride with you till I couldn't ride no more. Joy, whatever her name is. Daphne, you're an escort. You're an escort and a liar. And if it wasn't Diddy that you were doing the freak offs with, it could have been, what's his name? The one that likes, well, it could be any other rapper. Any. Could have been Future. Could have been Drake. Could have been Future. Could have been Drake. Could have been Future. Could have been Drake. Girl.
Yeah.
I don't know if I read this, but it just came up. It says Sean was putting on music and he went on my phone. Yeah, we read this. Who is Bear? You mean who's Future?
You got a new one now, though.
Who's Future? Here we go. Attorney says, what did Sean text you? She said, he wrote, what's going to happen if I come over tonight? I said, do you want me to be alone? He said, I can arrange that. I wrote back, he was supposed to see his mother, in air quotes. I meant another woman. They wanted a party. She knows what's going to happen tonight. I know what's going to happen that night. Perry knows what's going to happen tonight, and y'all know what's supposed to happen because he won't see her any other way. So He bought his escort house so he can have her on call, and now she's a traumatized victim. Here we go. Comey says, what did Sean text you? He wrote, what's going to happen? Oh, I already read that. And now she's back partying with Sean. You guys, am I being too rude, crude? I think she's working with the government after the lawsuit. I think her whole dialogue changed when the feds came to town. They talked to everybody. Why wouldn't they have spoken with her?
Somebody said yes, ma'am.
This girl is a con artist, a bad one, but she's a con artist. Now, I tried to ride with her because Diddy needs to be in jail, but now it sounds like you do too, ma'am. They're all thugs and drugged out of their mind and liars, and they're living that life.
Yeah. That's the way I see it too. Like, for real, people, just block it out. These not normal day people. Because we don't have friends that got involved with people with that kind of money. So they do, different areas. You do different things. Now, when they be having these parties, people say, "Oh, that's trafficking. This isn't that." Yes, because somebody told me earlier when she said, "Yeah, Diddy paid for the hotel. They came out to Vegas, did something." It's like somebody's having a bachelor party or whatever. Some dancers come in, things go over. Somebody have X with one of them. Is that trafficking? It sounds like a whole bunch of adults got together for their own freakness, and it was all consensual with all parties, the dancers, the people who was participating. That's what it seemed like to me. But I guess you can call it trafficking if you want to. It just seemed like that's what they do in that industry, and when they want to get freaky,
And I'm convinced that 50 Cent knew she was an escort. Don't get mad now, 50, because your secret's out. She's an escort. She's been an escort. She's not going to change her ways for you or anybody else. This is just I'm so over this case. Either you guys are going to give me a smoking gun or give me something more than just these lying criminals. It makes no sense. And why would the government bring this case to trial if you didn't have more evidence? If you have it, it's time to put it on now, because you're losing the public. You're losing the public. Friday was a disaster. Now you call yourself cleaning it up, where she's contradicting herself all over the place. She said it was consensual. Now she's saying it's forced. And if I could put your text messages together and say, you said one thing this day, you said this you damn sure that a jury's going to do that. And then they're going to toss out your evidence. And Diddy needs to kick you out that damn house so you can go back doing what you do. Go back to, this is what made me really upset. I don't know why this triggered me. She said all she does on OnlyFans is shows her lingerie. Didn't Bad Barbie make, was it $12 million off of OnlyFans?
And then saying, well, maybe I do a little covered nudity. Now, don't act like a saint. See, that's the part that get to me. When you taking something in every hole you got, at the whatever. Scratch that. Sharrell, you got an update.
What is wrong with Perry? Here we go. It says, Comey says, what did Sean ask? He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat. Attorney, had you ever sent him a demand letter? She said no. Sean said, you are making your own money.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I'm still waiting.
I'm sorry, guys. I tried my hardest to ride with this girl. I didn't say her name the first day. I didn't even show her picture. When 50 was getting outrageous, that's a public platform. That's when I showed it. And I was being really gentle with her. But it all makes sense. She was talking one way, saying it was consensual and all this. And then after she's approached by the government, now it's, you're triggering my PTSD. I feel forced. You never used those words before. And then to make it even worse, you said you only opened up a OnlyFans page to show your lingerie. Everybody and their mama knows what goes down on OnlyFans. Come on. Just tell the truth. If you're an escort, say it.
Yep.
We would have believed you more if you said I was an escort. I was using him for his money, but he did this and this and this.
Yeah. Or, I was an escort and that's all I knew in my life. I didn't think I would amount to shit. So I dropped my morals, went into this business. And, Your Honor, that's all I had, And yes, I feel like these people took advantage of my weakness, of my low self-esteem.
Update. Comey says, what did you reply? She said, I said, I'm working on paying off my debt after being on call, unfocused. Oh my gosh. Attorney, how do you go into debt when you're dating a millionaire who gave you thousands of dollars? Thank you. Objection sustained. Even the old prosecution had to doubt your "I'm so broke" story.
So
You dated two. You dated two damn near billionaires. The rumor is you were with Future and Drake. More money. Girl, stop lying. You had so much money around you, and they were giving it to you as long as you were willing to do one thing. And you know what that was. I don't think I've ever seen, well, Drake doesn't hide the fact that he loves sleeping with escorts and strippers. And
well, yeah,
I don't know about Future, but them two used to be real close.
but maybe she got too old for Drake. So, and that, like the pass around, there's only so many rounds you're gonna give before people stop passing you around, and that's why I
The
think
pass around girl.
and that's why she might be going out the country on Thursday.
Yeah, to Dubai. I mean, oh my goodness. I want to be sympathetic. I want Diddy to go to jail. Diddy is a mess. He's sick. He's power hungry. He doesn't know how to treat women. He's a liar. He let Shine go to jail for him for 10 years, but it has to be the right way. I don't trust any of these people. So the only person I want to listen to is two more, is D-Rock and KK. If you don't have them two on the stand, I am mentally checking out. I'm going to start doing my nails on the show. I haven't done my nails in 4 weeks because I haven't had time. And y'all know I don't play that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this probably wrap up by next Friday.
Let's see what they're thinking, because this is crazy. All them women to Kim, to the one stand now, and Miami did the same way. What she's trying to say is they all wanted to be the main chick,
Right,
including Daphne. She was traded in after 30 years of age. 20-something took her place. Well, y'all messy.
No, I mean that's generally how it works.
Yeah. She says, it's a mess, Sharrell. It's going to take somebody big to tie this all together, where we feel secure enough in our decisions to say beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you, Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Attorney says, what did you write? She said, I said, I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me. Attorney, what did Sean say here? She said, Bear, my colleague, I said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off. No one's falling for that because we know you made your own money as a CEO as a corn star on OnlyFans. So stop acting like you're broke and you needed the money. If you didn't have the money, all you had to do was call Future or Drake or 50 or whoever else you were alleged involved with.
Or just
I always think that.
I mean, and she could have just lowered her price. I'm sure somebody would have gave her something. Just lower the price a little bit.
I think that the defense is going to bring up her past and all of these other rappers, and she's going to be sitting there looking stupid. You can't. Oh, I just happened to I flew on a private jet. I'm telling you, who has that kind of money? I'm just thinking Future and 50 Cent, because didn't somebody say something about her being with Future? Yeah, they did. They said she was a Future and that Jason Derulo guy. Girl, you are the industry pass around, and they're up here propping you up. Thank you, Perry, as if you were normal like the rest of us. Here we go. She said, I asked, did you tell Robin that's this account to cut it off? He said, you make your own money. He finally cut it off. She said, did he continue to pay your rent? She said, yes, he kept paying. Attorney, did you learn his houses were searched? She said, yes. And HSI came to my house. That's not your house. That's his house. And second of all, He figured out you made your own money, but he probably got a feeling you were working with the feds and kept you around for this day right here. Let's see how you're going to testify when he is still paying your rent. You're making yourself look so crazy. He never loved you. Hell,
He probably got her house wired.
someone said you got it, Sharrell. You got it, huh? No, he never loved you. He never pretended to love you. You said yourself that when the relationship started, it was an open relationship. How dare you even get mad and try to be the main chick when you were designed and paid for to be the background chick? And now you're trying to, we never went anywhere because you understood the arrangement. What's wrong with these men? Here we go. Attorney, who hired you a lawyer? She said, Sean. Is Sean still paying for your lawyer? She said, yes. Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches? She said, yes. He called and said he had a tape and he intended to release it bit by bit on the dark web. That's what I'm saying. See, none of them can trust anybody. This is insane. And I thoroughly believe at the beginning of 2024, Diddy was being investigated. He knew that you were already talking to the feds. He kept you around so you wouldn't cause too much commotion because you'd be up there saying anything too next. Here, hiring the he's gonna put the tape on the dark web. It's probably there right now, but I'm afraid to look at it. I ain't watching that. Perry, go see if there's something on the dark web. Child, I don't want to go on that dark web. This is insane, and you just lost a real supporter. I don't want to hear from you anymore. I don't want to hear from you for the defense. They're going to eat you alive. You should have told the truth. You should have told the truth. But you think you're so smart, but you're an escort. You're an escort.
But it wouldn't surprise me, though, if Diddy didn't keep her around, knowing or being suspicious that she could have been working with the feds and not wired her house. That's probably why he's still paying the bills and whatnot. You know, I don't know. Just a guess.
Here we go. We got an update. James says, I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded with it. I asked Sly / Cabral, I don't know who that is, how much he wanted. He said 10,000. I told Sean just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. Attorney, what did he say? He said, get legal on it. They gonna pay him, aren't they?
Oh, for the tape?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they probably already paid him. I mean, wasn't this a while back?
This is 2024.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's last year, but I was just saying, I don't know.
Diddy's life is so screwed up. You know how like it would be like Johnny Depp, when Johnny Depp was on trial and everybody was pulling for him, and we got to see just how twisted and demented Amber Heard was, and how Johnny had a drinking problem. Let's just be real. And it was interesting because it was like, we get to see how the rich live. I don't even want to see how they live. I'm tired of this lifestyle. Here we go. Comey says, did you speak with Cabral? I don't know. She said, yes. I told him this was the SEX extortion, and I called and would not talk to him. Let me do it again. Did you speak with Cabral? She said, yes. I told him this was the extortion, SEX extortion, and I would not talk with him. Then a media company called me and said they bought the tape, and did I have a comment? I fainted. He had to, she sobbed, to control the situation. So she's saying that Diddy sold the tape to a corn company.
Well, no, it sounded like some friend, this Cabral guy. It sounded like Diddy cried and said, get legal on the phone, as if he was trying to stop him from releasing it.
Yeah.
So Diddy had your back. Well, his too or whatever. He didn't want it out there. So
All these tapes, all the freak offs, all the hotel nights. You couldn't pay me to be Diddy. The man needs a good therapist and a bath. Okay, here we go. Attorney, did the media company ever publish the video? She said no. Attorney, do you know why? She said no. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami. Attorney, how did you first learn of the video? She said, there was a knock on the door. You're not going to tell them that you knew all about it because you spoke to the feds? Girl is a liar. All of them are terrible human beings. All of them. Diddy,
I'm trying to figure out who at the door.
the feds.
I'll be back.
Don't forget all the baby oil. I mean, it's a joke. I really took this case serious. I really wanted to find justice for DV victims. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, did the company ever publish it? She said no. How do you know? Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. Okay, and there was a knock at the door. This is just, how can I fight with justice when everybody is tainted? Very tainted. It's weird. CNN says Jane read aloud messages between her and Sean Diddy Combs in early March 2024. Jane testified that Combs was trying to get her to set up a hotel night with entertainers or men paid to have actual encounters with Jane during the hotel nights. Pardon me. In the message, Combs told her that his mother was coming into town soon, and Jane responded, implying that he was lying to cover up being with another woman. Combs wrote that it would be best if they went their separate ways peacefully. She said, I would appreciate if you could sign something for me so I could have closure comfortably. He said, this is what Sean said to her. I would appreciate if you signed something for me so I could have closure comfortably. She says, no problem. Combs wrote that Jane was making her own money now, so he hoped they could have a clean break, and that he told his accountant. Jane testified that his accountant was the person responsible for paying her rent on time. Jane texted him that she was still paying off her debt from being unemployed for 3 years when she was on his on-call party girl. She asked Combs for 3 months before taking on the rental payments. Jane texted him that she was still paying off her debt. Now, I don't know what kind of debt she got for being unemployed for 3 years when she was his on-call party girl. I'm going to screenshot that. Did she just admit to being his on-call party girl? And you up there complaining about every time I see him, he wants something from me? And didn't you just say right now, I just screenshotted it. I've got, I'm over her.
You
Get off the stand.
You got an update on the main too.
Did you hear what I just said, Perry?
Yeah, I heard what you said. His on-call
She
party
just
girl.
admitted. Jane texted him that she was paying off her debt from being unemployed for 3 years when she was his on-call party girl. Don't say nothing else to me. I'm tired of this whole deposition. I'm just done. Comey says, huddle for what? She said, to come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media. Attorney, did you read it? She said, he addresses Cassie by name in the draft. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. You know, that shitty letter that he read to everybody? I guess she had to.
I was going to say, you missed one before that.
Okay.
Yeah. and then go back into the second one.
Okay. It says, attorney, Sean was called out. I went down to everyone he was talking. It was 2-star. What happened? She said Sean was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later, we had a huddle. His sons were involved because now they realize Diddy's in trouble. Attorney, huddle for what? She said to come up with an apology. She showed me a draft. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media. She said, did you read it? She said, he addressed Cassie by name in the draft. I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough.
Mm.
Perry, do you hear that noise?
Yeah, I just heard something.
Let me check. Can you check the cameras?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, we got an update from CNN. It says Homeland Security investigations left a business card at Jane's home the day of the raids on Combs' homes in March 2024. She testified. She didn't speak to anyone at HSI at that time, but she called Combs and his security guards trying to reach Combs about it. At some point after the raids, Combs hired a lawyer for Jane. She confirmed Combs is still paying for the attorney representing her now. Yeah, I can't. I'm going to throw out her entire testimony. You were talking to the government. You were letting him fund your lifestyle, because I don't believe he just gave you 10 for rent. He gave you more money, because remember you told him to put it in an account, and then you said the accountant actually paid the mortgage. You're playing both sides. No wonder you have a baby by 50 Cent and then hanging out with Diddy. You're not a smart person. This is unbelievable. Here we go. We got an update.
Okay, go ahead.
Attorney says, did you talk later one-on-one with Sean about the video? She said, yes. He said that Cassie hit him too. Then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did. And I went back to LA. Attorney, do you recognize this? She said, Sean's IG apology. That sad, sad, sad apology. And she said that he had mentioned Cassie's name, but I don't even remember him mentioning her name in that apology. I don't know if I read this. It said, Jane said one of the entertainers used frequently, Sly, threatened to release a X tape of them in 2024 after the searches occurred. Sly said he had a 35-minute video of he and Jane during a hotel night because Diddy Combs had recorded the video on Sly's phone instead of his own. He was probably high. She says, my heart was beating out of my chest and I couldn't believe what he was saying to me, Jane testified. She asked Sly what he wanted for the tape and he asked for 10 grand. Oh my gosh. He told him she tried to make it happen. Jane said she called Combs, who got his legal team involved. She then spoke to Sly again and told him she had legal representation and what he tried to do was sex extortion, and said she wouldn't be having any further conversations about it. She later received a message from a big media company saying that they had just brought the tape and asking for comment. She said, I fainted. I called my lawyer. You called Diddy's lawyer. You're not paying for anything, ma'am. Then Jane says the company never released the tape, but she didn't know why. She said she never spoke to them again. She didn't know why, because you made a deal with the government. I hate that they think we're stupid. Because you made a deal with the government. You're playing both sides. You got Diddy paying all your bills because he thinks he has to keep you quiet. Here's an update from CNN. Jane said one of the entertainers they use frequently, Sly, threatened to release a X tape of them in 2024 after the searches occurred. Sly said he had a 35-minute video of he and Jane during a hotel night because Sean Diddy Combs had recorded the video on Sly's phone instead of his own. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I couldn't believe what he was saying to me, Jane testified. He asked Sly what he wanted for the tape, and he asked for 10 grand. He told him she tried to make it happen. Jane said he called Combs, who got his legal team involved. She then spoke to Sly again and told him she had legal representation, and what he tried to do was extortion, and she wouldn't have any further conversation about it. She later received a message from a big media company saying she had brought the tape and asking for comment. She said, I fainted. I called my lawyer. Jane said the company never released the tape, but she didn't know why. She doesn't know why.
And man, you got to update.
Okay, here we go. Video was played to the jury, not on the public screen in the gallery. Sean, disgusting. I have asked God for his mercy and grace. I am truly sorry. This is what they're hearing on a tape. Attorney said, how did you feel about it? She said, I was disappointed. I felt that there was no heart. Sidebar, sure. This girl. Now she's looking down on Diddy like, oh my God, I couldn't believe there's no sorry for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
When you're leaving out a big component, you're an escort. And that was your arrangement.
And then a dirty escort at that, where you go after your girl's boyfriend at the time. Let's not forget, she took Diddy, or thought she was grabbing Diddy from her friend. Come on now. But I don't know. Look, people, and I agree. When you talk about this RICO, y'all can say, it's two things. Maybe how you see it or how you want to apply it. But I'm just saying, I don't even look at them on those terms, just in general. I'm just looking at what I see going on. Sound like a toxic relationship.
Okay. But let me read this. Let me read this to you guys. It says that based on provided results, it is clearly available that Daphne Joy had connections to Curtis Jackson, Jason Derulo, and Drake. I told y'all. This was the girl that they were talking about. She had connections to Drake, Future, who were friends at the time. They're taking turns. This shit is sick, and I'm about done. She was the pass around for all the rappers. Go ahead, Perry, because I had heard in my mind, I know he dated that one girl that can sing, that was a stripper and a prostitute.
Right.
Drake don't care. None of them care. Go ahead,
Let
Perry.
me address it. Okay, Reese says, yes, but she's not on trial. Her character is not being charged with RICO. Diddy's is. I get it. I get it. But her testimony is on trial, correct? So to judge somebody's testimony, you might have to dig into their character. Why they're there? Why they saying what they're saying? Wait for the cross. And don't assume because people have said these things that to use spell RICO is how the jury look at it. If they find these testimonies, because a lot of it lacking proof, is just hearsay or somebody's testimony, which is evidence. But what if they don't believe the evidence? Let's go back to that. What if they don't believe the evidence? Now what do you have?
I mean, I understand what Reese is saying.
No, I understand it, but what I'm saying is let's be patient with it and let's not jump to conclusions. I'm just saying at this point, do you feel like these people can seriously be trusted on the stand? That's all. But go ahead. I want to refresh and make sure you don't have.
I mean, that's the whole thing is so tainted. I want to support the victims because DV is horrible. I want Diddy behind bars, I want the testimony to make sense. So that's my fault. I can't just turn a knob and go and turn off and not say this girl's giving conflicting testimonies. 1 minute it's consensual, the other minute it's false. One
And
minute she says
um,
that she's only on. This is what really did it for me. I'm only on OnlyFans to model my lingerie. Everybody knows what OnlyFans is about. There's nobody in the courtroom. No juror's gonna believe that OnlyFans is the only place you can model your lingerie. Try a magazine. How about going in Sears? Like, you had to model it on OnlyFans? This is tainted evidence. I'm tuned out for her. I'm sorry, you guys. I try to represent what's best for Cassie. She admitted to talking to people, getting their story straight. She admitted there's a tape out for her. She's 1 minute saying it's consensual, another minute it's false. And I happen to know her history with the other rappers. Look it up. Type in Daphne Joy and Drake. She's been with everybody. Somebody says Sears is closed down. Well, go to somewhere, I don't know, somewhere. Like, she could have went anywhere else to sell her lingerie, but you go to OnlyFans and then you play broke for Diddy. But
Yep.
then he used you when he realized that you've been talking to the feds. The whole thing is a mess.
Right. And I would say this, Therese, too. She said, yes, she agreed that it muddies the waters. Now, that's where you get into the crazy zone of it. You're trying to establish this RICO off testimony only with no really hardcore proof, right? Just the testimony. But if you don't believe the person who's given the testimony, that could be a problem. And just like
I
Love
feel
said, I
bad,
wonder what
Perry,
the jury,
because
I
now
wonder what the jury thinking.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
want anybody to think I'm cheering for Diddy, but
No,
I
no,
can't
no,
help
no.
how I feel.
No, it's not about cheering for Diddy. It's about justice. Like, that's the part we got to
Yeah,
be
but
grown
I
enough
hate
to
Diddy.
separate. I get it, but you get to be grown enough to separate the two. Diddy and the things you feel that he did, that nobody charged him for or pursued him in criminal court. Now they're trying to make up for it in this thing. And I feel like where they're messing up is they're overcharging them. They're making it too complex of a
All right.
situation.
The judge says jurors may take a break. Comey says, Judge, can I get a proper as to relevance? Comey says, if I can't compare the drafts, it'll strike the last question about comparing the drafts. Agnifilo, we want all those questions stricken. Oh, here we go again. Can somebody help me? Can somebody just type something in, make me feel better, tell me I'm overreacting? Can somebody put her testimony together for me so it makes sense? Please,
And I
I'm
feel like
asking
this,
y'all for
right?
your help.
And we all got to admit this. You raid 3 mansions, very little from Homeland Security with the evidence. Then you get these witnesses who work for Diddy and at times seem like they volunteered for their treatment. Now, granted, if it was an abuse case, yes, he's not being charged with that. You could say under the RICO or whatnot. These people, you get these people talking that obviously and have had different testimonies that counteract with one another, right? So if this is the only testimony you got, if people start to believe they can't trust them, how far are we going? Now, I don't know what the jury thinking. Of course, they're hearing more detailed stuff than we're hearing, but we heard enough. I don't care if you heard somebody talk for 24 hours straight, but if you hear some big lies like we heard just on this show, off the tweets we heard, I mean, it's not hard for a person to assume a person's just a liar or come up with their own reasons. Why would this person have to lie? I mean, so it's sort of muddy the waters, but this ain't no clear-cut case. That's all.
That's for sure. It's not clear cut. Perry, I agree. Oh, let me put some, I want to read some messages. Perry, I agree. They've overcharged, making the burden of proof even higher. This has nothing to do with us. It didn't happen to us. We should be able to see the BS fairly based on charges. None of us like him, none of us. But this case is BS. We can't want fair trials, but not be fair.
Right. There we go.
I think you said it all. This man is gonna
You got an
skate.
update. You got an update. I think they still fussing.
Here we go. Agnafilo. I advise not to name Cassie as she might be a grand jury witness. So privileged. The attorney. Our next questions are about Combs' SA on Jane and forcing her to have sex. An entertainer while still injury. I don't know what that means. It goes to the state of mind. So they're getting ready to say, our next questions are about Combs' SA, physical, or maybe sexual, I don't know, on Jane and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injured. It goes to the state of mind.
Hold on, but I don't get this part though, right? Combs' lawyer says, I advise not to name Cassie as she might be a grand jury witness. To what?
Very confusing. I don't
Yeah.
know what they're talking about. Let's see if CNN can clear it up. Jane testified that she was at Combs' mansion in Miami the day CNN released the intercontinental surveillance video that showed Combs SAing Cassie Ventura. Combs' son came into the bedroom to tell Combs something happened. Jane said he gave Combs space that day while he huddled with his, Jane said she gave Combs space that day while he huddled with his family and friends. At some point that day, she was invited into a huddle with Combs, his sons, and others. They planned a sincere apology to address the video. She and Combs didn't discuss the video in those first days. Jane said, but she never heard him deny it was him on the video. The next day, Combs showed Jane a draft of the statement he posted on social media. She said Jane testified that she gave Combs positive feedback on the post he drafted. She flew back to Los Angeles and Miami soon after. This is even worse because what she's telling you guys is when they found out what was going on, of course, it's a family emergency. They all got in, talked about probably what to do. She's leaving a lot of this out. You mean to tell me he realizes that the feds are getting ready to raid him or did raid him or whatever, however it went down, and everybody's in a huddle and you just sat in the living room by yourself? She even says that he called her into the circle and they start talking to her about it. But you never mentioned that you talked to the feds. Child,
I know.
this is a mess.
I'm waiting on a refresh too.
This is a mess. Girl, you done got yourself in hot water because you thought you were a smart con artist. You thought that nobody would know what your true profession is. Okay, I have a feeling 50 Cent knows what your possession is. He messed up and got the wrong woman impregnated. This whole thing is a mess. And then she's going to turn to the feds because she's scared that she could be charged with a number of things. And one of them is prostitution. The whole thing is a mess. I'm getting so sick of this case. I thought it was interesting, but now you got a bunch of lying thug drug addicts, all of them. One isn't better than the other.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we know what Diddy did, but I think he's being overcharged to try to make up for the things they didn't prosecute him for. But when you get other criminal-minded people together that's doing things for the love of money or fame, we get the same group. That's what it's a toxic group of people that interact with each other, whether in bed, or just to want to be seen. And people can say, "Oh yeah, we got forced labor, we got this." That's if you can believe what the person said. And go back to the lady said she stayed up 5 days. Did anybody ask you to, or did you have a mental problem on your own? No, see, I don't know.
So
It's just crazy.
I know how Drake gets down. I know how Future gets down. Obviously, we know about Diddy. Do you think that? What do you think that the jury's going to do with this information? Because I don't think they know about 50. They don't know about Drake. They don't know about Future. I'm missing somebody.
Well,
She's been with a lot of men in
right.
the business.
I don't even think you even got to see that when she said herself that she ain't even sure if it was whether she wanted to participate in these things or not. Says a lot. People don't have to have 50 Cent name in it to know you just seem like one of these women that's looking to be well kept. You volunteer. You didn't mind taking your girlfriend's man within 24 hours, and you didn't mind him having other girlfriends, and you wanted his attention and wanted his money and was willing to be slutted out for it. Let's keep it real. Now that's a lot by your own admission. But I mean, somebody
Barbara
said
says KK already cut her deal. I believe that too. When she takes the stand, Diddy is done. They always save the best GUNs for last. I hope so. I hope so. But everybody's asking for KK at this point. We want D-Rock. We want KK. And we're tired of hearing from anybody else. Don't bring anybody else on. We want those two to hit the stand.
Sharrell, check CNN. Somebody said we missed the update. I'm checking the main. I don't see nothing. I mean, since the side.
CNN. It says Jane testified that she was at Combs' Miami residence the day CNN released the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video. I think I might have read this. I'm going to keep reading it. That shows Combs SAing Ventura. Combs' son came into the bedroom. Oh, here it is. It popped up again. Here we go. James and Combs immediately discussed what was shown in the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance that showed Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura in 2016. Jane testified, but they had a conversation about it in 2024 around June or July, a month or two after the video was released. He said that that was the only time they had physically violence like that. Oh, he's lying about the tape. Okay. Combs also told her that Ventura was a hitter and that she would hit. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked Jane if Combs said whether he would hit Ventura. Jane said she thought he addressed it, but couldn't remember what he said. Oh my God. Listen, it doesn't matter if Cassie hit him back or not. I know that sounds really biased to the men, but what they don't understand is they are 10, sometimes 20 times stronger than us. I couldn't hurt Perry right now if I wanted to. And Perry's a senior citizen. My sons, if I got mad at them and hit them and they retaliated, it's nothing I can do about that. So that doesn't mean Cassie wasn't a victim.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
We have not seen one picture with Combs and a black eye.
Yeah, no, I mean, 'cause I don't care whether she hit him or not, and probably should have, to keep it real. Like, but no man should be hitting a woman, period. So that part is not even debatable. Whether she did things, he could have walked out. She ain't gonna be able to do so much. He could have walked off and left the situation if she was violent. But he shouldn't have been putting his hands on that woman like that. But after that, separate that. I guess they made a settlement. And it's not my rules, just how things go. They settled that out of court for a monetary value of $20 million.
Wait, a lot of people are disagreeing with us. Pure Joy said, you can hit no man. Someone else said, that's self-defense. Self-defense.
Okay, I mean, okay, that's not what I'm saying. You shouldn't do it. But I'm just saying, her hitting him probably wasn't the same nights that he did the things he did. I'm just saying no man should be doing that, in my opinion. Now, is it relevant to the case? Oh, you can say, oh, she got a temper too, right? She could have, but he could have walked away from it. Simply like she could have, after getting her ass put one time, stayed away too. But I'm just saying no man should be doing that to no woman, period. And Diddy ain't gonna get my sympathy by saying that she hit me once. So is he relevant to me as far as this case?
But we do understand, Joy,
Understand what you're saying. Yeah.
that they shouldn't be hitting each other.
Yeah, no, I
But
agree.
I
with that.
still think Cassie deserved what she got, which is the 20 mil. But
I
the
don't-
rest of this is going downhill. The rest of this testimony, I would say that the mom gave a good testimony, Regina, but then they gave the money back. Kid Cudi gave a great testimony, but no one was ever charged with the crime. Come on, you guys. Who else did a good job? There's somebody that did a good job. I just can't remember.
What?
In the
So
test- everybody that we didn't see, who would I say did a good job? Not you, me.
it was the girl, the girlfriend. I mean the friend of Cassie's.
Oh, Carrie.
Yeah, I think she
Oh
did
my
okay.
gosh.
The hairdresser guy, maybe he did pretty good too.
Oh, the hairdresser. Yeah. Kid
The
Cudi.
one,
Cudi was the best.
yeah, but like, yeah, no, yeah, he was cool too. I mean, 'cause I don't feel like he hurt anything, but it still was no proof without a reasonable doubt that what happened to the car Diddy did. Unless you can get some more proof, that's just up in the air. Haven't nobody been charged with nothing in that case.
Truth said,
Um,
it's not biased, ma'am, because no woman should ever put their hands, no man should ever put their hands on a woman, period. No excuses, period.
yeah, they ain't talking.
Capricorn, was that the one put over the balcony? No. Yeah, who was put over the balcony? Who lied? Who lied about being put over the balcony?
That was the one before this witness. It was
Her friend.
what was Balonga?
Oh, yeah, Banna. I can't remember her real name.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Capricorn. I can't remember Capricorn.
Okay, the Capricorn came up and started embellishing the story. She the one told him about the Kid Cudi stuff. Remember?
Uh-huh.
That
Oh,
Diddy
she was in the with them. Okay.
PUN point.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
Well,
that wasn't bad.
Yeah, no, it wasn't bad, but yeah, it still didn't really prove anything.
It's no okay. It's no proof, but was Cassie's brain. This is going bad. I don't know. So what do you guys think? Can we get a conviction with Jane's testimony literally contradicting herself on the stand? This isn't a day later like Banna, and we come back and we realize that she's doing it right in front of us. The junkie Mia. Which one is Mia? This is just not good. I don't know.
So I just posted a poll. I'll check the results in a minute. If the government should keep Jane on the stand for the rest of the day. Because I'm just curious, like they just stalling for time.
Mm-hmm.
But even though, what's today? Monday. Yeah, today Monday. So I know they don't think that they can keep her on the stand until Thursday where she had to leave. So, or maybe they just ain't got nothing else. They just got to just keep whipping this one over and over and over again. It's sort of sad that that's all they got.
I mean, listen, when she gets off the stand, she has to go back to her life. She still lives in Diddy's home. He might stop paying her after this. I don't know. She still has to deal with 50 cents. She has to deal with the world knowing what went on in these hotel nights.
And then I say this too, because Stacey says Capricorn was kidnapped. The problem I think people are going to seriously have with the jury kidnap is one of those strong words that typically that you'd be under the belief if somebody was kidnapped, they would want nothing else to do with that person. Capricorn kept going back, and nobody, it's just her word, her testimony. What if somebody come on and testify for Diddy? No, that didn't happen. So now, of course, the jury just got to figure out which one to believe. She has no proof it happened. That's just her story. We have a lot of people on social media saying that Diddy did all these things to him. They ain't even nowhere near the trial. Let's not act like it's not no liars out there, people. And I'm not saying Diddy is innocent. To me, innocent probably of the charges they trying to charge him with. But I ain't no Diddy fan like that. I know Diddy did a lot of things. But you also got to admit, it's a whole bunch of people who stretch the truth. And they would lie for monetary gain. That's it.
Someone said, did they ever find the witness who went missing? So according to the rumors, it's Gina, and she's overseas. She's either going to get married or she got married, something like that. But those are just the rumors. And I don't think they're going to, well, first of all, she's gone, but I don't think they're going to do anything about it.
I mean, how long is this damn? Oh, did they go on break? It was a
sidebar break.
Right? It was a break?
A sidebar break.
Okay. All right.
Damn. Let's see what you guys are saying. I'm no fan either. No, Diddy's horrible. Diddy's horrible. Several times a month, I drive past the detention house that is being held in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Always gives me the creeps when I'm driving. Oh. So it says, Perry, you need to be on the right side of justice. Keep encouraging 47 to pardon this individual. You stand with Sammy the Bull and 50 Cent, hashtag free Diddy. I told you guys I talked to Sammy the Bull before. Like this year, he was really cool. Kind of funny too. Why was I talking to him? I was investigating another blogger. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, with that poll, pretty much 80% says the government don't need Jane to stay on the stand all day, which they will. That's just ridiculous. Let me do something else.
So ask another question. Who thinks that Cassie's a escort, and who thinks that 50 met her as an escort?
Or Jane.
Jane, pardon me. I said Cassie, I meant Jane. Welcome. Oh, I should do a members only tonight. I've been forgetting. Let's do that tonight.
Okay.
And talk about all the drama that's going on. Did you talk to your boy today?
I text. I was still waiting to hear back.
It's so much going on. Can you believe people actually live like this? This is not something we made up. These people, Diddy, a superstar, living like a pimp, like a pimp scoundrel, drugged out of his mind. That's just, it's chaos. I couldn't do it. I couldn't.
Yeah, no, that's sort of crazy.
Jane and Cassie were both escorts, just on different levels.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess. Child, this is a mess. This is a mess. Oh my gosh. And what really freaks me out is everybody hooking up. Thank you for the super sticker. Crash.
Cash.
That the women were on their menstrual cycles and they still had to do a freak off. That's gross. That's gross. Here we got an update. It says, meanwhile, I don't want to talk about him.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't see that. That was some other case.
How's this going to turn out, Perry? Let's talk legal.
I mean, really, I don't know. I mean, but really, like anything can happen. But the way the prosecution going, it's like they running out of gas.
But this is just one person.
Struggling alone, huh?
This is just one person.
What's just one person?
Jane. It's not going good for them. But
Well,
you
no,
think
no.
the whole thing is not going
It
good?
is, with a lot of them, the girls that you love so much that supposedly got dangled across the railing. I think she was hallucinating. I think that they met with Cassie, came up with this story. And is that the one who met with the prosecution 27 times? Or yeah, or is it the one we talking about now? No, it's the one that lied about the stand. Lied about being hung from the balcony.
We have another controversial comment. Pure Joy says 47 will absolutely pardon Diddy. He hates he hates the Southern District of New York for prosecuting him. That is so true. He came in, cleaned house. All those attorneys are suing him now in an active lawsuit, but at the end of the day, they don't work there no more. And so you could talk about the old Southern District that had the 98% conviction rate, but these guys do not. They're different. And
Yeah.
And I do you think 47 is going to pardon him? Let's do a poll. Perry, do a poll. Will 47 pardon him?
Okay, well, let me get the results.
That would just be unbelievable.
84% yes think that Jane is an escort.
She's an escort, without a doubt. I hate to say that about another woman, but child,
she said it about herself.
It's crazy.
You making up something.
Here we go. We're back. It says, Comey, I can play the video again and avoid any privilege issues. The judge says, okay, bring the jury back. All rise. Apologize video is played again. I was effed up. I hit rock bottom. I sought out professional help. I'm going to therapy. I'm going to rehab. And I don't think in that video, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, he never apologized to Cassie. Or the girl who he dangled over the balcony. Or the friend that he put his hands on. He never, he said, he made his apology all about himself.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Trying to work on his his personality and everything else. Yeah, no, he never said her name in that thing. But listening to Jane on the stand is that when they had the huddle, they was trying to write out the statement, and they used her name, and to Jane it sound good. But I guess his pride wouldn't let him do it. Because when you got a controlling person like Diddy,
Oh, he says I missed a super chat. Crash to cash. I got it. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I wanted to talk about Joy's super chat. 47 will absolutely pardon Diddy. Can you do a poll? Because some people said,
I'm just waiting on the numbers to come in. Let me say.
Oh, you did it? Some people said it's such a bad look for 47. He just wouldn't.
So far, it's 65% says yes. I'm gonna leave it there for a little bit and give it some more time.
I would leave the United States. I will leave the United States.
He may not have to do it. I know people don't want to hear this.
I got an update. That's what I forgot.
Oh, okay.
It says, Jane, this is Comey. Jane, what did you understand he was referring to? She said the hotel elevator lobby video. Attorney, the next time you saw him, June 18th, 2024, where did you see him? She says, home in LA, date night. In the house, Jonathan came to help set out. I hope you don't mean Jonathan Odie. I hope y'all didn't have another hotel night, but that's the only time he sees you. That means you kept having hotel nights. What is wrong with these people? Even Diddy, you have been outed by Cassie and you continue on with the hotel nights? Insane.
Most people fail to realize, though, like in these cases, because most people got a genuinely good heart. Like a lot of people that believe in victims, which you probably should. You give them the benefit of the doubt, right? But once you find out their story's not adding up, sometimes you get to stop rolling with that. And they'll want to say they are victims, got Stockholm syndrome, or they could just be greedy and would sell their morals and everything else for a dollar bill. That's what I believe Cassie did. I believe for sure Jane, there's no question. She came in the door saying she don't give a damn, just she want the check. So you could probably see it more clear as day with Jane, but Cassie was the same way. And it was like this girl rivalry. Who's gonna make it to the top? You know, you might be a baby's mama, but I'm the golden child. I will, eventually be Diddy's queen. It's a quest to be Diddy's queen.
Something is wrong with her, Perry. She saw the tape of Cassie. She's seen Cassie being a victim. According to her, she knew he was with other women. She learned of the freak offs, and he had to get arrested before she would leave him alone. And she's still in his house till this day. What is wrong with these women?
You got to update.
Bro. That's a bad look. I don't see my update. Is it the main or CNN?
The main.
Here we go. And hopefully we're not talking about Jonathan Odie, but let's go. Attorney says, what did Jonathan do? She said, put some candles around the home, decorate with red lights, made the environment cozy. Attorney, what the plan to have an entertainer? Was the plan to have an entertainer? She said, no. I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which has a very nice view. So she's meeting with Jonathan. Let me read it. Where? Let me reread this. It says, Jane, what did you understand he was referring to? She said the hotel elevator lobby video. Attorney, the next time you saw him, June 18th, 2024, what did you see? What did you see him? Where did you see him? Pardon me. She says, home in LA, date night in the house. Jonathan came to help set up. Okay, so we're having another hotel night. Attorney, what did Jonathan do? He put some candles around the home, decorated with red lights, made the environment cozy. Attorney, was the plan to have an entertainer? She said, no. I wore a long brown dress. I opened our patio, which was a really nice view. Come on.
And ain't nobody asked her a damn thing what she had on.
Well, she's describing another hotel night. This
Right.
girl
And she describing it as it is being cozy to her. I opened that patio door windows. And for real though, and even if they was gonna have a one-on-one intimate moment,
oh my God.
I believe somebody who's doing it that much probably would just want to rest.
Diddy's a freak. He has an unhealthy relationship with SEX. Something's wrong with him. He needs mental treatment. He's really got something wrong with him from childhood. He's distorted. He's weird. Diddy is weird, and they are fighting each other over this deranged man. He's deranged. I could easily see him being a serial, like, I don't know, artist or something. He's weird. No, Diddy's that weird. I wouldn't be shocked if he climbed through people's windows, but the only reason he can't do it is because he's Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, someone's trying to be funny.
Well,
they said, Sharrell, did you ever think about investing in crypto? If you don't get out of here, get out of here now. You're not funny, and that's a hell no. Stop watching. Go back. You're on watch. Get out the chat, please. This is a mess. It's very confusing. Hopefully the jury can see through it all. Somebody said earlier that people have the ability to, kind of weed through the BS.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're going to have to do because, I mean, it's such a bad look that you kept having hotel nights. When is she getting off the stand?
I mean, what's the worst look is you still staying in the man place or he's still paying your bills. Come on now. That is bad. And he been locked up, so he couldn't have been having a freak house with you.
She dated him until his arrest. That's crazy. You know what I would have done? This is my personality. So say I'm hanging with a friend and I find out that they are that they are being investigated by the feds. That's the last night. I mean, talking to that person, I don't want nothing to do with anybody that's being looked at with the feds. Nothing. Let alone have a hotel night with him to add on to the things that Cassie already said in her lawsuit that you read.
And
You
by
read
that
the
time,
lawsuit.
they don't raided his mansions and her house too.
In her mansion. Did you see her house? Let me see if I got
And
that
then,
picture.
and then you still going back. But I guess if he paying the bills, I guess, you get an update.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, did you two get into an argument? She said, yes. We had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip to Utah. Attorney, what did you say to Sean? She said, I said, you are a pedophile. He was 25 or more years older. Oh, no.
Oh, then what you call it? Okay.
This is just getting.
And how much older is he from her?
I don't know how old she is. Take a look and I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
They said she's 38. So Diddy's 55.
Okay. So 17.
Ugh. And what's really weird is she's extremely beautiful. I think she's really pretty.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you can think to do with your life. You're
Well,
so
I mean,
pretty.
and see, that's the downfall for a lot of people because people get they can get away with more, but then they start to live off their looks instead of, creating a trade.
Because I'm going to put her picture up because everybody knows. Everybody knows. And they even told the judge yesterday that everyone knows. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
She's so pretty. Now, Diddy has a type. She could easily be Gina. She could be Dana, the girl that he had love with. This is what you do with your life? Girl, look how pretty she is.
Get an update too. Mm-hmm. A little freak though, but cute.
Jane says, I said, if a girl can't buy her own drinks, what makes you interested in her? I believe she was under 21. Attorney, but older than 18? She said, yes. I pushed his head into the marble. Then what? I started throwing candles in glass. I was angry.
She started throwing. Okay.
Someone says she's just average. Y'all don't think she's pretty? I think she's stunning. She's really pretty. I don't think she's pretty. Okay.
I mean, well, I think she's pretty. I just think,
I think she's pretty. And I'm sad what she did with her life.
Mm-hmm.
She could have did anything.
Well, yeah, she could have been a secretary. She could have been a waitress. Because we don't know how smart she is or whatever she had to offer. Because the only thing I know is escorting and OnlyFans. So I don't know what else she could have did. We wouldn't know who she was unless she was with some of these rappers.
Yeah.
She did nothing else to make us think that she was like a scientist or something.
And if I were dating rappers, by the time I reached 50 Cent and I had his son, I would have stopped. Hell, when I met Drake, I would have stopped. Stop, like that is, you know what I mean? We could have an arrangement, whatever. You kept going. Is this the girl that Drake and Future fell out about? You guys hear
Oh,
about that? That
I,
Drake and Future fell out. They never made another album together. They still don't speak. Is this the girl? Because they said it was over a woman. Is this the woman? I don't know. You'll have a hotel night with her. Oh my, she's pretty. I think she's pretty. Everybody doesn't think she's pretty. I think she's beautiful. No
no,
matter
she's
whether you think she's beautiful or not, she still could have made different choices with her life. That's the point. Like, you have the world in the palm of your hand, and this is what you choose to do.
And then Quentin got a point. He said, "You don't hear anything about Drake, baby mama."
We don't. And she was a full-on corn star. She was a full-on corn star. And when she got pregnant, she stopped. That's what I would have did. Here, we got an update. Jane says, he was probably cursing and calling me crazy. I wanted to lock myself in the master bedroom. Attorney says, Sean touched you? Question mark. She said, not yet. I locked the bathroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door off the hinges. You started it, girl. You do not deserve to be put your hands on, but I just don't understand her. Perry, if I ever threw a champagne bottle at your head, would you snap?
I'll throw it back. No, I don't know. If I throw it back, seriously, like I probably would just get out because I know you're angry. Just take off for a little bit until you calm down or something.
Well, he's high and she's probably high too. Here we go. Jane says, oh, he was probably cursing and calling me crazy. I wanted to lock myself in the master bedroom. Attorney, Sean touched you? Question mark. She said, not yet. I locked the bedroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door off the hinges. I can't read. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe this is good testimony. But some things are very disturbing. One, that she was there the night the family was discussing what to do about the video. He asked for her opinion. That was perfect time to say you were approached by the feds. And we know you were approached by the feds because you're testifying and you wanted clemency.
Mm-hmm. So eventually they had to bring in the incident where he roughhoused her. But even though if she go and say what I think she's about ready to say, that Diddy did this, I'm going to need a DV charge.
Well, hold that thought. Let me read the CNN update. It says, after she flew back to Los Angeles from Miami in May 2024, Jane didn't see Diddy again in person until June 18th, 2024. She said she testified she remembers the date because it was a very terrible day. They planned for a date night in the house where she lived, with Combs coming to Los Angeles after a family trip to Utah, Jane said. Combs' assistant, Jonathan, okay, that's not Odie, Jonathan, came over first to help set up the house with decor and candles and to stock the fridge. Okay, that's weird. When Combs first arrived, they spent time catching up in the backyard. The jury saw pictures and a video Ventura took of Combs that night. Ventura? In the video, music was playing and Combs could be heard talking. Jane and Combs got into an argument about a half hour after the video. She testified, I started confronting Sean about who he was with on the family trip. She said, I was making an assumption that he was with another woman. Jane called him a pedophile, she testified. Jane said the woman she thought he was with was an adult, but she was roughly 25 years younger than him. At one point, Combs bent over to tie his shoe, and she pushed his head into the marble counter. She said she didn't see any marks or injuries on his head later. She testified, you pushed his head into a marble counter. Jane said she started throwing candles around the house and repeatedly saying that she hated him. She said a lot of candle wax went into Sean Combs' clothing, but she didn't see any glass hit him directly. She said, I think he was probably cursing and calling me crazy, she said, adding his tone was angered. Let me make sure I haven't missed any updates.
No, I don't see none on here. Well, Sharrell, I'm gonna step on the balcony. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Got it?
Yeah. Ooh, this is just a mess. So she was bashing, abusing him. That's what she said. I don't know why she would lie. Girl, you're going to get in trouble with any man when you do that. You can't do that. It doesn't excuse his behavior, but it's just a mess. When Wendy interviewed her, she was so scared throughout the whole thing. You could see her anxiety when she asked Puff questions. Many pretty girls are lazy and don't want to work. Jane Doe is just another lazy pretty girl. I mean, what other reason would you do that to yourself? That's exactly why she didn't say anything, because her deal was probably contingent on her keeping her mouth and gathering information. I agree. You said there's updates. Hold on, let me make sure. Here we go. It says Jane said Jane is the person talking. He kicked him way into my closet. I tried to run, but he kicked me and put me in a chokehold, and I couldn't breathe. I went to the door and to a wall. I went into a door and a wall 6 blocks away. Attorney, how long did you hide there? She said 2 hours. Then I went back. I saw Sean. So far, she hit him and he kicks her and put her in a hold, and she couldn't breathe. I can't live like this, y'all. This is too much. They are living like their fabulous crackhead life, fighting every day, overexed. It's just, oh my gosh, it would give me a headache. I know. Girl, why did you go back? She did a lot of stuff that doesn't make any sense. So I have this rule in my house. I mean, I've been this way forever. Like, if my cousins have a wife or a girlfriend, I don't get very close with them. I don't know, call me strange. I just don't. I never see them outside of family events because my cousin scarred me. You know, he loves the women because they might not be here the next time I come back. I don't ask for their name. I don't do any of that. He has a road to, I don't want to call him out, but he used to have a lot of women. I don't befriend them. I don't want to know how they're doing. None of that. That's called staying to yourself. Matter of fact, like, I don't even be knowing their names sometimes. Like, don't ask me nothing personal about my family. I'm not telling you anything. She don't know how to be a good family member, and whether she likes it or not, 50 is your family because y'all share a child. I think y'all would never, if I was her, you would never knew who my baby daddy was because you don't talk about it. Only your close friends know. She don't know how to shut up. You do the same thing. Yeah, I'm not. You haven't met, I don't befriend them because they might not be here when I get back. I don't ask their name. I don't ask how they're doing. I don't ask how the weather is. I'll come in, walk right past them, have a conversation with my cousin, make sure he's okay. I'm not into knowing the other side. That's called loyalty. If my cousin tells me, one day she called me for something, like, yeah, what do you want? Some money? I said, hold on. I have to go home. I'm not giving you money. None of that. She more than betrayed 50 cents. That's how I look at it. You can't ask me for a ride without me asking my cousin. They want a ride. Perry, am I lying?
What's that, babe? About your
When
cousin?
my cousin used to bring the girls over, we don't get to know them.
No, why?
Why?
Yeah, that's.
I'll walk right past them.
You won't be going outside today. It's hot.
Is it hot?
Like 105. I had to come back in.
It's 105? Welcome to Vegas.
Yo.
We are going to be tortured for the next 3 months, you guys. Then it cools off in September like clockwork. We got to get through the summer. What's the hottest you think it ever got in Vegas?
Since I've been here, I want to say 120 something. I want to say 122 maybe.
Rhonda says, if 47 pardons Diddy, so many people will come up missing and found on the line, and Diddy would not be in the U.S. I don't know. A lot of people are saying he's going to do it. He'll only do it if he gets something out the deal, but I don't know. I mean, that would be a bad look. That would be a bad look, but, you know, if Diddy gives him enough money, he might do it. I don't know. People will be riding, going off in the streets. Did you hear about that? All that's going on this morning, Perry?
It's still going on again?
It's still going on.
Wow, because I know last night I was sitting there watching it. I almost just threw it on live, but I wasn't sure if people want to watch it.
Diddy would leave the country and go and join his boy, Russell. I love Russell Simmons, but, you know, you staying out the country, it just screams guilty. Just screams it. We can see the case looks rigged. It does.
It sort of do.
It do.
I'm just trying to keep it real. Like, with the charges they putting on them, they trying to manifest these things to make it look like a RICO. What kind of case of this nature that had all this time that when you don't rate it 3 mansions, right? Now you don't rate it by air, sea, and land. And we got to hear some people, some addicts, come on here, because most of them, all of them are addicts. You hear some addicts come on, talk about their relationship with Diddy. Now, if we was in divorce court, I would get it. But this is a RICO case.
Yvette says she's a mess. She is a mess. She said 47 not going to pardon Diddy. He is too busy trying to get rid of Tesla. Y'all, that is the biggest breakup of the century. Forget Jen and Ben.
And then cause havoc in LA just so we're not paying attention to their love relationship. Love-hate relationship, should I say.
Lisa says, about a pardon, I say we wait until we see if Diddy ends up behind bars because the prosecution is not going to prove is not proving anything yet. I mean, I don't know. It's not a strong case. When the case isn't strong, I'm not confident in it. I'm not going around telling Perry, shut up, your boy will be locked up in 60 days.
And two, let's go back to something. Now, their record is 98%, 97%, whoever's speaking up in that area, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of these cases never go to trial. A lot of them are settled or are plead out. So, and then how many of these cases on the Fed's record, that 98%, have been a person with millions in bank? I'm just saying most people that their record is up there because people plead guilty. You see what I'm saying? You know, and they ain't got millions in the bank where they can get the attorneys Diddy got. Just a thing. You know, just like the preacher.
I don't know. I just think this is a circumstantial case. Everybody says this. It's going to be difficult. Okay, here we go. She says, this is Jane talking. Sean kicked in the guest bedroom door. I was throwing glasses and candles at Sean. I shouted that I hated him. He started punching my head and saying all kinds of things. Attorney says, saying what? She said that I was trying to keep him away from his kids. This sounds like a big ass crackhead fight. And listen, she admitted to doing drugs too.
Mm-hmm.
She said, it says, I said no, but he kicked me on the ground. I was balled up. Then he grabbed me by my hair and arms and put me back in the house. I'm trying to be careful with my words. Attorney says, what was he saying? She said that I was effing crazy. He kept saying, just leave me the F alone. This is so cracked out. This is such a crackhead fight.
And it's so a repeat of what Cassie said.
Which part?
If you can't get a hotel moment on camera, you can say it. Now, Diddy, it wouldn't put it past me if he didn't do it. But what I'm saying is, in court, she's saying it, but when he did all that dragging and all that, you didn't go and press no charges.
The whole thing is just so drugged out. And they were taking serious drugs too. I don't know. Let's see what CNN has to say.
He won't be paying her rent in July.
CNN says, when Jane realized the fight with Diddy was escalated, she said she tried to lock herself in the master bedroom. When Combs kicked open the door, Jane locked herself in the master bathroom. She said then he kicked the door off the hinges. She ran into the master closet. She changed her clothes while she was in the closet. Jane said because she knew that she needed to wear something she could escape in. Combs kicked open the closet door. When Jane left the room and ran for the front door, Combs caught her. She said, Sean kicked me in the back of my thigh and I fell down. Then he picked me up and put me in a hold. Okay. She testified that she was able to squirm out of his grasp and ran outside. Jane testified she didn't want to wake the neighbors, so she quietly hid by a wall outside until she thought Combs would be gone. She said she thought she'd hide there for about 2 hours.
Okay. All right.
This sounds like a drug here. I got an update. Go ahead.
Okay, no. You go ahead with the update.
She says, I called the girl I thought Sean was with and asked if she was on the trip with Sean. She said very insulting things. Then Sean held me down, so I had to listen. Attorney, what did you do? She said, I told her to shut up and that he was beating my A. What?
Shut up, you hear? He's
This
sitting
is
here
so
telling me.
drugged out. Who is the girl?
Well, apparently one that he been cheating with. So would that be Carisha?
No, I'm keeping Carisha's name out.
No. I'm saying, is that who she applying to? I don't know. But
I
yeah.
don't know. It's so weird.
I'm just saying that it could be true, but it sounds like, let me follow the landscape of that lawsuit that got Diddy to settle $20 million with. They're pretty much repeating this thing back over. But at this point, I can say, you know, it is what it is. he shouldn't be putting his hands on her neither. Okay, for
Yeah.
the beginning, he shouldn't be. But when this happened, why ain't you pressing charges? You ain't calling your baby daddy. You ain't doing
I
nothing.
know.
If anything, you hiding stuff from your baby daddy, and don't want him to know what kind of you are.
I got a update. She said, I told her to shut up and that he was beating my A. Then she says, Sean hung up. Then he told Jonathan to tell me he wasn't with no girl on his family trip. Attorney says, after the FaceTime, what? Question mark. She said, I went into the shower to cool off. Attorney, who was with you? She said, Sean, I saw a black eye forming. Welts. She saw that forming on him.
I don't know yet, but we got to wait till the next thing because I'm not sure.
I don't know about y'all because people are raised different. I forget everybody wasn't raised like me. But I've known several couples that just fight and bigger and go back and forth like this, and they drain you, and it's like, oh my God. Again, you just quit trying to solve it. You quit trying to rationalize and make things reasonable. You can't help that girl because she's just going to go back to him. And there's been times where, when they start acting like that, I just lay on the couch and go to sleep. Y'all wake me when you're done. Because it happens so much.
So I guess we got another 57 minutes, roughly. Then, it won't be no cross today because the prosecution trying to use anything they got left, and then they'll start tomorrow morning off with some bull crap too.
I mean, I've been in so many of these. Y'all don't judge my friends. The last time I was in one, I was throwing a birthday party for my nephew, and these two girls fighting over my cousin get into it. It was just a mess. Do you remember that day?
Yeah.
It was a mess, wasn't it? I just go back in the house, eat my birthday cake. Comey says, how were you in the shower? She said, naked. Sean was in his pants. He slapped me. I fell to the ground of the shower. He went in the shower? Okay, we're done. She says, then what? I was exhausted. I just sat there. Sean said, just put some ice on it and put on an outfit. Put an outfit on. So she's talking about the eye swelling from her. It's insane. This is a crackhead fight. Y'all need some kind of rehab. Why would you even care who he's with? He done told you this is an open relationship. He's been all on social media with other women, and you're still concerned?
Your rent is
Girl,
paid.
go count your money and then go call Future. Is that bad? And go call Future. Oh my God. I mean, just think about it. These men that she's dating or had, I wouldn't even call this a relationship, like a situation with. I don't know who Jason Derulo is, but let me see how much money he got. Because I know Drake and Future, right, have a lot of money. We know 50 Cent do, and we damn well show no Diddy do. Let's see. This is a ballpark. It's never really accurate because they go off of net worth. Okay, he don't have one. Let me see. $16 million. So these men have money. And it sounds crazy, but Jason has the least. But that's still a lot of money. 16 million.
Yeah, I mean, because sometimes I think people get like that. They want the fast fix. So you would go out And
I got an
give
update.
okay.
He told her to put on an outfit the last time we were talking. Comey says, outfit? Question mark. She says lingerie and heels. Sean was using my phone to play corn. Okay. On a phone? Okay. He texts Antoine on my phone. My phone was screen mirrored to the TV. Oh, okay. Sean texts, hey, what are you doing? Sean scrolled up and saw Antoine texting me about our mutual friend. This is too much. This is too much.
Yeah.
Judge says, we about to find out since Cassie lawsuit. The government set this up for a year. Sounds like it. Had all these women been given information? Wait, first date, Jane encountered the feds. I mean, it sounds like it. I think it was yesterday. Somebody was saying, I believe it was Bonna had met with the prosecution 27 times.
Right.
And they were saying that's an unusual amount of time for the feds to meet up with anybody.
Yep.
I think they're leading to that, you guys. Now there's rumors that Gina was working with the government. Then there's people saying that they were meeting with the government too many times. Now they're going to say that the government set him up. I feel it coming, just like you, Judge.
It sort of sounds like it too, to me. Because all of them got the same story. And if you ain't going for a DV case, we ain't need to hear all of them. You just want to just use the same thing to make sure it stays consistent. But it was some hiccups in there where people had the wrong dates. Instead of you somebody dangling you over a balcony, they was in another state. So, it's just a lot of it. But I feel like they was on a manhunt, okay? And had to do whatever they could.
Perry, didn't you hear something about the day that she said she was dangled over the banister? He was somewhere else. He wasn't even in town.
Right. The date they used, and then she claimed she had all these bruises. Because remember, he dangled her, shook her, and then slung her against the patio furniture. Then Cassie said they was at the hotel. She said Cassie seen the whole thing at her house. It was at Cassie's house. Or something like, Cassie's house. And she had some other friend there. So it's a conflict in that story. But Diddy, they pulled up records where he was at, some hotel, records of all that he wasn't even in state.
Yeah.
Right. So we ain't got around to it. And the prosecution want to push it along another 48 hours so you'll seem to forget. But the cross going to bring all this back up. They ain't forgot. So it seems like it's a setup to me. Not that Diddy ain't
my
did
heart
nothing.
can't take it.
No, I'm just saying not that Diddy ain't did no other crimes, but get him for the crimes he did. You shouldn't have to make him up if he did so many.
I have a CNN update. It says Jane continued to testify about June 2024 fight she had with Diddy Combs, in which she hid by a wall outside her house. She started to walk back into the house because she assumed he would be gone by then. She said when she turned the corner, she saw Combs on the street. She testified. She says, I was scared, but I was quiet. I just kept walking back into the house because I didn't want to wake up the neighbors. She said, Jane went into the guest room in her house and locked the door, but Combs kicked the door in. She testified. She started throwing more candles because she wanted him to get away from her, she said. She ran onto the patio and Combs followed, she said. I punched him, then he punched me. Jane punched Combs once in the temple and didn't see any injuries on him after. She said Combs punched her in the head twice, on the forehead, and around my eye area. She testified after Combs hit her, Jane ran back into the backyard and went into a ball on the ground, trying to cover her head, she said. He started punching me in the head. He started kicking me. He started saying all kinds of things and just kept punching me, she testified. Combs said she was trying to take him away from his kids and his family, and Jane responded that she wasn't, and she told him to leave her alone. He grabs me by my arms and my hair and started dragging me back to the house. This is so crackheadish, huh?
The main got an update.
Okay. Okay. Jane says, I greeted Anton and he tried to be polite, asked him how his day was. Sean was giving me this evil stare. Sean said, I need to talk to you. We went into the guest bedroom. Attorney says, what happened there? She said, he wanted to know what about the mutual friends.
Okay, Sharrell, go back to one, because when you was reading the CNN.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Jane says, Sean asked me how the mutual friends were. I said I didn't know. Attorney, why did you lie? She said, we were on a break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up. I moved my hair so that my injuries couldn't be seen, and used makeup, like Sean said. Then she continues, I greeted Anton and tried to be polite, asked him how his day was. Sean was giving me this evil stare. Sean said, I need to talk to you. We went into the guest bedroom. Attorney, what happened there? She said he wanted to know about the mutual friend. So what are you talking about? The rapper that she went to Vegas with? Because didn't she seen him in Vegas?
Right, the mutual friend, and then Anton's supposed to have been having sex with somebody, and they watched. I don't know, something crazy like that.
And is this celebrity escorts?
But
How
then
are they at the party?
I would assume Diddy would have been there because they said Diddy paid for it. So maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know. Sort of crazy.
Oh, listen to this one. Listen to this. He ain't never hit her before 2024. Make me out to be a believer. Girl, nobody's believing you. I've been done with you. Like, oh my God, I don't even want her on the stand. I got to update. She says, I told him I went to Vegas with this rapper and his girlfriend. I saw Anton having sex with another woman. Attorney said, what did Sean say? She said, he said, do you have this porn star having something over me? Do you have this corn star having something over me? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know exactly what that means yet, neither.
And nor do I care. I don't care at this point. This is a crackhead argument. I don't know what kind of circle they're hanging around. You go on a private jet to Vegas. You see the escort there. This is insane. What y'all, is it a Hollywood escort? How's he in Vegas with the rapper you went to go see? I'm confused.
I'm wondering if she ever get tired.
Perry.
No, just saying. Scratch it.
Thank you. We can't make fun, but
no, I'm not making fun. I'm just saying, what are you doing?
Yeah.
She put reference. She went with another rapper. She brought up sex, which I thought you wanted to get away from.
The whole thing is insane. All of it. Don't get me to try to sort this out. Lorraine says some women think if a man's whooping her, they love you. I mean,
he loves me.
Something's wrong. Let me put it that way. Something's wrong.
You got another update. They're coming sort of fast.
Okay. Here we go. Comey says, did you take drugs? She said, yes. Right around this time, Sean told me, take this effing pill. You're not going to ruin my effing night. Go on there and suck his D. I said I didn't want to. Attorney, what did he say? He said, is this coercion? Perry, look at my eyes.
Yeah.
What? That's right, because the government was involved at this point. Cassie had her lawsuit.
Hmm.
They still freaking off or hoteling off, whatever you want to call it. They still strung out. I just don't know what to say. Yeah, I have a headache. When I get off of here, I'm gonna have to take 2 aspirin and lay the hell down to just ask myself what just happened.
Because yeah, I mean,
What just happened?
why would he say that?
I don't know. It's so strange.
I mean,
What?
anybody in the chat. I mean, why would he say that? You know, I'm a little old here, trying to figure it out.
They got me feeling like I'm on crack. Huh? What? He asked her, is this coercion? Y'all,
Judge Wood.
I'm gonna be hitting the pipe in a minute. This is crazy, huh?
Judge Wood said she was cheating on Diddy. She got some nerve.
Can you call it cheating?
I mean, well, if she's calling his cheating when he was somebody else, I guess hers would be cheating.
Child, yes, he definitely knows she's working with the feds. This is insanity, people. Insanity. Insanity.
Wow.
If I become an addict, it's because of this case. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. They're having crackhead fights. He's still doing things, even though the tape was released, even though Cassie sued him. All eyes on him, and you want another freak off? Let's just call it damn hotel nights. It's a freak off. And y'all not gonna make me think I'm crazy. Wow. She was wired as this. Yeah, both of them are high as hell. Having two crackhead fights.
He mean wired.
Wired, as in, listen, I wouldn't be surprised.
No. He's saying mic'd up.
It could be that too.
Yeah.
I got an update. The attorney says, what happened to the pill? She said, I consumed it. Now, she already said she was high. Now, she took another pill. She says, I performed oral on Anton, and I felt sick. Nah, girl, no acting innocent now. No acting innocent. She said, I performed oral on Anton. I felt sick. I was like, even my own body, I felt disgusted. I felt terrible. Attorney, how did it end? She says, when Anton finished, I excused him and tried to put on a good face. Why are you doing all the work? It's crazy, Sharrell. It's batshit crazy. It's batshit crazy. We are having, y'all don't act like you don't know people on drugs. We are having a crackhead fight right now.
Yeah, because somebody should have lockjaw or something. No, just keeping it real.
It's insane. Why is the prosecutor going over this so we can see how bad shit crazy she is? She's just as crazy as Diddy. And she's delusional, thinking that's his girlfriend. I bet she didn't even introduce you to his mother. This is crazy. You know what you're there for.
Right.
Someone says, I hope he wasn't stupid enough to hit her after Cassie's tape. This is after the tape. He's that dumb. And him thinking she was working for the feds.
Well, I wonder if she got any evidence about that, though. Because, it seemed like it could have been fabricated after the case. Or maybe he could have, because he do got this problem.
Perry, no, this is not a lie. No one wants to look this bad. She is not lying. They had this crackhead fight.
Oh, okay.
That's what I think.
Maybe,
I'm going to say.
I'm just saying maybe the government got her to say these things. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it at that. But we'll find out in the cross.
Yeah.
It'll be sometime late tomorrow because the prosecution just milking up all the time.
Like they could have saved this, had the cross come on, and then maybe said half of this in the redirect. I don't know. The rapper was French Montana. Well, French is cute, but I don't know if I would, I don't know. Huh? What? She really acting now for the prosecutors. They coach this drug addict. She's a drug addict.
And that's why I say it's possible. Somebody was saying too, why ironically, all this 3 years you've been with him, this is the first mention of getting hit. Why would somebody do it after they had to apologize? When you know the feds don't raided your house and all this, why would they do it then? Is it, I don't know.
Callie's on the same page. Like, I don't believe this. He suddenly starts putting hands on you now? Oh, the whole thing is bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre. Oh. The fact that you know you're in trouble with the feds and you still want to crack head freak off? Child, this is a mess. And I'm not believing any of it. I've been through her testimony out the window. So she's talking for y'all so y'all can come to a conclusion. Because I'm done with her. Her and her lies, her and her drug problems. Ugh. It's insane. And I'm in awe. Not in a good way. Like I'm flabbergasted that he would even continue with the freak offs when you know the feds are after you. You seen Cassie's tape. You put a BS apology out there, and then after all that, let's go to the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these people making me think I'm crazy. I feel crazy. Perry, they're making me feel crazy. All of them.
Yeah, no, it's messy right now though. But and some people will say, I see Reset says something about, so y'all don't think he hit her? I think if he did. Okay, no. But I'm saying this. I believe that the June part could have been fabricated, right? And if he had hit her, I can believe he would hit a woman because he showed that pattern. But right after he had to make the apology, went after his house has been raided, he feel like the feds is on him, right? Why would he do it then? Maybe she had to, and maybe she could have attempted to do it when she started throwing candles and everything else. Part of me, I'm not sure if I believe that part. But I think if he hit her, he had hit her previously over the 3 years. But why wasn't those mentioned? That's what I'm thinking.
And for me, I'm not thinking nothing. This story's crazy. They're not going to drive me to the pipe. And I'm just ignoring it all. These people are crazy. Crazy. It's just insanely stupid. It just the what? None of it makes any sense. Like this is crazy. Child, I'm gonna be on the pipe next. It is insane. All of it. Why would you even do anything like that when you know? Oh, we got an update. Jane says, Sean called me a whore. After he left, he sent his security with money for me and Anton, $10 to $12 grand in cash for Anton and the 4 damaged doors. Attorney, what did you do with part of the money? She said, I Ubered $2,000 or $4,000 to Anton.
What happened?
Why? Girl, you earned that money. You just got hit in the head. You deserve that money. Why would you give it to Anton? Harry, I have to take a break really quick. Can you keep?
Okay, yeah. Let me refresh. I got it. Yeah, people, I don't know. But people just keep saying this. I'm saying I'm not going to discount it. And I get it, Reese. She's saying, well, why would he do this to Cassie? This was before it was public knowledge and on tape that he actually did these kind of things. This is before his house got raided. All these different things. So he had to come out and apologize because this tape come out showing him putting hands on a woman. You got a feeling this girl is working with the feds. Or if he didn't have it. Just knowing the media was out there. His house was raided already. And she's acting a fool. Why would he do it then? Or is it something, I'm gonna leave that blank up, out there to see. I mean, but right now, Ashley, I'm gonna do a poll in a minute too. Let me do a refresh and make sure everything's good. And I think Sharrell could have read this, but this was 1 minute ago. Jane, Sean called me a whore after he left. After he left, he sent his security with money for me. Oh, for Antoine, $10 to $12,000 in cash, and Antoine, the four damaged doors. Okay, you read this one though.
Child, they acting like Ike Turner up in here. It's just a mess.
And let me do this poll because I'm just wondering what y'all think.
What's the poll?
Oh no, I want to know how many people believe he would have hit her after the Cassie thing.
Someone says, Truth says, yeah, but here's the problem with your argument. He's the dumb one, okay? Because he was already caught on tape putting his hands on Cassie, and now he's going to go and do another free cough. Are you kidding me? Child, I wish I was. These people crazy. Stop this with Cassie video. It's not about that 304. Y'all, we got to stay calm. We can't turn into crackheads like then. This is insane. Perry, the same reason why he was planning a freak off the night he got arrested.
Yeah, okay, right. Now,
you heard that?
Well, oh yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I think I heard something like that.
Are you serious?
The whole thing is this, right? But
something wrong with Diddy.
Well, did the freak offs actually the thing to get him in trouble? Cassie was talking about the beating. Yeah, she mentioned he forced her in freak offs with the settlement and stuff like that. But is having X illegal? So you can say, is he stupid? Maybe. I mean, it wasn't no minors there. If it was consensual, that man can have his freak off. Free Ike. Soup on crazy.
The whole thing is so weird. Him planning a freak off. He has a problem. He needs to go to class. I wonder if he in the prison freaking it off right now because lepers don't change the spots.
Reese, I don't think sex is illegal if it's all consensual. I mean, that's just my thing. I don't think it's illegal.
It's prostitution. He was dumb to do
a
freak off.
I'm saying a freak off, but when he was planning the ones after that, was it paid for? Was it? I mean, I don't know. It didn't happen, but I'm just saying. They said if he was stupid enough to do it again, it's just hard for me to believe. Like I said, I'm not gonna say it didn't happen, but part of me believe a person could have coached into saying this or whatnot. But
you are leaning into believing that this whole story is a lie.
No, the him putting hands on her in June after 2024.
Why do you find that hard to believe?
He already had to come out and apologize for this.
I know. Yeah.
He feel like the feds are on her.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he feel like the feds is on him, but I don't think he want that bad press again after that. I'm just assuming. But people can be that stupid. But at the same time, I don't have her show me a picture. Is somebody gonna come and verify that she was hit?
Who's gonna verify that, Harry?
That she had a black eye. Well, it could have been made up too. If nobody verified it, it could have been made up. It's a hearsay situation. You had people verify Cassie's from the hairdresser to all these other people. I'm just saying, maybe Have it verified. To me, my gut instinct is possibly she could be lying. And I could be wrong, but she haven't showed no picture. Did they show an exhibit of her black eye?
I'm just tripping out on the whole thing. Let me see what CNN says. Quinn said, do y'all believe that apology? I didn't.
No.
Don't ask Perry what he believes no more. He gonna
No.
go on another rampage.
No, I ain't believe the apology. He was just busted. He had to say something.
I'm gonna read the CNN update. It says Jane testified that Sean Diddy Combs told her he was inviting Antoine over because we're not gonna end the night like this. She said Combs told her to put makeup on and put her hair into the side to cover her injuries. And that's what he did. Jane said Combs strolled up and saw earlier messages between her and Antoine, the same entertainer she had been with in January 2024 during a trip to Vegas. She said Combs saw a message where the entertainer referenced spending time with her mutual friends. Jane testified that she understood it to be a reference to the people from the Vegas trip. She said he hadn't told Combs about the trip because they were on a break. Jane said Combs asked the message. Jane asked what the message referenced, and she told him she didn't know because I didn't want to escalate the night. Jane said she chatted with Antoine for a little while when he arrived before Combs asked to speak with her. She and Combs went into another room, and he said the messages he read were sitting right with him and asked her again about the mutual reference. Around that time, Combs had taken ecstasy. They excused themselves from the room with Antoine and went into the bathroom where he opened his hand to show her an ecstasy pill. Combs insisted she take the pill. Jane recalled Combs saying she was not going to ruin his night. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. It says 3 times. James recalled telling Combs emotionally on the stand. Combs got close to her face and said, "Is this coercion?" Jane testified that she just looked back at him. They returned to the room and she performed oral on the entertainer for what felt like forever. She eventually had sex with the entertainer while Combs watched. Of course he did. That seems to be his MO, you freak. This is so weird. All of it.
Yeah. Yep, it's some freaky shit. It's some freaky shit to watch.
It's weird.
It's some freaky stuff to watch, and it's some freaky stuff to do. If you didn't want to do it.
I don't know, Perry. I'm just lost. I'm lost.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like I said, I just think it could be a lot of reasons. People say, well, why would a person say that in court? Maybe to have it documented in this case, and maybe you plan on suing him civilly later. It's on the docket because you ain't got to have all that proof in a civil case. Doesn't matter, Perry. When you're an abuser like that, you're not going to be stopped. Okay, because I grew up seeing it firsthand, and the problem is when you're abusive like that, you're like you're like self-control. Look, I get it. You're saying it's a habit for you just to reach out and do it. It's possible.
Hold that thought. Comey says, have you ever fixed your doors? She said no. There were other bills. And then in brackets, it says photo of broken doors shown to the jury, not on the screen in the public gallery. When did you next see Sean? She said a few days later. Why? I missed him. First of all, you don't have money to fix your doors. That's not more than $2,000. And that's very expensive doors. You can get a some doors from, maybe the $700 to $1,500.
Well, didn't she testify that Sean left money to fix the doors?
She did. She said
Okay.
there was other things to take care of.
Well, I got you.
And to this day, she still has those doors where she has a picture.
And I wonder when when the pictures of the doors was taken. Because she seemed like the calculated type that the doors are down, never fix them, get pictures. Did she take pictures of the doors during the incident, or right after the incident, within a week? Or is it something that she don't get the doors kicked down, now wanting to do something? I don't know. I mean, maybe at this point, I don't trust her no more.
I don't know what to say. It's crazy. Like stuff like that, doors, holes in the wall. Like one time I opened the door, and you know how you have that little rubber thing so it doesn't punch a hole in the wall? I didn't have that. It punched a hole in the wall. I fixed it and went on about my business right away. I didn't keep it 2 and 3 months later. I don't know. Y'all stop asking me. I've checked out.
But I went back because I missed him.
Then she went back because she missed him.
I mean, I'm really serious about the door thing because, like, you use it for a part of a story now. Now, the guy just asked, has our doors been fixed now? Last June, it's been a year. It's been a whole year since this incident happened, and your doors is still like that? Or do you even have any pictures of your doors being that way in July of 2024? Or could you like demo it down to put them down just to act like, yeah, this what happened to verify your story? I'm not sure.
Gloria said she was supposed to be the smoking gun. I don't know if she's supposed to be the smoking gun, but we would usually get a list of people that are coming on the next day. So like if Kid Cudi is on the stand today, they'll say, well, tomorrow this and this. We haven't gotten that. And I heard there was only supposed to be, first it was supposed to be no more witnesses, and now I hear there's supposed to be one more witness. If this is the smoking gun, this is not beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the jury's going to do with that, but that's the smoking gun. We'll have to wait and see to the defense side, but they're let's see what other people
You right.
saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see. They took those pictures, I'm sure, last year. Okay. Okay.
I'm really confused. I'm sorry, guys. I cannot be level-headed because it's all over the place. Because you go into a relationship saying that you know he sees other people, but then you want to be the number one chick. I'm like Sean, I don't believe that y'all met in Vegas and it was just, y'all was just watching. This is just a lot. It's a lot. Check it out and checking mate at the same damn time. I'm confused. They both were under the influence. They were high, they was drunk, they was using federal words like coercion. It's weird. The whole thing is weird. Somebody said tomorrow's Oprah or Dr. Phil. We need somebody. This is crazy. Crazy. She cheated with Antoine. Just watch. I think so. It doesn't make any sense. You seen him. You're with another rapper. How's Antoine even there? Isn't he an escort? Escorts hanging out in Vegas now with famous rappers? Can somebody help? What? What happened to your Craigslist? I mean, what? You go to Vegas. I hate to admit this. I live in Vegas. I know what I'm talking about. Where prostitution is not legal in Vegas. You got to go down to Pahrump, right? But they walk down the street, the prostitutes, handing out cards. How did Antoine get an invitation?
Well, I mean,
You.
probably his boo, Jane.
The blackmail tape, probably Jane in Vegas. Something. I need to know what you're doing in Vegas. First of all, who was the rapper? Here we go. Jane says, we were trying to have a Sunday fun day, but it was like tense. Attorney, did you and Sean talk with Jonathan? She says, Sean FaceTime Jonathan, asking him what he saw that night. For a moment, Jonathan saw me in the corner crying.
Okay. Oh, man.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, and then I mean, what's a lot even more? They just dragging along with this witness, the prosecution, and I don't think probably if I had to guess on top of my head, the cost probably wouldn't be no 2 hours unless they got in the position where they want to have the last word for the day. Then they may drag it off, but.
CNN update says Sean Diddy Combs had his assistant Jonathan and a key security guard deliver 10 to 12K in cash to Jane to recover the entertainer's cost of damage to the home. Jane testified that Combs damaged 4 doors during the altercation. Listen, you guys, don't forget we flip houses. Harry, how much does that door have to cost for $12,000?
Oh no, I don't think that'd be $12,000.
Anyway, she put some of the cash in a bag, covered it with paper, and sent it in the Uber. She also took a photo of the Uber's license plate, which the jury saw in case there was an issue. Let me keep reading. She also took a photo of the Uber's license plate, which the jury saw in case there was an issue with the money transfer. Jane testified that she never paid to get the doors fixed because there were so many other bills to take care of, but she did contact a supplier. The jury saw an email Jane sent to a door supplier inquiring about replacing 4 doors, as well as several photos of the damaged doors. So they're trying to say that the money isn't for the freak off, it was for the damaged doors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I must have missed some super chats. I'm sorry. Let me see.
I thought we had them all though.
I think we got them all. Yeah. Let's see. The last one was Key Height. The blackmail tape, probably Jane in Vegas. I don't know what's going on. It's really getting confusing. I think maybe the money could have been for, I don't know. She said it's for doors. I'm tired at this point. We got 15 minutes. You say it's for the doors? Okay, it's for the doors.
Yeah, you all caught now. I mean, with the super chat.
I got an update. Jane says they shot a video of Sean and my out in the yard. I don't know. I shot a video of Sean and my out in the yard. Attorney, did you inadvertently film your injuries? She said, yes, my welts. Attorney, and when you learned that Sean went to Wyoming, ? She said, I was outraged. I was with another woman, pardon me. Attorney says, did you block him? She said, yes. So he studied seeing different women. Now he's in Utah. Then he goes to Wyoming. I don't know what's out there. Probably Kanye, because Kanye lived in Wyoming for a while. This is weird. Then why bring up the money? Because that's not a crime to fix your property. I don't know why they brought up the door.
So she's saying that she got a video of her whelps on her eye or whatever.
I'm thinking with the doors.
She's showing probably like now. Granted, if they got in the thing and she throwing candles and doing all this stuff, I can see him. I can imagine him peeking through when she go to another room. Because remember, because he busted in the closet too. So and he busted in one room, whatever. Maybe he did kick the doors in, but whatever. I don't know. But it still don't show us. But maybe she got evidence of her black eye.
Yvette says, how long are they going today? Hopefully in the next 12 minutes. We
Yeah,
got 12 minutes till 4 o'clock.
About
I'm
5 o'clock.
hoping we don't go to 5. I'm kind of over this
No.
testimony.
We are
I
going
kind
to
of
5. Sharrell, it's 4:47. In 13 minutes, it will be 5.
it will be 5. Pardon
Yeah.
me. Hopefully in 13 minutes. Because I'm overwhelmed and little things I'm thinking about, like, why did they put such an emphasis on the door? He gave me $12,000 for the doors. They're still not fixed yet because I had to pay other bills. Y'all are not going to drive me to the damn mental psych ward. Oh, thank you. Enjoying the commentary. I don't even know if we're enjoying it. We are dazed and confused.
Yeah, I think people just saying we sitting there just fighting through it because like the whole thing is we listen to the testimony, we trying to give as much out there because we can't be inside the courthouse. But you know, I'm glad everybody here going through with us because hell, half of it we trying to figure out. So we using each other to try to figure this thing out.
I can't believe she's still on the stand. I tuned her out before we even went to lunch. Some of these stories are just crazy. I don't even know the relevancy of some of them, like the doors. What is that supposed to mean? Like, what? So you didn't fix the doors? Who cares, huh?
It shows the violence. It shows that, see what he did? This the evidence. I ain't fixing it in here. Knock down these doors, and I got this, and he hit me in the eye. We'll see.
I wonder if Heidi Fleiss is watching. Oh my God. Is Heidi Fleiss still in Nevada? Is she still alive?
I don't know. I think she's still alive.
You think so?
Yeah.
Child, the whole thing is complicated. It's really confusing. I guess he did put her hands on him. I guess he did put his hands on her. But she started the fight. I don't know. The whole thing is weird. Attorney, how long? Question mark. She says 2 to 3 weeks. Then I saw that his mother had been hospitalized. I wanted to put what happened between us to the side. He said this was just too far for me. I saw you had me in a box. Attorney, do you saw the name of the rapper? Did you see the name of the rapper? Well, I'm worried about who the rapper is too. Not that it would matter. I'm just nosy. Okay, I'm going with Future or Drake. Okay, somebody that has a private jet, a private plane that they can fly. I think Drake owns a plane, right? So it was either Drake or Future.
He could, but I don't know.
And Drake and Diddy don't get along because remember Diddy slapped Drake for stealing the song.
Yeah.
Heidi Fleiss is no longer with us.
Oh, I didn't know that.
R.I.P. Heidi. I remember that case though. She used to date Tom Sizemore. I think he's unalive too. No, I can't. Oh my God, I don't like him. Is he the rapper? Who was he accused? He was accused of being with some other escort recently. You guys help me refresh my memory. Rick Ross was accused of being with one of those the new girls on Atlanta Housewives. I don't know. I mean, I only watched it a couple times. But it's just, yeah, that's her name. Yeah, and then they had the tape. The tape of her walking down the hall with Rick Ross talking to her was supposed to be on a corn site. It's a mess. Britt Eady's a mess. Rick Ross is a mess. I'm gonna say all entertainers. No, I'm just kidding. They're crazy. These people are crazy. Somebody says Heidi Fleiss is 59. She's not deceased. Oh, okay. I mean, I remember seeing Heidi Fleiss. There was this show about drug addicts with Dr. Drew. I can't think of the name of it. And a lot of people started dying on that show. Do you remember that show, Perry?
What was that?
It's a show that Heidi Fleiss was on, and Dr. Drew would be with a whole bunch of addicts, and he would try to help them stay clean. You remember? It's a long time ago. Heidi Fleiss moved back to LA.
Ain't no telling what's going on down there right now.
Do you have to get out the madam business after your 40s, maybe?
No.
You could be a wrinkly madam.
As long as you're the supplier and you keep everything secret and all that. I mean, because that's what people want.
You should have some updates coming in. Let me see. No, not yet. Let's go to.
I just did a poll. Do you think Diddy will walk? Just maybe test the waters to see. Well, just to see.
Jane says
every day. Go ahead.
Jane testified. This is CNN. Jane testified that she next saw Diddy in person a few days later. I just missed him so bad, she said. Jane said she and Combs had been messaging each other about that night and how awful we were both feeling. Jane testified that Combs repeatedly accused her of cheating while she kept apologizing and insisting that nothing had happened. They agreed to see each other and she went to his home. Jane said they tried to be upbeat, but there was a sadness underneath. Sean was basically saying that we were breaking up and we were just gonna be friends, she testified, adding that he said he loved me, but what I did was so wrong. At one point, Combs asked his assistant what he had seen on the FaceTime call that night. Jane testified that the assistant said she only saw her crying in the corner when Combs accidentally turned the camera towards her. So he's breaking up with you and not the other way around. I got another update on the main. She said, yes, I flew on the red eye to meet Sean. Comey says, and what did you do? She said, we had a really nice time. Sean said, you could tell me when you're tired. The attorney, what did you say? She said, let's stop for now and see each other later. His demeanor changed. Oh, God. Right now, I can't help it, you guys. This is how I feel right now. I've checked out. Think their relationship was very strange. Don't care who's lying, who's telling the truth. Friday, you on the stand all day was a lot. Today was just too much. This is dragged out.
Well, Mama Two.
I hate to say it, I don't care. What's your thoughts, Perry?
Hold on, I was gonna read the super chat. Mama Two says that you guys are suffering through a lot for us, and I appreciate it. Yeah, well, trust me, people, we are suffering together. Because at the end of the day, whether we was doing this all day or not, we still would be curious on what's going on. And even if we went there, you still suffering. You get to sit there and watch these people, over and over all day long. It's just a lot. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I truly do. And thanks for all the support with the super chats and everything. So even if we did miss somebody, we are sorry. But I think we got them all. But, I just want everybody to know it wasn't on purpose if we missed you.
Someone said that I've changed so much since last week. It's this testimony. I can't make it make sense. Contradiction, contradiction, contradiction. Crackhead behavior, ecstasy behavior. Everybody's high all the time. You did go to Vegas with another rapper. Who is it? It's just Shane. You happen to see, the prostitute in Vegas, but he was with another girl. It's just a lot.
Somebody said check out Truth and Consequence says check out TMZ. They got a picture of Diddy and the girl that he went on vacation with 2 months before he got arrested.
Oh, good. We get to finally put a face. Someone just texted me, says, tell Perry to go look at politics right now. We'll do it later. We're almost done.
Yeah, it's almost a wrap up.
Blake Lively, that's another crazy case. That's crazy. Okay. Diddy. Jane, I was with him when Cassie's beating video was dropped. Let's see who they're talking about.
Where the girl at? Oh.
I do not want to see that tape again.
No.
There's a picture.
No, okay, that's Jane saying it, because remember, knock at the door. She was with Diddy when all that went down, and they had to try to clean it up. But maybe that's not the picture that. But Truth or Consequence has the pictures.
Sly Stone dead at 82.
Wow.
He was a favorite. Yeah.
Okay, so Facebook just checked out.
What? Oh, it did? Okay, we got to wrap up soon. Perry, I guess this stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
He said he's going to arrest Newsom. It's insane. I can't. I just need a break.
Yeah, I seen that.
Okay, that's a crazy case.
And Newsom said, do what you got to do.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's happening again this morning, you guys.
Sharrell, did you get the 1 minute update a minute ago where he said a man spent all his money on you? On the main?
No. Sorry.
And
here we go. It says, huh?
I said, go ahead.
It says, Jane said, he said a man spent all his money on you and you say you're tired. He threw water on me. He called me a bee. He gave me an ecstasy pill. Attorney, what happened? Question mark. She said, Sean was celebratory. He said, let's go. The attorney, did Paul come to Miami? She said, yes. Is she going to?
Oh yeah, they're gonna go and probably do some more freak offs. I mean, like, what's new? I mean, that's what's going on.
Oh my gosh. So we just lost Facebook because Facebook only allows you to go live for 8 hours. I should have told everybody that.
Yeah, at least they got pretty much all of it, because probably the next thing we get is gonna be dismissing the jury.
Perry, you should go live tonight with everything that's happened. It's still going on. It's crazy. Someone says, I think we're desensitized. You know what? You're right.
Right.
You are so right. I feel bad, but I can't help it. I feel bad. I think we are desensitized to their lifestyle, and that's sad.
You got an update.
Okay, here we go. Mine's didn't do it yet. Hold on. On the main, right?
Yeah, on the main.
Okay, it says, Comey says, when was the last time you saw Sean in person? She says 2024 at 2 Star. Attorney, Did you have sex with Dawn in front of Sean at 2 Star? She said yes. Attorney, one last text message. The last one I'll ask you to look at. We're wrapping it up. Hurry up. We're a whole minute over. I'm hoping the judge is like, it's really confusing. I don't mean to be flip-flopping, but this testimony today was wild.
Wonder if the judge is gonna let them finish, because she said she should be finished by the end of the day.
Well, she said one more message. This has to be the most confusing testimony, at least with Cassie. I felt connected. I sympathized with her. I saw how bad Diddy was, but for some reason, I just didn't connect with this woman. She was all over the place. Thank you for allowing me to. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, V.
Yeah, thanks, Vic.
Hopefully we'll be done.
You always
soon.
welcome.
It's just that I just didn't connect with her. Her stories didn't make sense. Remember earlier in the day, I was texting contradicting messages. She claims, that he gave her PTSD, but every time he called you, you went running back. He's still taking care of you till this day.
Got an update.
Hopefully, this is the last one. It says, Comey, did you go to New York to see him? She said no. Attorney, why not? He was arrested. Attorney, did you get a subpoena? She said yes. I had to come in November 2024. Then January 2025 and after. Attorney, did you see a therapist? She said 3 months now. The attorney asked her, did she see a therapist? You should have asked her, did she go to drug rehab? Because and did you get coached? Because you were just not a good witness on the stand. I'm sorry.
And did she get tested?
That's mean.
That's mean. I mean, we covering bases. We worrying about the health of a person.
We have lost Facebook. This has been 8 hours of torture. All right. So if we had to be positive, what could I pull from her testimony that would be positive?
I think for her, that she showed that Diddy had his fingerprints on ordering the escorts, the entertainers, and paying them.
Okay.
What else? Let's see. That's about the only thing I can think of for right now.
If I had to pull some good stuff out of this testimony, I guess I would say she showed a pattern of this behavior: freak offs, violence. Now, did I believe everything she said on the stand was true? No.
But Sharrell, let me give you a thing of
Somebody
mine.
said sobriety.
My poll I did. Do you think Diddy will walk? 56% says yes. 44% says no. So we close to the 50-50 mark. So anything can happen. If you got 12 jurors, if you're gonna just take our poll, that's 6 and 6. Now I feel like the prosecution, if they're gonna do something, they need to bring it.
Levette says, I say that she proved that after he was charged and the charge is still kept doing the same thing. So he didn't believe in himself. That boggles my mind. Y'all were still planning on freak offs? Y'all would have had a freak off because you were on your way to New York. Y'all would have had a hotel night again with the world looking. It makes no sense. That's probably why I can't relate to her at all. Nothing she did made any sense. And now get out of here and go talk to your baby daddy. Here we go. The attorney says, "Do you have an attorney for this case?" She said, "Yes." "Who is paying?" She says, "Sean."
Mm-hmm.
"I am still processing." "Attorney, nothing further." The judge said, "Jurors, you may go."
Okay.
We're
Yeah.
done, people. We're done.
So Yvette says that Perry, she was a worker, and he said it. So basically, that's the part they proved. Remember, we were trying to get out of it, that she's basically a worker.
Yeah, she
whatever.
was. We're done, you guys. I'm not gonna stay to see them argue. Well, should we see? Do you think they're gonna say anything about the paperwork that they filed to for a mistrial? I don't think there's gonna be a mistrial.
The jury gone, so let's see for a second if anything gonna come out of it.
We're gonna stay on for a few more minutes to see if there's going to be a mistrial. I doubt it.
No, yeah, I doubt that's gonna happen. I mean, but the judge said this morning they'll take that up tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's go.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, you guys. Thank you for hanging in there. Tomorrow's a new day. Bad day. Tomorrow could turn around and be a good day. But today was insane. Any last word, Perry?
Well, no, tomorrow I see you guys in the morning.
See you bright and early. Bye, guys.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.